Thinking of expanding your business beyond Italy? At Kairos and Associates, we help Italian companies enter and scale across the UAE with confidence. From market entry strategy and corporate structuring to compliance and local partnerships, we handle the complexity so you can focus on growth. No uncertainty, no wasted time, just a clear path to global expansion. Kairos and Associates, your legal partner for international growth.
Vadimpex, wholesale mobile and electronics, phones, tablets, smartwatches, consumer electronics, direct from the manufacturers, a worldwide clientele. Driven by performance. Vadimpex, your trusted partner.
Welcome to the Iame, Italy series, Formula Racing. I'm so excited for today. We are here, buongiorno. It is round 4. We are in the Lombardy region of northern Italy, home to the tallest medieval brick bell tower and the birthplace of the violin, surrounded by luscious green fields in the midst of a Euro summer heatwave. The weather is lovely. It's just going to swap over quickly. Yeah, the weather is fantastic here. We are here for round 4. We're at Cremona Circuit. I am your commentator for today, Jack Johns, joined by my lovely co-host.
I'm Zara Faruqi. I'm going to be covering the pit lane action in Osa, the post-race interview. So thank you so much for having me. We're excited for Cremona. Cremona is just a very technical track. I saw the drivers here yesterday doing their practice runs, and lots of turns, 15 turns.
And there's 15 turns. You can see some of the carts in the background. I'll just walk around here. You can follow me. You can do this walk. So yeah, they're practicing. You said 15 turns. Zara, action-packed day. 6 categories we're going to be watching throughout today. We'll start with some qualifying, then we'll go to some races. We'll go through the schedule properly in a bit. But as you said, drivers preparing, plenty of rubber on the circuit. Tell us a bit, like, what have we seen over the last couple of days since we've been here?
So there's so many categories of drivers to go through. In Iame, it's like the series, the competition format is all about that fair play. Each of them get the same engine, same tires, and it's all based on the classifications to make it more about the racecraft, more about the drivers. So that's why I love Iame series, and I'm just excited to see the drivers perform on track today.
That's right, they try and make it as fair as possible, and of course we get to finally broadcast this to you, a huge audience out there on YouTube or live in the paddock, brought to you by Media Friends TV, and it's such an amazing opportunity both for us to be here. I'm so happy that we're here, but also for the drivers. We get to finally see all of these young talents and the older ones as well. We've got a wide range of ages as they start their motorsport career here today. So thank you to Media Friends, thank you Iame, Italy. We've got so much. I can't get over it. Hundreds of drivers,
so many drivers to go through, but this is just the start of their career. You know, they're going to go big places. We've seen that from F1, you start from karting, and this is just a start for them. And best of luck to all the drivers today, all the parents, all the team mechanics, all the team managers. There's so many people that come together to bring Iame, Italy together.
That's it. And actually, as well as that, we couldn't do this, of course, without all of our wonderful sponsors. I'm gonna make the cameraman move with me again, because behind me you can see all of these lovely flags. And in fact, we will have a sponsorship reel for you that will show off all of these lovely names. Sounds like the practice is winding down at the moment. We've got some more drivers here behind us getting ready to go out. Tell us, Zara, if you were a driver, what are you thinking about at the start of this day in this I mean, it's just past 10 a.m. and it's already
so hot. I don't know how these drivers are managing under these conditions, but that's the exciting part. You know, they're really pushed to the limits in Cremona. It's the heat that they're fighting against, it's the track, it's the technical turns, and you don't want to, it's more about their driving skill that really is tested here at the Cremona.
It is. We went on a track walk the other day. I've actually...
Oh, that was a fail, because Jack was stuck to the track. It's so grippy. It's the rubber that's like scrubbing against the track that makes it so sticky, right?
We've been, and the heat as well is not helping, of course. We've, like you said, I got stuck. In fact, I hope you don't mind me showing you, I still have rubber on my shoe from when did we start this? Friday. This was Friday. We've had hundreds of carts over the weekend practicing, and genuinely I got stuck at some point around turn, forgive me for saying this, but all the kids will know, turn 6-7 was actually where I got stuck. We won't be mentioning that phrase too much throughout the day,
so Jack is going to be in his little commentating box overviewing the entire track, and I'm going to be here at the pre-grid where all the chaos happens. This is my favorite part. It's just, you see these nerves, you see the adrenaline of these drivers, and they're so calm. So I love that. Yeah, you're going to have a nice suntan by the end of the day. I'm kind of a little bit jealous. Don't forget, actually, speaking of the day, before I pass you over to the sponsorship reel, you can vote. For those of you watching already, you can vote for your driver of the day starting from now. So throughout the whole day, Zara, there's going to be a link posted in the YouTube chat where you can vote your driver of the day across all the categories. So, without further ado, thank you, Zara. I think this is the last time I'm going to see you for a while. And I'm going to head up to the commentary box. So I will leave you with the sponsors.
Hey, how are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Thinking of expanding your business beyond Italy? At Kairos and Associates, we help Italian companies enter and scale across the UAE with confidence. From market entry strategy and corporate structuring to compliance and local partnerships, we handle the complexity so you can focus on growth. No uncertainty, no wasted time, just a clear path to global expansion. Kairos and Associates, your legal partner for international growth.
Wholesale mobile and electronics, phones, tablets, smartwatches, consumer electronics, direct from the manufacturers, a worldwide clientele, driven by performance. Vadimpex, your trusted partner.
Coming to me. Okay, I made it. I'm back in the commentary box. A reminder, I am your commentator, Jack John. So we are starting the day. Oh, hello everybody. You can see me as well. This is a new feature. I need to get used to talking to you like this instead of looking at myself on the screen. But you can see multiple carts already on the circuit. Identifiable by, or more identifiable by their numbers. We've got the number 400s out there at the moment. So if you see carts with a number 400 on it, that is your senior class. Okay, so we've got some waiting in the pit lane. And then they'll be going back out. Here we have our daily schedule. Qualifying practice, 11 a.m. we will start with the X30 babies. We'll go through each specification in more detail as we get to them, but they start at 6 years old, which is insane. Then we've got the under 10s, the minis, the juniors, the masters, and the seniors all the way through. That's qualifying. Then we have Munch 1, effectively their first heat of the day. Then Munch 2 is their second heat before we head to the finals this afternoon. So, an action-packed day, plenty of people in support throughout. I'm hoping all of you watching get involved in the YouTube chat as well. I'm going to try and have a look at that throughout the day so I can communicate with those of you watching at home. And here is our Iame Series Italy Racing Formula calendar. Round 1 done, completed. Franciacorta karting track, South Garda round 2, Franciacorta again for round 3. And here we are on July 5th at the beautiful facility known as Cremona Circuit. Next time out on August 1st, I'll be back again. It's a night race at South Garda Karting Circuit, or Lonato. That's for round 5 in about a month's time. In round 6, we'll finish off the season, September 13th, at Leopard Circuit, Viterbo. So there is our amazing calendar. 6 rounds of intense racing and a full-on weekend for all of these drivers, no matter what their age. We already mentioned down in the pit lane when I was with Zara, the heat already at 10 a.m. is pretty insane, and it's only going to get hotter as we get closer to noon, or between 12 and 1 p.m. Getting adjusted to the daytime actually here. So I've travelled from Dubai where it gets dark pretty early, but the day is a lot longer here, which is great actually. I prefer the sun. So we're going to play some interviews. Let's go straight to it. We've got the track map first though. It's the Cremona Circuit. Here we go. This is what it looks like. So we're coming round turn 1 and 2. A fast right-hander into a hairpin of 3 and 4. There's turn 5. It's a double hairpin section. It's 15 turns in total. Here's a closer look at sector 1. It's an action area. We should see some overtaking into turn 3 there as they fly into that hairpin. Then a technical section of 4, 5, 6 and 7. A fast left-right leading on to another action area and probably the key overtaking opportunity, turn 8. Turn 9 and 10, pretty fast. Probably won't see overtaking there, but 11, 12, 13, another technical area. Fast left, fast right, and then it's not quite flat out, but 13, 14, and 15, a long, sweeping right-hander onto the main straight. What a circuit. Mix of high speed, mix of technicality, and here is an onboard lap of exactly what I spoke through. You can really see the vibrations as we are on board with Sofia Pavashnaya as she goes down in towards turn 3, throws it to the inside, opens up this next left of turn 5, because turn 3 and 4 is considered a double apex. This is 6 and 7, throws it through the left and right, and here is probably the longest, apart from the main straight, the second longest straight, into the heavy braking zone of turn 8. It's definitely going to be an overtaking zone there, 100%. Then they go through the long left of 9 and 10, throwing it into the left hairpin of 11. Then you want to open up this, go over to the left to open up this right-hander of 12, and then here, long right, 13, 14, 15, and we're on to the main straight. 15 basically a nothing corner as she comes to close the lap. Super slipstream available on that main straight, and as you can see from that onboard, the physical attributes of the circuit pretty full on from the vibrations of that kart. It's really, really good to see. Isaac, I can't hear you. I need it to be louder. There we have our lineup for the Baby X30 category. Amazing that they start at this age, ages 6 to 8 years old. And we have the Iame X30 Water Swift 60cc engine, 70 to 75 kilometers an hour. Comet tires, K1DM or K1DW, which I imagine stands for wet, which we won't be using this weekend, that's for sure. Minimum weight of 95 kilograms, and the racing number for this category in the 800s, so 800 to 899. Same thing as I mentioned earlier with the seniors. Each class has a dedicated number category. In and out throughout the day on the YouTube stream, then you can easily identify what's on the circuit by race numbers. So if you see an 800, it is your Baby X30 category. A nice, healthy grid for this age range, and this is where it begins. We mentioned it so many times. We're here for the Iame Series Italy Racing Formula. The reason it's called Racing Formula on the end is because this is where it begins. This is the very start of the motorsport ladder. They start right now, 6 years old, in these karts, super high speed, as we see João Pedro Mingori Costa for Baby Race Driver Academy there in number 824. A very nice Brazilian designed helmet by the looks of it. You can see the Brazilian flag on his suit as well, so got that one right. It's the very start of their career. And they can effectively, this paves a way through to F4, F3, F2. The dream F1. There's number 811. That is Stefano Consoni there from Baby Race Driver Academy, also repping the Italian flag. Let's hand over, there we can see, Zara Faruqi.
Thank you, Jack. So I'm down here at the pre-grid. This is where all the chaos, the adrenaline, all those emotions coming together. So I see some drivers, they're just looking at me and staring at me. I'm going to try to catch a word with a few. Stefano Consoni from Baby Race Academy. Feeling confident? Yeah, thumbs up? Feeling scared?
No.
So when you're going into that race, what's your mindset? What are you trying to do?
Go fast.
Go fast? Do you want to go fast in the qualifying, or do you want to wait until the final and then push as much as you can?
Go fast.
Just go fast. That's his motto. I believe in you. Best of luck, Stefano. Now let's go to one more driver. We are here. Oh, I met. This is one of the sweetest drivers ever. Doesn't speak much English, but confident. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, come on. Let's do a fist bump. See, I wish I spoke Italian. Jack, unfortunately, I don't. But down here, I'm going to learn a few Italian words here and there. But that's it from my side. And so, Jack, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Zara. I'm sure you'll pick up the lingo throughout the day. But we've got such we mentioned it at the start, such an international grid here for the Iame Series Italy. Many, many flags being represented. And there, look at we got some people staying under the shade there, umbrella, nice, got the shades on. And the press and the marshals getting hydrated. And actually, that's important to say. I know those of you watching at home might be in a comfy AC-filled room, but if anybody out there on the circuit is listening, it's important to keep hydrated throughout today because it is getting warm and it's only going to get warmer. And of course, I'm sure the drivers are keeping their H2O levels up. Oh, I'm back. I'm back on the screen. He's put me on. So the X30 qualifying up first for 6 minutes. We will see them on the circuit, and then we've got the pit lane being shown as they roll their carts. Those are the number 400s. I'm going to test your knowledge in the YouTube chat. Comment what category was the 400s. I mentioned it once already. Get involved in that chat because I will be opening up the YouTube stream every now and then on my phone to talk with you guys. Introduce yourselves, say hello to media friends, Iame Series Italy, and most importantly, show who you're showing support for. Even if they're not in this category right now, the Baby X30, maybe you're here watching for another driver in another category, and please just get involved, get those comments in, like and subscribe, of course, for more of this action. We will be back for round 5, the night race in Lanoto, South Garda. So plenty more to come. And of course, I mentioned the driver of the day. So you can go the extra step if you're feeling a bit fruity. Click on the link in the chat for the driver of the day and vote away for your favourite. I believe, oh, maybe I shouldn't say this without knowing 100%, but last time I did driver of the day, I believe there was a prize. So I'll find that out for you later in the day. You never know, your favourite driver might win whatever that is. So X30s are on circuit, and now we get to see some beautiful shots of what exactly happens as we see some overtaking already down in towards turn, I think this is 3, or sorry, that's turn 8. That's the one I said earlier, the key overtaking zone on the second longest straight, excluding, of course, the main straight, as they all as they all go straight down into the fast left-hander of turn 9 and 10. Now, it's quite common knowledge, I think, among the karting paddocks around the globe, that technically the baby category is not racing. 6 to 8 years old. It's not an actual race, wheel to wheel. It's effectively the start of their development on circuits. They get to learn the racing line, learn a little bit about the physics of the car in terms of weight transfer, braking, accelerating, where to do all of this stuff. And but as drivers, no matter what age, as you can see from what we've seen already, that doesn't stop them from overtaking each other. Of course they want to practice that sort of stuff as well. In fact, we're going to almost line up a 3 wide, 3 astern down towards turn 8 here. That's number 819 being passed there. That is Manuel Fiorenti. And 819 is now actually under threat from 820, Johan Mod, who was looking to go around the outside, but he didn't get that one and make that one stick. So they're going through the double hairpins now. And then they're going to go into the fast right hand. He's going down the inside. I didn't expect to see an overtake there in any category. And look how violent that curb was for number 819, Manuel Fiorenti, bouncing over that exit curb. There's some of the curbs here are super, super aggressive, actually. And the smaller you are, and this is the smallest category in terms of the physical size, the smaller you are, the more aggressive those curbs are. It's as simple as that. Go-karts sit very low to the ground, and you can see the serrated curbs on the exit and the raised curbs on the apexes. They are actually higher. The apex curves for most of the circuit are higher than the ground clearance of these go-karts. So actually you'll see that most people, it's a good way of enforcing track limits, because most people won't use those curbs unless they're forced over there by another driver. As I went for a walk the other day, I did see a fair few chunks taken out of some of those red and white inside curbs, which means there has been moments where people are using them, but you can see for the most part, when you're in clear air trying to find your optimum line, for the most part people are not using them. And 820 is still right on the back of 823, and they are Cucurolo. And then so 823 crosses the line down towards turn 1. Are we going to see another overtake from Johan Mod? This is number 861 and 804 on the screen. Giuseppe Gatto, 804. 861, Kimian Piccioni going down towards turn 6. The fast left-hander chicane. And here, back with them, down towards turn 8. 807 in the background, that's Nicola Narduzzi, repping the Italian flag. On this grid, we've got 3, I can see on my list, 3 nationalities. Giuseppe Spiteri, number 808 out there, repping the Maltese flag. And Johan Mod, who we saw getting some overtakes done, is actually repping Malaysia for the DRM racing team. So this is 881 and 811 on your screen. Federico Stabilini and Stefano Consoni. Had a chance to have a chat with Stefano over the weekend, playing some games, some sketches throughout Friday and Saturday. Get to know a few of the drivers across this grid. Here we go, this battle's heating up. This is 823 and 820 again. Look at 820, comes across to defend down towards turn 8. 823 went to commit to the inside there, just couldn't get it done. 820 holding on. Johan Mod from Malaysia defending in a position. Remember, they're not really racing, but they are racing by the looks of it. Racing but not racing. 823 And they, Cucurolo taking a wider line on entry. Now, this category, obviously, because of the age, probably the slowest of the karts out there this weekend. Doesn't mean that they are slow. Just saying out. Oh, there we go. There's the move. 823 down the inside. Oh, he's going to get it done, is he? No, 820 holding it around the outside. Shohan Mod is really racing. He's got some racecraft out there. He's defending his position. Not their best. If they were trying to get lap times, it's not the best way to get the quickest lap time going side by side. But yeah, they're really going for it. So 823 seemingly taking a better line through turn 1, 2, and 3. So much so that it put me off whatever I was saying. Can't remember where I was going with that. But the checkered flag is out. That's why you can see the yellow flag waving there in the forefront of your screen just then. There isn't an accident, so don't worry about that. Yellow flag obviously meaning slow down, no overtaking, etc. Or that it is just the end of the session. When the checkered flag comes out, full course yellow is shown as they all come back to the pits. And there we can see the checkered flag man waving away, stood in the northern Italian sunlight with no hat on. A brave man there waving the checkered flag. If he's going to be there all day, that's going to be pretty good. You can see the karts weighing in. 819, just push that car onto the weighbridge. That's Manuel Fiorenti. Repeat. We're going to go down, actually, to the dummy grid.
Thank you so much, Jack. And that was just the baby race, the early development stages. You know, they're just going to go up these categories and it's just going to get more intense for them. But this is just a taste of what karting is going to be like. And I'm just excited to have a chat with them. They're just at Parc Fermé getting their weight after the race because they have to do the weight difference from before and after. So I'm just waiting for that lucky driver to come my way and then we can have a chat with them. But it takes a long time, Jack, when it comes to just weighing, scaling all of them, and then you have to go through all drivers on the grid. So yeah, and that's our lucky first interview guest. We have Luca Fiorentini. Come on, Luca. Luca. So what number are you? What number are you? What race car number are you? Let's go to the media pits.
Manuel.
Sorry?
Manuel.
Out there and doing that. Are you ready for the next upcoming races?
Yes.
And are you watching the other? Was it fun? Was it exciting?
Yes.
I'm struggling here, Jack. That's from my side. Maybe I'll learn Italian in the next couple of minutes, but from my end, that's what we have here.
That's okay, Zara. Thank you for passing it back. Of course, the young drivers there. You expected, of course, a few non-English speakers, which is fine. We're going to go straight to the next category and see what drivers we have in our next lineup. There we have it then. Our next category is indeed the X30 Mini Under 10 category. Age 8 to 10 years old. Unbelievable. So the next stage, and this is where it starts getting feisty, we start racing, even though we had a great show there in the last round. Here's the specifications. The Iame X30 Water Swift engine, 60cc, top speed of 90 to 95 kilometers an hour. Same tyres as before. Comet providing the tyres for the whole series, K1DM or K1DW in the wet. 110 kilograms minimum weight, and the racing number this time is numbers 1 through to 99. Same thing as before. At any point when you come back throughout the day, if you see numbers 1 to 99, it is your under 10 category. Plenty of drivers on this grid. We saw, like in the introduction, we saw this amazing sort of variety of drivers here. We've got plenty of flags this time. I can see a UK flag, of course, plenty of Italian flags, Indonesia, Austria, South Africa, Switzerland, France, Spain. UAE has 2 drivers, Portugal, Netherlands, America, Mexico, Brazil, Norway, Australia. All of those in this one category. Can you believe it? Amazing stuff to see. I mentioned the UAE there. Of course, I also mentioned earlier that's where I flew from to be here with the Media Friends team this weekend. The first time for both me and Media Friends actually to do this Iame Italy series. Super excited. We've got one car having an issue on the main straight by the looks of it. Smoke coming out, or are they just waiting? I don't know if they're going slow or looks like they're waiting actually. Number 14, that is, going down past my window. That is Christian Basso. For the team name is Andrea Basso on my list. So maybe he's waiting for the rest of the carts to come around and get a bit of slipstream. As we can see them all coming down the main straight now. We're going to get some lap times for your X30 under 10s. And it looks like straight to the top of the times. Remember, it's only a 6-minute qualifying. It's Jack Wolf, number 3. Jack Wolf to the top with a 57.0. Immediately, surely a recognizable name for those of you following motorsport. Jack Wolf looking to carve his way through the ladder, I'm sure. Parents, Susie Wolf running or helping to run and organize F1 Academy, providing plenty more opportunities for female drivers up and down the ladder. And of course, Toto Wolff, team boss of Mercedes F1 team. And then don't forget the rest of them though. We've also got Berger there, number 22, Johann Berger from Austria. I'm sure another familiar name to those of you who are fans of other motorsport. Let's see how tight this field gets then, the more they warm up the tyres. So initially, the first lap, whilst it's good to be fastest on the first lap, it's not a true representative because they're all going to start warming themselves up, getting their eye in on the circuit, but also the karts. I know it's warm out there, so it probably doesn't take much to get some temp into those tyres. I mentioned Comet tyres actually at the beginning. Let's talk a little bit about that. So, they get one set of Comet tyres for the day. They're starting off on extremely tight at the top. Top 5, 1.5 tenths of a second. Providing no changes in steward's room or count back or anything like that. The provisional order on your screen on the left. Basso, 12 seconds off the pace, P22 at the moment. So probably not getting a representative lap in, to be honest, because it is closer among the categories, as they'll all make their way back to the pit lane. But a tight top 5. And interesting to see your sectors there. I'm going to look forward to seeing that throughout the day for the juniors, seniors and masters.
Bene, siamo in pista con la sessione di prova di qualificazione che è stata interrotta dalla bandiera rossa a poco meno di un minuto dalla conclusione, 55 secondi. Stiamo parlando della X30 Under 10, X30 quindi ha sostenuto poco fa la sua fase 1 una classifica che un minuto fa sicuramente cambiare tante cose, c'è tutto il tempo di fare, no, almeno un giro in 55 secondi, quindi vedremo quali saranno le decisioni della direzione del codice come si è spostato per questa prima sessione di qualifica. Il miglior tempo quando lo statunitense Mason Brody.
Okay, so here we have the top three then. It's Mason on top with Phineas in second and Wolf in third. Sorry, it's Wolf in second and Phineas in third. I was looking at the race numbers at the bottom. So Mason in first for Kiddix Driver Performance. And here come the results on the next screen. A lovely flag of our sponsors there in the background. Here we go. There's the full actual order. I was going to say that changed a little bit from when I saw it. So it is Phineas on top with Tomotin in second and Mason in third. Jack Wolf is in P4, just over its head's back. We've got Brody Brown in 8th, Shahinaj in 9th, Santana in 10th, Tabaza in 11th, Preble in 12th, Tiscianelli in 13th, Rabani in 14th, Reggiani 15th, Boss in 16th, Ronald Venter for South Africa in 17th. Then it's Noah Pantuzo, Sviatoslav Mishin, Cesare Vendramini, Alexander Shlapanov and Christian Basso rounding off your field in 22nd place. So we can see the next driver is getting ready already there on the dummy grid area, and here's your under 10s getting ready to be weighed, and we've got people walking over ready to be interviewed by Zara. So I'm
Brody. So, I'm here with Mason Brody. You did such a phenomenal job in qualifying. Are you expecting the same results in the next couple of races?
Yes.
And what was your mindset going into that race? Was it more about, let me just like push to the front and get that best time possible? Or are you trying to manage your tires when it comes to racing in the qualifying?
I was trying to manage my tires a bit, but also try to go fast.
And qualifying, how does it make or break your race for the final? Is qualifying, you want to get a head start, you want to be in the top positions, so it's better for the heats that are going to come up, but in your opinion, why does qualifying matter?
If you're at the front, it's a lot easier, but if you're in the middle, it's a bit dangerous at the start, but...
And overall, thoughts on Cremona? I was doing a track walk. Aggressive turning, very technical. You can't, just be aggressive the whole way. You have to be very smart in how you approach driving. So how has that been for you?
Hard.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Is this one of your favorite rounds so far, Cremona?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great job. Now we can have Enyo to give us the prize for Mason Brody.
Junior, senior, and master, not only me and baby, I will try 40 for the Warriors, 40 years. Ripetiamo il Brody, statunitense e Antonio Tempo davanti, Jack Wolf.
Can you check the WhatsApp?
Yeah.
So I'm at the pre-grid, and in the meantime, during the races, I tried to learn Italian. So let's give it a try. Let's have a little quick interview. First of all, English or Italiano?
English.
That makes my life easier. So tell me, what's your approach when you're heading into the track? How are you doing this? Are you trying to just push forward and push your tires, and so you can get a better manche position?
Yes, I'm trying to get behind some guys and then do a good time.
And what does Cremona demand from drivers? Is it very technical? Is it like more about that you just have to defend? What do you think about the track?
It's very technical.
And is this one of your favorites?
It's the first time I've been on it, so kind of.
Okay, well, best of luck. We'll catch up with you soon. Let's go to Baby Race Academy. Baby Race Academy. Italiano or English?
English.
My lucky day today. So tell me, when it's coming to Cremona, it is very intense out here. It's hot. How does the track conditions affect your driving?
It don't really affect my driving because I come from Thailand and it's even more hard.
Oh, Thailand is very humid over there right now. But also, last question for the day is more about like, what did your team tell you before you were going out there for racing?
Get a clean lap.
Get a clean lap. They didn't say good luck, buena fortuna. No?
Yeah, they do.
They do. That's from Baby Race Academy. Best of luck to all the drivers. And Jack, I'm going to give it back to you so you can cover the racing.
Thank you, Zara. Yeah, we're going to go straight to our next category then. Let's have a look at our lineup for the minis. And there we have our lineup, another variety of many internationalities. Is that a word? Just made that one up. Nationalities is what I was meant to say. So here's the statistics for the mini category then. 8 to 12 years old. We're going up another bracket. The Iame X30 Water Swift engine again, 60cc, but the top speed increases once again, 95 to 100 kilometers an hour. Tyres, Comet Model K1D M, once again, 110 kilograms, racing number from 100 to 199. So if you see a 1 in front of everything, then that is your mini category, but not your under 10s. This is your main one, your main mini category, let's say. The big grid, plenty of flags, as I said: American, Swiss, Italian, Thai, Serbia, Philippines, Guatemala, India, Norway, UAE again, France, Thailand already said, Portugal, Indonesia, Spain, Turkey. I can't even list them all. There's so many. Brazil. I've lost count. I can't. Here we go though. The green flag is on its way. 6 minutes of qualifying. We've already seen one pole position award be given out down by Zara in the pit lane. She gave an interview, and there was a nice little trophy available for pole position. And now we see your first few minis out on the circuit with your number 100s. This is number 115. This is Francesco Mattin, who's first out, but he's out there alone. And actually, if you remember the pre-grid interview there, you would have heard some of the drivers say that I'm going to wait for some of the others to come around for qualifying. And that is because they want to use a little something called slipstream or tow. Plenty of different names for it, really, but it is important, especially on a track that features some long-ish straights, The main straight, 100%, is going to be a huge gain. Just to explain to some of those watching at home, whether it's family or friends, I'm sure all the team members and drivers know about it, but just in case, to give you a bit of insight, slipstream or tow is when you are sat behind another driver, like these two on the circuit right now. That is 107 following 115. That's Luis Ferreira following Francesco Mason. Now, these two seem to be, I don't know if they're working. Oh, look, they're all still waiting. Look at this split screen. Most of the grid waiting. So this is the tyre saving mode, but I'm going to finish talking about slipstream first. These two, bumper to bumper as they go around, might get hindered a little bit in the corners, but the gain on the straights will outweigh that loss as long as you're similar pace. If you sit directly behind the other driver, what's happening is, I know we can't see air, but if you picture air as some sort of jelly, and the first car is the one that's pushing all the jelly out the way, essentially. And what happens is, you sitting behind them, the jelly's already been pushed, so you are in effectively this clean hole of air. You are getting a bit of heat from the car in front, which might be hindering you a little bit, but realistically, you are slipperier than the guy in front because the air is pushing and slowing down that person. And what can happen is you can actually do bump drafting. That's where you'll see them pushing each other down the straight, where the second driver, who's going quicker because of slipstream, is going to push the first driver to also go a little bit quicker. We might see that later on in the races, working together to push away from essentially the train of karts behind. Now, we saw a pit lane shot there of most of the karts still sat there with only 3 minutes to go. And this is common in some categories. Essentially, what is happening is, as we see one of the drivers pointing frantically there to show, let's just focus ahead. We're going to see plenty of sign language throughout the day, I'm sure. But yeah, saving tyres will be the reason for waiting for the 3-minute mark. It's just a couple of laps, I know, but it all adds up to the end of the day. You never know if the other driver that used up an extra 2 laps of tyre at the start, it might be worth a few positions, 2 laps to go at the end of the day in the final. You just never know. Talking about fine margins in all of racing, to be honest. And we've got 2.5 minutes left, and it is Hauti on top, number 139 with a 56.6. Ferreira is currently in second, number 107. Then it's Mason, 115 there in P3, half a second back. Caceres there in P4, and Diamantino in P5, half a second back. So we're going to see a number of times improve. We've still got half the grid yet to cross the line and set their first lap. Here we go then. Now the times are starting to come in. Svaric, 56.4 at the top, 56.3 for Guido Ebergenyi. Hauti back to the top with a 56.0. 3/10 the gap between Ebergenyi and Hauti. There's confirmation of your fastest lap. Warakit Sapacho, half a second back. Sarifa Ranaku there slotted in, but now been moved down by Makura and Koze, who just went 3rd and 5th. Gani, Voci, Cueto, Hasue, all on the grid there. Pratel goes up into P7. Besseril, P15, Ferreira, Wibowu, Mason, Steindl, De Leon, Kevorkian, Gilmore, Bastazzo, Fenu and Garcia rounding off your 26 drivers. And there's your sector times then. 19.4 for Hauti, 16.7 for Ebergenyi, and Svaric, best sector 3. So theoretical best lap, 55.9 as we see the sector 3 best time swapping over there. Amazing stuff. Loving this graphic. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to stuff like this. 55.9 has indeed been achieved by Guido Ebergenyi, only fastest in sector 2. 55.8 is possible by the looks of it. What you have to remember is the crossover of the sectors might make some sort of discrepancy, but 1/10 is pretty good for Guido Ebergenyi to only be a 10th off of the ideal lap that's being shown across 3 different drivers. And he's currently on pole. We haven't got the red flag situation like we did earlier. We've got 15 seconds left on the clock. So we are going to see the checkered wave then in our mini qualifying session. Ebergenyi currently on top. Who can improve on their last run? Svaric goes into the 55s. And it's Hayuti down in third, 56.1. Couldn't improve then. So your top five, I believe, have crossed the line. The checkered flag is waving. Garcia up to P5 then, number 145. Warakitsapacho there in P6. Hasui in, Makura goes up into P6. Hasua in P8 with Wibowo, Kozi, Steindl, Gani, Srifaranaku. There's the checkered flag symbol. So actually your top four might get another lap in here. Are we going to see any changes? De Leon, Ferreira, Kevorkian, I think, has another lap as well. We've got one kart now coming down across the line. Crosses the line. That is Kevorkian, 57.3. Does improve, but doesn't improve position. Lap time improved, though. And now we have just a few more drivers to cross the line, waiting for that checkered flag. Wibowo Svaric, 55.7. Beat Sebashenyi then, 56.0, 55.9 for Hayuti. Svaric takes pole position then on the last lap, repping the Thai flag I saw on the screen. It is indeed Thailand for Baby Race Driver Academy. Svaric taking pole position.
Fadi Abba Wibowo Indonesian decimo, Selim Osman Kolse Turchia 11esimo, abbiamo la quota rosa con 552 da di israeliana Kevorkiani.
And here is confirmation of your top three then. So Svaric there in first, Guido Ebeshenyi for MP Academy, Komoto there second place, and Hayuti, El Hayuti for Baby Race Driver Academy number 139 in third place. Great to see your top three. We'll get confirmation of the full order then. It's Pedro Marco Cueto in P4, Leo Garcia P5, Luca Makura P6, Warakitsapacho in P7, Hasue in P8, Diamantino in P9, Wibowo in P10, Koze P11, Steindl P12, Pratelt in P13, and Gani in P14. Then Saritha Renakal in P15, Caceres, Massin, Voce, Becherel, and De Leon rounding off your top 20. Oh, what flag is that for number 129? That's going to test my... That's Guatemala, I think. For De Leon, we've got Ferreira in 21st, Destazo 22nd, Fenu in 23rd, O in 24th, Kevorkian in 25th, and Gilmore rounding off your field in 26th. We can see all of the drivers there coming in to get weighed, looking a bit hot out there already after their qualifying session. There is Giovanni from Media Friends going to find one of the drivers to be interviewed. And here he comes. The walk of glory. Cameraman walking backwards. Trying not to. How does he see where he's going? That's the real question. How is he not tripping up all those carts? I hope we don't see that today. I'll be checking the YouTube chat shortly, guys, so don't forget to get in there, say hello. I'll be catching at some point. You can also vote for your driver of the day. That link will be coming to you shortly. And here is Max Svaric going over to Zara, getting ready to be interviewed.
Max Svaric.
And there we go.
Okay, so Max.
I'm going to pass you down to Zara. Enjoy.
So before we get an interview with our winner for the qualifying session, that was pretty good. That was amazing. But let's actually get your award first from Ennio. Ennio, would you like to say anything to our winner for the mini category?
Complimenti per la pole position, bravissimo. Speriamo bene per la gara.
And now, if you want to pass the award, hold your award because that's a big one. Big claps from the team back there, I can see that. So, picture time, of course. Let's ask a little bit about your race. That was pretty good for a start. Do you think you can push through to the final like that?
Yes, I think I would. I'll try to pull away on the starts, but of course I have to work for it and it won't be so easy.
So Cremona is, again, challenging. It's hot. It's getting, like, the track is changing with the amount of, like, karts going on there. What does the track demand from you as a driver?
It demands, like, perfect driving, perfect time when you have to accelerate, perfect braking, and perfect cornering.
Do you think your practice rounds and the qualifying session really helped you get familiar with the track so you feel like an expert on this? Or do you feel like there's still time to like really improve, really get to know the track, get the rhythm of karting on that Cremona circuit?
Yes, it was helping me a lot. For the new tires, especially this year in summer because it's getting really hot now. And yeah, this is...
So I'm no karting expert. I'm coming to you for advice. I've seen earlier on, if you're not on the grippy side of the track, you have tire marbles on the ground. That's what happens when you're not on the grippy side. Why is that?
Because a lot of people drive on one side of the track. It's like on a train track. A lot of trains go in one way, and if a train goes off the rails, it follows, and that's like the same thing.
You perfectly explained it for me. I'm hoping to hear more from you about karting, but that's it from our winner. It's Max and now Jack. You're gonna go back to racing, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Music, music, music. Okay then, thank you very much. Svara. That's me mixing up two names. Max and Zara, our pole sitter there for the class. We're going to go to our next class. Up next, it's the juniors. And here we go then. The S125 junior category qualifying is underway. We have 4 minutes remaining of the 6-minute session. They've all done their outlap pretty much as they're now coming round. I can see one driver going down the main straight pointing over. I don't know what that... I've actually not seen that signal before. I don't know what that one means. Because the other carts were quite far behind him, so if he was talking to them, I don't know if he means, shall we wait for all of that train to try and get a bit of slipstream? As we see Shahanaj set a 50.8 straight to the top of the times. Giovanni Desani Jr. currently P2, just 4 tenths back. Santoni in P3. Santoni no longer in P3 as he goes to the top of the times. Junior category, I'll tell you what, huge credit to Iame Italy Series Racing Formula because the grid sizes are insane. Really, really cool to see. And as you can see from the intro video, plenty of drivers once again representing their age bracket. Of course, going up a level. You might notice it says S125 Junior. They'll be running the S125 Iame engines and, of course, the Comet tyres once again. Shahanaj back to the top of the times with a 50.1. What flags do we have out on this grid? Panama is out there. Switzerland, of course. Italy. We have Portugal, Norway, Saudi Arabia, Mexico, UAE, Ukraine, Japan, Sweden, Lithuania, all on this grid. And there are our sector times once again. It's almost a Shahanaj clean sweep, but it's not, because Granquist, as we see 216 facing the wrong way off the racing line, and some of the drivers coming flying round there. Interesting to see. There is yellows being waved. Yeah, some of the drivers there still carrying some speed through that section. Lanza 50.0, and it looks like Granquist no longer fastest in sector 3 as Filippelli takes it with a 17.6, 49.8, the ideal lap. Shahanaj has done a 49.9. Boschetto up there in P2. Emma joined us actually in some of the games earlier this weekend. And yeah, she was pretty happy with how the weekend was going so far. Excited to get racing. 216, I believe, was the one that had pulled off with some sort of issue that was facing the wrong way. That is Mazzarotti. 216. Elio Mazzarotti out. Ravelli goes fastest with a 49.8. The ideal lap, or the optimum lap now, a 49.5. As Faldi, Shahanaj and Ravelli all take a fastest sector each. So 3 tenths left on the table somewhere for your junior category. 1 minute left. Who can get closest to that ideal lap that's being showed? I love optimal laps. I'm going to keep saying it, and it's because you just never know, due to the conditions, what's potentially available. The lap record, for example, could be a completely different time. Could be a 48 second in a cooler condition. Who knows? But today, it's telling us straight away that the ideal lap is 49.5. Ravelli is just 0.01 seconds behind McClellan, who's done a 49.794. Shahanaj 0.06 down behind. And we've got Granquist, P4, Pizzonia, P5, Boschetto, Lanza, Mottarelli, Iannuzzo, Feldi, your top 10. And Shahanaj jumps up now. McClellan staying there on pole position with 24 seconds remaining. 49.5, still the optimal. 3 tenths left out there somewhere. Is anyone going to get close to it? Look how tight the field is. Your top 12 are separated by 2 tenths of a second. Granquist to the top of the times. McClellan, 49.5. He's done it. He's pretty much matched the optimal, which is now a 49.50. Checkered flag is waved. We should get another lap in for those that just crossed the line. And we'll see some checkered flags showing. Tomayello is done. Pundis is done in P16, P19 for Tomayello. Checkered flag shown. Tomatis down in 26th place, 1.7 seconds off. Rojas crosses the line. Al-Quraishi, Pellegrino, Filippelli, Lanza, Amarotti, Shahanaj and Busquetto are finished. Busquetto goes up into P4 ahead of Shahanaj, who's P5. Shahanaj was looking strong throughout this qualifying session. And we've got Granquist, Ravelli and McClellan. They got another lap under their belt. No checkered flag being shown yet. Sapia, Feldi, Ianuzzi, Pisonia, Amarotti and Lanza are finished. Motorelli also yet to cross the line. Here comes your final train. And there's no change at the top. I think McClellan does set the fastest lap. 49.593 and takes pole position. Granquist 0.04 behind, just half a tenth of a second. And the drivers come in and they get weighed and they're going to get ready to be found for an interview, of course, and that pole position award. A nice trophy there for the fastest in qualifying. And you'll see at the same time, cleanup begins. Look at this smooth operation. I'm not going to start singing, don't worry, but a smooth operation here. Whilst the drivers come in and finish, the marshals get to work and start clearing the track. Confirmation of your top three: McClellan, Granquist, Ravelli, first, second and third. That's Ward Racing, MP Academy, Gamoto, and Team Driver Racing Team is showing on the screen. And now we're going to confirm the full order then. Emma Busquetto, Shahanaj, Sapia, Feldi, Pisonia, Ianuzzo, Amarotti is your top 10. Lanza in P11 with Tommaso Motorelli in P12. Brian Filippelli, Giovanni Junior Desani there in P14. Zakari Slipchenko and Jonas Pundis in P16. Francesco Rojas, Christian Lochmatter, Matteo Tomaello and Alessandro Pellegrino round off your top 20. And it's Abdul Razak Al Qureshi, Jin Sheng Wu, Alessandro Santoni in 23rd. Up next is Jose Daniel de Blasio, Eduardo Franzoso and Leonardo Tomatis. They're rounding off your full field. You can see Tomaello there kicking his cart along the ground, chilling out, getting ready as they all wait to get weighed. And this is where let's give a shout out to the scrutineers at this point of the stream, because the scrutineers' job begins now. But now I'm going to pass you down to Zara Faruqi down in the pit lane. She's getting ready to talk to one of our drivers. Oh, she'll be back soon. She was Emma Busquetto there. I saw her, who joined us for the games. I'm going to pass you back down to Zara. She'll be talking to Emma shortly.
Some technical difficulties, but we're back out here and we're just going to grab a quick word. I'm going to say it in Italian, so if my Italian's not that good, I'm very sorry. But before that, let's give you your pole position in the lady classification. And complimenti for Emma, right?
Sì, complimenti per la pole position e mi raccomando anche in gara di riuscire a stare davanti.
Grazie. Grazie. So let's take a picture, let's shake hands and take a good look at that pole position trophy for the lady classification. And now I'm going to ask you a few questions, Emma, in Italian, please. Don't mind my Italian to the people watching at home. So è stata il momento decisivo.
Allora, abbiamo iniziato alla warm up, non siamo andati molto bene, però poi ora in qualifica abbiamo sistemato un po' il setup e siamo riusciti a fare la prima posizione nelle lady e la quarta totale.
È stata una gara difficile?
Sì, allora all'inizio ero senza scia, poi pian piano abbiamo aumentato la velocità e siamo arrivati ad avere un gruppetto e con un po' di scia siamo riusciti a fare il tempo.
Grazie Emma. I hope my Italian wasn't too bad to make a meme out of me when I'm speaking Italian. But I hope we can catch a word with the actual P1. That was for the lady classification. But where is my P1 driver? I think he ran off. He was so quick, he just ran off already. But that's from my end. Later on we'll catch back in the... Oh, he's coming! He's running! Come on, fast on the track but slow when you're walking. Hello, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? How was that race right now, the qualifying? Are you expecting the same results for the upcoming races?
Yeah, it was a great qualifying. I was just trying to go as fast as I can, and it's a good feeling to be starting pole for the race.
And when it comes to qualifying, how important is it for your overall race?
It's very important because, you know, if you start pole, then you're going to be starting pole for the race instead of having to make a lot of positions for the heat race.
So in this track, it's really important to get that clean air, right? And it's very hard to overtake. There's only few key opportunities here during the hairpin, but you think that you can still like defend your position for the upcoming races?
Yeah, I think I have the pace and the racecraft and and a good mindset going into the heat.
Mindset is so important. And let's have Enyo give back the pole position for the junior category. Thumbs up from Enyo, thumbs up from everyone here. Everyone's clapping down for our winner, our P1. But we'll see you back soon, hopefully in P1. Yeah? Confidence?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Grazie. I hope you cool down, get some water. It is hot here in Cremona, so it's very important for the drivers to really, you know, stay hydrated, and also for all the crew here. But that's from my end, and then Jack, it's going to be back to you.
Thank you, Zara. Let's go to the highlights of our qualifying session. That is our S125 junior category highlights. Let's have a look who's up next. I believe it's our Masters. Okay, there we have it. I know what you were thinking up to this point. It's just the start of many careers here in karting, but no! Of course we have an older category, and here we are. It's the S125 Masters category. Age, 25 plus years. The Iame S125 125cc engine. Top speeds of 120 to 125 kilometers an hour. Tires, Comet K3M or K3W if it was wet, but it's not. Minimum weight, 167 kilograms, of course. Racing number this time from 600 to 699, and we are about to begin qualifying for our Masters category. A healthy Masters grid again, and I know I said this already, and by now you've probably thought that I'm not going to read the chat, but you're wrong, because now it's time to catch up with all of you that have said hello. I don't have the timestamp, some of you might have said hello earlier, but we're going to give you all a shout out now whilst these guys complete their outlap and warm up their tyres and warm up their brains as they go out there and try and get their eye in. So we had Gias66 say, hi, it's Valentine. Come on, Giovanni. Just Felix says, come on, Giovanni. Yes, Gio. It looks like Gio's got a lot of fans. It's Felix. Come on, let's go. Smiley faces. Vamos, Noah Diamantino. Wow, Johan. We got a Johan fan there in the chat, and Johan was defending a lot earlier in the baby category. I believe that's the one that we were talking about. Ate Manamu. I can't read that one, so I can read it, but I don't speak that much Italian this time round. Maybe I can learn for the next one. Giovanni, let's go. Giovanni's got fans. You need to vote for driver of the day because Giovanni would be leading the way at this point. Let's go. Razka Rajaza, number 47, says Aliyah Udoyono. And then obviously media friends have put the driver of the day link in the YouTube chat, so get in there, click that and vote your favourite driver among the categories. Let's go Pedro, says Letitia Marie, and let's go John John, says John John Racer. Is that John John shouting out himself? Or is it a family member maybe supporting? Of course, maybe. Now, it's time to crack on with your Masters qualifying. Who's on top at the moment? It's Emmanuel with a 52.192. Number 610 is in first place. Pini 2/10 back. No, swapping over. It's all swapping at the top as they complete their next lap. Monaci in P1, 50.7, and Emmanuel in P2. Pini now P3, and there's less than a tenth of a second. Whoa, Pizzardo there in P2 now, 4/1000ths of a second. Elsie's just commented in the chat and I can't read it, but it's disappeared as well. I wonder if that's because I only have a filter on. Let me see if I missed anything. Kokos says, go Monici, who's just gone fastest. So Monici's got a fan in the chat. That's good to see. There we go. I've unfiltered it so that I can see everybody's messages. Of course, I'll be coming to and from the YouTube chat. If you are watching, don't forget to share the live stream so that we can talk to as many of you as possible. As Pini goes to the top of the times, 2/10 quicker. Cool, 49 is possible out there. Who's going to be the first to break the 49-second barrier? Tracy's jumped in the chat, says, let's go Mason Brody. Mama and Papa are rooting for you. Oh, there we go. Pizzardo is the first in the 49-second mark to 49.9 for number 607. And now it's saying, because of that lap time, which was super fast, 49.8 is possible. With, if you just put Rotter's second sector in Pizzardo's lap, you'd find another 10th. So, Mr. Rotter there in P2, fastest. Oh, there we go, it's changed. It looks like Pizzardo's on a flyer. 607 is on to improve. As he's improved in Sector 2, he's set the fastest sector everywhere. What's it going to be when he crosses the line? It is a 49.731 for Pizzardo, who sets the optimal lap of anybody. It's the ideal lap at the moment, unless he can improve even further. Rotter, P2.1 behind. Zani, P3.2 behind. And Pini, 0.3 behind in P4. Emmanuel, 0.3 behind in P5. Monici now 0.4 behind, but in P6. Then it's Pedrana in P7. And D'Agostino in P8, 1.7 seconds back at the moment. I recognise these colours. The colours of a Fernando kart by the looks of it. Could be wrong. Didn't catch the number as we cut to these two. We've got 1 minute left of this qualifying and more people in the chat jumping in across categories, but that is fine. I'm glad you're joining it and I'm glad you're saying hello as Pizzardo goes even faster, 49.6. He's off fire. How much tyre is he using in this qualifying session? Unbelievable stuff from number 607, Nicolas Pizzardo from France. On fire. Not literally, of course. Can't throw that around in this heat too much. 25 seconds left on the clock. John Racer. Oh, he was answering my... Okay, I get it. You were answering my thing from earlier. So it's not John supporting John. It's Dad, Big J, watching from Redondo Beach. Congratulations on pole position. There we go. Good to see you in the chat. And thank you for getting involved. If you haven't voted for your driver of the day already, of course you can take that link. If you copy and paste that driver of the day link, you can then post it on your own socials to share amongst family and friends to go and vote for their favourite little driver or big driver. You never know, one of the masters might be getting driver of the day. Who has the most fans out there? The biggest support group? Of course, it's just for fun, but it also, well, I think there might be a prize. I'm not sure. I'll need to check on that. I said I'll check on that throughout the day. But it's a nice another little badge of honour if you can get driver of the day. So do make sure you get on those votes. If you haven't liked the stream already, please do give it a thumbs up and click subscribe to Media Friends TV for this full day round of action, and again next month at South Garda. And of course, if you are enjoying the hosts as well, you can follow at Zara Faruqi, who's down there in the pit lane giving all the drivers the interviews and trying to learn Italian on the fly as she tries to talk to all of the young and older drivers. And myself at Jack Johns, your commentator for today, looking forward to the racing action. Look at that, celebrating. Oh, do you know what? I love... look, I told you already, it's the first time we're here in Italy with Media Friends TV, and I'm here in Italy, and I love the passion that we are seeing, the emotions overflowing as we celebrate a pole position there. There's your top three. It's Pizzardo, Zani and Rota. There is first, second and third, and he is elated. Nicholas absolutely buzzing with that, 49.6, and then we've got Pini, Monacci, Emanuele and Pedrana there rounding off your top 7. Wow, good to see. I hope he's ready for an interview as he poses. Oh, he's not posing actually. I've just realised he probably doesn't even know he's on the camera. I thought he was posing for a picture, but he's actually just stood there waiting to get weighed in the scrutineering bay. What was I saying earlier? Oh, racing action. Yes, we've got plenty of racing action throughout the day. This is just qualifying. Speaking of qualifying, let's go to the highlights of our... Sorry, I was just talking to the...
What is the question for him?
So, Nicholas Pizzardo, you are currently on the 4th place, 139 points. This is just the beginning. There's more races to come, more heats and the finale. So, it's been intense. Come stiamo?
Sì, sono felice di venire a fare la gara di Cremona. Pole position è buono di cominciare la gara così, ma adesso la gara comincia e devo fare la stessa nelle gare 1, 2 e anche la finale è meglio.
And so el carta era oggi.
Sì, la velocità c'è, adesso devo un po' ancora lavorare sul telaio, sul motore e anche sul pilota, perché c'è una calore tanto alta, allora deve fare ancora tante prove.
A lot for you in the future. Congratulations. And now we have Ennio giving the pole position for the Masters category. Big smiles, big cheers for the Masters category. There is a lot of experience under. So back at the pre-grid, this is where it all starts. So let's just catch a quick word with few drivers. Hello from Martinez. How are you feeling about the circuit today? Are you feeling more comfortable that you have had that experience in the free practice rounds?
Yeah, now it's starting to get a bit hot, so you have to be very careful with the tires not to overheat them, especially to only get one of the lap. and that's my goal, no? To warm up the tires perfect, to do one perfect lap and get the pole, no?
So I know that when a lot of karts go on the track, there is now that grippy line that's like forming, and it's becoming more stickier by when there's more karts on the track. So how is the track evolving for you guys?
Well, the track gets better in the morning, no? After midday starts to get really hot and the grip starts to slide a little bit. So you have to be really careful with the braking, also with the gas. And that's the
Motivational speeches, any pep talks?
I don't think that's actually important.
Okay then, so the S125 senior category, 14 years plus of age, of course up until the 25 until they go into the Masters, and then it's the same engine, it's the Iame S125 125cc engine, top speed of 120 to 125 kilometers an hour, Comet tires, K3M, minimum weight 155 kilograms, and your racing numbers, your 400s. Okay then, so as I mentioned, it's our final qualifying of the morning before we head to, there'll be like a short interval between the racing action, but of course don't go anywhere, keep your eye on the stream as we've got plenty to bring you throughout this amazing day here in Cremona, Italy. Cannot wait. Can he wait? So S125 seniors, your first times coming up on the board. It's Krasauskas with a 50.011. Rangetti straight into the 49s with a 49.185. 48.7 showing up as the optimal lap as Sofia Povazhnaya there has set the fastest Sector 1. Ferrero goes fastest with a 48.7. Povazhnaya goes second place, just 1/10 behind. Now, sector times. Ferrero blitzing it. Looks like 48.5 might be on the cards according to the ideal lap. Is Ferrero going to set another improvement? You're seeing him on your screens, number 401 there, flying round the final sector into the double hairpin section. We cut away, there he is. He's still coming round in towards this fast right. Final turn now into turn 15. That's 402. It's the car in front. There he is. 401 crossing the line. Ferrero 48.4. What a lap time from Ferrero. And actually 402 Krasauskas goes up into P2. That was the car that we're following here. Don't know what that noise was, but ignore it. It sounded like something fell over. But there we go. 48.4. 2 minutes left on the clock. Are we going to see much more improvement? We spoke to some of the drivers earlier. There in the pit lane, Zara was speaking to them, and it sounded like he didn't want to use too much tyre throughout this qualifying session because it's getting to the hottest point of the day now. So interesting to see that the times are constantly improving now because it really is heating up out there. It's warm enough in this box, so I can't imagine what it's like outside as they're making moves out there. 401, that's not going to improve his times, surely, as Povizhnaya now back up into P2, 0.06 behind Ferrero. It's very close in your top two. Sophia is doing a fantastic job in the PKT Swiss kart team to be up in second place. I think often we speak about more opportunity for girls in racing. Not that anyone's excluded, but of course, it's often discussed. It's so much a topic of discussion in motorsport. Should there be separate series between the genders, or should they be mixed? And there is so many female drivers out there really holding their own. And it looks like Povizhnaya is one of them, who's second at the moment in this huge senior grid. And this is common across multiple motorsports, and it really is possible to, race each other. But of course, plenty of opportunity all around. Now, Krasauskas P3, Frigg in P4, Gutierrez P5, Mumina in P6, Maya P7, Powell in P8, Rangetti P9, Campello P10, Chiocca in P11, Prudnikova P12, Tegan P13, Alcata P14, Sainz in P15, Sarmiento, Visway, Calzavara, Veterato, O'Connor, D'Angelo, Fornacia, Bridgen, Camuzzi, Tian, Germano, and Seriali, who's in the pits currently. That is your current order with 15 seconds remaining, and I'm not seeing many changes in the order. Is the optimum session finished? Are track conditions done? Because don't forget, throughout the day, I mentioned this in the intro, you saw the rubber on my feet. Throughout the day, the track is going to evolve. Well, these two are not going to improve because they've just fought through turn 8. So that's that last lap done for the two drivers we just saw. Gutierrez has crossed the line. Maya has crossed the line. That's 5th and 7th for them, respectively, as we wait for our last few drivers now ducking down behind the steering wheel to minimize that drag. Any changes at the top? Krasauskas stays P3. Tegan stays P14. Frigg goes to P3 then. There is a change. It is 454. Frigg jumps up above Krasauskas to take the third spot. Starts on the second row of the grid alongside Krasauskas. But what can Povizhnaya and Ferrero do on your front row? Are they going to swap over, or is it done? I have a feeling it might be done. We've got one more driver coming across the line there on your screens, and pole position goes to Ferrero. Raising the Spanish flag there, we saw in the bottom right of the screen. Ferrero for Mol Racing. Krasauskas in the same team with the Lithuanian flag. Povizhnaya out there. Italian flag. PKT Swiss kart team. That is your front row. Here is confirmation of your top three. Ferrero, followed by Povizhnaya and Frigg with the Swiss flag in the background there. And there's the rest of your order. It's Krasauskas, Gutierrez, Mumina, Maya, Paulin, Rangetti, and Prudnikova are rounding off your top 10, and there's less than 0.4 of a second separating those 10 drivers. Impressive stuff. Campello P11, Alcata P12 in the end, just 0.4 back. Chiocca, Tegan, Martinez Sainz, Sarmiento, Visway, and Calzavara. D'Angelo are your top 20. Then it's O'Connor in 21st and D'Angelo. We're going to go down to Zara in the pit lane.
I'm here with the lady classification, and we have Sofia Povajna. No, I mispronounced. I'm so sorry. How do you pronounce it? Povajna. Sofia Povajna, who is second place in your category, in the senior category, and you have 188 points so far. You're gaining points here. You're doing such a great job. It's intense. How has it been compared to the previous rounds you've done?
I mean, this race we have a lot of pace, and I was definitely expecting to take another pole. But we didn't get the last lap, that would be the push lap, because of a little incident there, but it's okay. We're gonna work with the second place. It's not bad. We have 3 races to gain points, and also for the championship is not bad.
And when it comes to learning on the track, you learn when you race, you start learning a lot of things. What have you learned this time for your upcoming races?
Yeah, this time I've learned that you have to take better track position and not think that everyone's going to work for your time, because they're doing their time, and you cannot just expect them to move to make your lap. But yeah, it's okay.
It's very important to get the clean air, but it's only the qualifying. Still much more to come. Let's get that prize given to Sofia. A good handshake. And let us say congratulations to Sofia, who's doing so well in the lady classification and so well in the senior classification. You're up for like a lot of awards this year, hopefully. Best of luck to your upcoming races, and hope to see you soon. Now, if we can have our upcoming driver, the winner of this qualifying session, Mark Granada Ferrero. Mark Granada, where are you? Mark Granada, he is coming. See, after these drivers get off the carts, they're going at their own pace, so super slow. But how are you feeling about that race today?
Good, feeling good. We knew we had good pace. We always have good pace. So it was a job of getting out, doing the lap, and now focusing on.
And about Cremona, it's all about that rhythm. You have to get into the movement, finding how the balance between your cart and the track, and seeing how it works together. So how is it working for you in terms of the cart and the track working in collaboration?
Well, it's great. The guys at the team have done a great job giving me a really good chassis, really good setup with me drive how I'm comfortable, and just making use of the track and how rubber thin it is, and the heat. So it's all thanks to them.
Is this different to back home in Spain, where it's it's not that hot, or are you familiar with these track conditions?
No, it is that hot in Spain, but the rubber is different, the tarmac here is different, it's much more grip here, and that changes it completely.
Well, thank you for your time. Now, Enyo, if you want to pass over the pole position for the qualifying for the senior category, we're going to see so much more of him. Currently, he is winning the championship in his category with 263 points, and I have no doubt I'm going to see you back here again. That's from our end, and now we can go just take a quick look at the highlights.
We've got race action coming up throughout the whole day, and I cannot wait to see the side-by-side 'side 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 I'm so excited because I don't know who to follow. Actually, it was great to hear from Pavajna there in the paddock, and we can see a beautiful shot there of our sponsors. Of course, huge thank you to Iame Series Italy, Racing Formula, and Media Friends TV, bringing the broadcast to this fantastic series. Let's go and shout out our lovely partners for this broadcast. The music's too loud, so I can't. I only got the start coming to me. That's fine. But what am I saying? Okay, so qualifying done for the day. Plenty more races to come from across all of the categories: baby, under 10s, minis, seniors, juniors, and masters. And then 7 podiums later on, of course, if you include the ladies division, who get a separate award as well. Can't wait to see that. In fact, we had some sponsors there. I think I can't wait to see this one up on the podium, to be honest. The Robbie Bubble, which is a non-alcoholic tropical champagne. All the drivers are going to be spraying that over each other later in this nice sticky summer weather. Now, throughout this weekend, we've had plenty of interviews with plenty of important people, and I, for one, cannot wait to see what they had to say. They've been speaking with my colleague Zara Faruqi, so we will be cutting, and I cannot wait. Let's see what they said.
Down at Cremona Circuit, I have 2 very special guests with me. They make Iame Italy happen. We have the owner of Media Friends, Giovanni Desani, and we have the owner of Iame Series Italy, Mirko Fiorentini. And I really love having both of you. There's a lot of questions I want to ask about, to get to know about what goes behind the scenes to make this possible. So let's start off with the first one. Let's talk about the Iame Series as a whole, and the partnership between Media Friends and Iame Italy.
Ok, buongiorno, ciao a tutti. Beh, la collaborazione con Media Friend nasce per un motivo molto semplice: vogliamo dare più visibilità e importanza al campionato Iame che è nato l'anno scorso, e quindi una collaborazione così penso fosse fondamentale. Volevamo partire inizialmente già dall'inizio dell'anno, ma per motivi tecnici non siamo riusciti e abbiamo deciso di partire da questa gara per poi finire la stagione con Media Friend.
Yes, from our side, because we was doing a quite good job in UAE, then we was talking with Mirko, they give us the opportunity to start also here in Italy with these two races with Cremona and Lonato in August. Give also the opportunity to the championship to grow, and also the opportunity to the driver to have more engagement, more visibility, and also about media, we can give the driver also the possibility maybe to found a sponsor, because these motorsport are very expensive, and we want to help all the system, because finally the actor are the driver, not us, so we need to help the driver and the championship to grow.
And what about the value of the media in terms for the driver? From Miami, Italy, what do you have to say about that?
Il campionato Iame questo campionato nasce nel 2025 con l'idea di cercare di portare equità in un campionato a livello motoristico, quindi è stata una scelta quasi forzata, perché avevamo un campionato dove si correva con i motori liberi, abbiamo deciso di chiuderlo o comunque di farlo morire per poi ripartire con questo campionato con i motori a sorteggio e a noleggio, giusto perché i nostri clienti siano tutti soddisfatti e tranquilli per quanto riguarda la parte motoristica. Un pilota in una gara come la nostra può pensare principalmente alla parte telaistica e alla guida, la parte motoristica chiaramente ci pensiamo noi. Mi sembra che il campionato stia andando anche abbastanza bene, è partito un anno fa, questa è la metà stagione 2026, i numeri stanno crescendo, vogliamo farli crescere ancora di più grazie anche al supporto di Media Friend che ci sta dando un aiuto grossissimo, e speriamo che possiamo finire con 200 piloti a fine anno, insomma.
Iame, Italy is all about that fairness and really really focusing on the racecraft rather than the equipment. And I really appreciate the collaboration that you both do, because this is great for the drivers at home, and the drivers are coming up to really refine their skills also in front of the media. That's it from my side. Thank you for both of you for your presence, and we are going to go back to racing, so let's check it out. Around the Team Garages, you meet such interesting people, and we have a special one here. We have a former F1 driver, Gert Berger, whose son is in the mini category. Gert, how has it been being in Iame, Italy?
Well, I love it. I mean, in Italy is the mecca of karting motorsport. The whole world is arriving here and competing each other. You have a couple of very big championships like WSK, like ACE. But Iame is very interesting because you all have the same engines, and it's a lottery, so you all compete on the same level of power. And I love to use the Iame Championship for preparing Johan for the next races. And it's very competitive, and so it's a very good school.
That's great, and you really emphasize on that fair play aspect of Iame. That's what Iame is all about. It's giving everyone the same fair equipment, so it's really about that race control and the racecraft. But when it comes to your son being in Iame, what value has it been for your son?
Well, we are Iame people, because when I start racing, I started with Iame and I feel very comfortable. But yes, Iame have the championship, but it's very equal, very fair from an engine side. But at the same time, they're also competing in other championship compared to competitors. And we are also Iame men in the WSK championship or the ACE championship. And there's very competitive compared to TM or other engines. And Iame is doing a great job, so I love it. I'm part of this family, and it's good to race here, but it's good to race also another championship with Iame equipment.
That's great to have you. And also, now you've been a race car driver. You've been in the car. You understand the pressure, the intensity that you go through. As a parent, how do you manage that for your son?
Well, I'm used to it. I appreciate even more some people what never been in racing and bring their sons here, and it's a new experience for them. Me, of course, I know all the life inside here, all the good and all the bad sides. But even to bring my son here, I just have to say it's such a fantastic school for the future. I think you never know if you end up, everybody dreams, of course, of going to Formula One, but You never know if you're going to end up in Formula One. But one thing is sure, if you don't do this, you're never going to be in Formula One. If you do it, maybe you're going to be.
It's a gateway. It's a start.
Yeah, it's
you know,
a start.
These drivers have so much ahead of them in their future, and this is just the beginning. Thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure.
Really
Nice to
appreciate it,
meet you.
and best of luck for your
Thank you.
son.
Thank you.
And
Ciao.
that's it from
Ciao.
us. I'm down here with Angelo Alboccini. You are like a legend, I've been told. Would you tell us a little bit about yourself?
First of all, thank you very much for your invitation. And no, I'm not considering myself as a legend. I'm just a hard worker here in motorsport. I'm working in motorsport since 2002. And I started from above, and now I'm back here again in kart, because I used to work with Felipe Massa in Formula One since he was in Sauber, and now all his career in Ferrari and Williams, and now I'm back here to develop new drivers to achieve the Formula One dream.
So Angelo, I heard your vision, your motivation is that you're going backwards. You're starting from the start of karting, where karting goes up to then F1 and bigger like championships. Do you mind explaining the career progression of these drivers? What are you here to achieve?
Yeah, I think the real progression of a driver, of course, is starting in a high level. And I think the Iame Championship is one of this high level in motorsport. That's why I brought my driver here, so he can develop himself to go further in his career, and of course later on starting cars, F4 maybe, and then all the steps until he gets in Formula One. So we are very proud to be here, and thanks for the invitation, and of course to be here in the championship.
It's great to have you. It is sunny outside. This is intense for the drivers. It is a lot of pressure on them. The track conditions are very hot. So what advice do you have for the drivers out there that's racing in Cremona?
First of all, because of the heat, they need to hydrate very well, and pay attention on the track conditions. That it changed a lot during the practice, and tomorrow probably the sun and the heat will continue, so they have to be very clever in the qualifying, so they can read the track conditions and to be on the top. And after that, the races are races.
Races are my favorite part. But thank you so much for your advice. And anything else for their career that you want to say to the drivers at home, that this is what you should be doing? Any advice for that?
They need to work hard. They need to be committed to that, because since they are very young, and they have a lot to lose their friends, their schools and everything, so they have to be committed. They have to learn fast, and they have to be on the top always.
You perfectly said that. Thank you so much, Angelo. And that's it from Angelo, and we'll get back with you. We'll get back with you with more interviews. Team managers have a lot to think about. They think about the drivers, the mechanics, the parents. They have a lot of people to manage, and it's an intense job. I'm joined by Toti from MP Academy Camoto. Thank you so much for being here today. How have you seen the Iame Italy Cremona weekend? It's been intense. What does the Cremona really demand from the drivers that are participating?
Thank you very much. You already told. I'm Toti Gatto from MP Academy Camoto. Yes, I'm team manager, and it's never easy, because when you have a lot of drivers, a lot of mechanic, and you need to control everything, and setting everything really well is never easy. But I do this work from a long time, and every time there is something to learn, to do new. But I'm really happy to be here, and focus for this race, and follow all my drivers, all my staff for this race here in Cremona for Iame. And yes, it's really hot. The week will be really hot, but we will work really hard, because we want to get podium with our drivers, and we want to get trophy with the team.
So it is really hot in Cremona. Cremona is very demanding in terms of the circuit. It's a lot of hairpins, aggressive turning. Any advice for the drivers driving on track?
Yeah, Cremona is a really technical circuit, and there are 2-3 points where it's really important to teach, to show the drivers how to do, because you need to use a small sprocket on the chassis in the engine, but you need to drive really smooth, and you need to take care really well the tight corner, because it's really important to be fast on the tight corner and don't miss the speed on the straight.
You're orchestrating the drivers and there's like the communication between mechanics, drivers, and also their parents. So when it comes to managing the stakeholder communications, what is your philosophy when it comes to that?
Yeah, it's a really difficult work. But the focus for me is to put the drivers always really comfortable. Don't stress him. Don't have other things on the mind. Work and get what we want. It's my strategy. Is don't be aggressive with my drivers. Don't complain. But just explain them how to do and teach them how to do.
Perfect. And last question, Iame, Italy. It's a great competition, but what value does it have for the drivers that are coming into this competition?
We already started last year to follow Iame race and this kind of format, because I think it's a really good format, especially when you have a lottery engines. So the focus isn't on the engines but on the drivers and on the chassis, and try to make the best get the best performance.
It's all about fair play. It's all about that fairness, that every driver really focuses on that racecraft. But thank you, that's all we have for today. Thank you so much for your time, Toti, and best of luck to your team down at the track. That's it from me, Zara Faruqi, and back to you. We're here with a very special guest, Alex from GL Communications, who's first time participating in the Iame series. You're collaborating with them. Do you want to give a little bit insight about what's your contribution to Iame?
Yeah, hello everyone. We are from GL Communication, and we are an Italian company, and we are just improve the communication with our companies, and so we have so many questions to improve and release important questions for our clients, and we have so many experience, and we resolve the questions for our clients, and we have international, European. Sorry, maybe my English is not very well, but
my Italian is not that good also, so don't worry. So don't worry about it.
Okay, but we improve the communication for our clients in Italy on the most popular clients.
So you're the middleman that connects everyone together, that enables communication to happen more successfully and efficiently. So let's talk a little bit about what you've seen in Iame so far. This is your first time in Iame,
Iame is our client.
That's great.
So for our is the first time that we are here, and for our is an honor to be here.
And what have you seen so far? The driving, the races?
Yeah, the guys are really crazy. They go so fastly. Yeah,
I can't imagine going in that cart. I would go flying out. But it's great to have you here. Thank you for your collaboration with Iame, Italy. And it's from what you've seen so far, do you have any advice for the young drivers that are going to watch this from your side?
Yeah, these guys are so good, and our competitions are to improve the communication with the people in Italy and out of Italy, internal and external people.
So worldwide, the communication goes everywhere.
Yeah, we are young guys, but we are hungry to improve everything.
You got the driver spirit. The drivers are young. They're filled with passion, fueled by motivation to keep going. Thank you so much for your time, Alex. Really appreciate it. And that's it from us for GL Communications. I'm down here with Leonardo Lerandi, the team manager of Baby Race. It is so great to have you down here. How are you feeling about the Iame as a whole and being down here at Italy Cremona?
Hello, nice to meet you, and it's a pleasure to be here. No, we're feeling good. The weather is a little bit hot, but we're enjoying the weekend so far. The engines are getting started, and we're looking forward to the race.
Yeah, it's pretty hot down here in Italy. How do you work with the drivers to ensure that they're feeling confident in that kart when it comes to racing?
Well, the training before a race is always so important. We do training camps during all year to prepare the drivers, and also collective testing before each race to make sure they learn well the track and the technique to approach the corners at their best, and also to give the time to the mechanics to understand the drivers' technique of driving and help them with the setup and the engines. So this is a 360 degrees work where we work also a bit mentally with the drivers, with coaches, to make sure they arrive at the race in the best shape possible.
And you talked about the physical intensity it takes when it comes to preparing the drivers for their racecraft and in their karts. But let's talk a little bit more about that mindset. The mindset of going into that kart, racing, it becomes very intense and a lot of pressure on them. So how do you manage that?
Yeah, of course, they're really young because we take them from 5 years old up to 13, and at that stage they are still very young, so a lot of feelings they have to deal with. The important is to make them calm and confident, make sure they feel comfortable in the kart and in the team, and that's the way to make they can perform at 100%.
That's great. You know, it's really important that they have a team to support them when it comes to driving. And what value does Iame bring to the drivers?
Yeah, we are definitely a big supporter about the Iame Championship. We really like the formats. It's already a couple of years that we're doing all the races that they make because we see a lot of value in it. The lottery engines on Sunday is also nice to give all the drivers different scenarios where they really have to gain their position on track. No talks out of the track about the engines, just focus on driving and racecraft. And so we are really enjoying this kind of format, and we wish to go on also in the next years.
I really enjoy Iame because of its fair play policy. It really tries to promote that fairness among all karting teams and really focuses on the driver, getting their racecraft sorted. And lastly, I know Baby Race has done a phenomenal job in Iame, UAE. You are collaborating a lot with the teams back in the UAE, so a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we get drivers from a little bit all over the world to come to race in Italy. And a big collaboration that we have started this year is to get the best drivers that win the championship in Dubai, in the UAE. And they will come to make the camps next year. So we're gonna probably get the best 3 drivers in the 3 categories of the mini and test them on track next year. So we're looking forward to see who the best driver in the UAE are.
That is big news. Thank you so much, Leonardo. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's from Baby Race, and that's it. Thank you. All day today we've been hearing great insight from team managers, from drivers, and also from our sponsors. But I have another special guest with us. It is Mariano Molina from Mol Racing. Mariano, how are you feeling today? All good?
All good, gracias.
Oh, good, gracias. So let's talk a little bit about your experience in Iame. First of all, what is your team? Like, let's talk more about your team, what you guys provide, and also just how do you help the drivers in Iame?
Bene, il team ho fatto fa tanti anni, possibilmente fa 25-30 anni. Ho portato anche ragazzi molto piccoli, da 9-10 anni fino a 14, 15, 16 anni, fino a che hanno restato in Formula 4. Allora non so se portiamo già 200 pilota o tanti pilota, no? Un team che ha cominciato quando io ho finito la mia performance del go-kart e ha iniziato con tanti piloti. Ma sono contenti di avere tutto questo lavoro di tanti anni, sono contento.
So Mol Racing covers everything from the beginning, from the youngsters all the way up into the categories. Now, when we're talking about karting, we've seen a lot of rounds. Iame is now round 4. What have you seen in the previous rounds, and what are you hoping to see in the future rounds for Mol Racing? With the past races?
Sì, siamo stati tanti anni con tanti piloti, anche voglio dire che abbiamo tanti piloti che hanno stato anche in Formula 1, in Formula 3, in Hypercar. Abbiamo lavorato con tanti piloti che hanno stato con una performance. Ti voglio parlare di questo campionato, ok?
Yes.
Allora,
sì.
E questo campionato fa 3 anni che lo facciamo, penso. Per me è un campionato, c'è il motore che facciamo servire mi piace tanti, è un motore che valoriamo tanti perché ha una performance che per noi è perfetta, e l'anno scorso siamo stati vincitori della categoria senior anche con Marc Granada, con il mio team. Non so quest'anno come si fa, andiamo primo a metà del campionato e siamo con la possibilità e vogliamo anche vincere questo campionato. Dopo c'è opzionale perché c'è tanti piloti che hanno la qualità per vincere, no? Ma siamo
a lot to have, like a lot of feelings going on and a lot of things you have to manage and like direct to bring everything together. Now let's talk about your experience. You were a team manager, but you are also a father to a very legendary kid. Do you want to talk more about your son?
Sì, il mio figlio è Miguel Molina, è pilota ufficiale della Ferrari Hypercar e è stato 10 anni ufficiale Audi, è stato già 8-9 anni ufficiale Ferrari e è stato difficile.
That is a big thing.
Yes, è stato difficile, ha iniziato con me con 7 anni, 8 anni e non è stato facile, però con il suo talento e con una capacità di muoverlo internazionalmente nel go-kart e dopo Formula 4, Formula 3, Formula GT, dopo il DTM, adesso Ferrari.
It's a great thing, it's a big thing.
Per me sono contento,
But as a parent,
ma abbiamo anche altri piloti che abbiamo lavorato con altri piloti, Alguer Suari, Antonio Garcia, Miguel Molina, Alex Palou. Alex Palou è stato con me da 8 anni fino a 15 anni. Allora,
it's starting from a young age. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, Mariano. Thank you. And that's all from us from Team Mole Racing. Best of luck for them at Cremona. Now I'm greeted with such a special guest, the owner of J-Team, Nicola Marzin. Great to have you. Iame has been intense. It's been back-to-back racing across numerous categories. Let's talk a little bit about your team, about what does J-Team have to offer?
Il J-Team è un'associazione nata qualche anno fa, nel 2019 per l'esattezza, quindi siamo una realtà nuova, ci siamo appena affacciati a questo mondo e abbiamo iniziato dalle basi coi bambini, crediamo molto nel voler partire dai ragazzi giovani, farli crescere fino a portarli nelle categorie superiori.
That's great to have, the support system and supporting these teams from a very young age. Iame really encourages drivers to start very young. How do you really help these drivers get into karting and not feel scared?
Allora, noi per far approcciare i ragazzi giovani abbiamo una scuola kart, un'academy vera e propria, dove li facciamo iniziare dalle basi, gli insegniamo le regole, diamo molta importanza alle sicurezze, a insegnargli le regole e come comportarsi in pista. Poi per andare veloci ci sarà del tempo, quello facendo chilometri ci arrivano, però prima devono imparare come ci si comporta in pista. Questo lo facciamo in delle piccole piste della nostra zona e poi man mano che sono pronti li portiamo in delle realtà più grandi come ad esempio appunto la Iame.
So you're really encouraging kids to really push through, and it's scary at first. When you don't know what you're doing, you need that guidance and you need that support, and that's what J-Team has to offer. And finally, I just want to ask one last question. As in racing, it gets intense. You might not finish P1. How do you really motivate the drivers to keep pushing forward and just keep going?
Noi abbiamo dato molta importanza a questa cosa, difatti all'interno del nostro team abbiamo introdotto una figura di mental coach che segue i ragazzi fino da quando iniziano fino a quando arrivano alle gare, perché ci teniamo molto anche a questa parte qua che è molto molto importante e preziosa.
Thank you so much for your wisdom, and I hope everyone at home is watching and understanding the amount of work that goes behind every race. It's a long-term thing and I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Grazie.
Grazie.
was great to have those interviews with the people, with the team managers, owners, our sponsors. There's so many people that come together to make Iame, Italy happen. And now we're back on the racing. We're going to the Heat 1 Manche 1. And I can't wait to see more racing happening. Qualifying was intense. There is so much going on in the track, and it's just a taster of what these drivers have to go through. But they are racing the qualifying, the Manche 1, the Manche 2, and then the finals. So a lot of racing for every driver across categories today. And we have one of our baby drivers, Stefano Consoni. Good to see you again. How are you feeling about qualifying? It was very hot in the morning, but it's just going to get hotter. But the track is going to also get, more intense. The track conditions are going to be harder. Come sta, mio?
Good.
Good. So it was great to hear from you, and best of luck when you go back out there. And now, Joan Pedro, how are you? How are you feeling? All good? Come on, give me a yeah. Intense out there, but feeling good, right? Yes, good. So when it comes to racing today, do you feel confident, and do you feel like you can just get through it and the adrenaline is going high? Yes. Thank you. I love the confidence. I wish I had that confidence. If I was on that track, I'm going to be the last one to leave, and the last one, I'm just going to be there the whole night. And we have a few more baby drivers. Hi, Corralo. Yes? Yes. Yeah. So, Coccarallo, let's ask you a few questions in Italian. I got my handy notes in Italian. Doesn't mean it's going to be good, but we're trying here. So let's get those open. Okay. Coccarallo, si emozionato.
Yes.
Okay, maybe my Italian is not that great for them to understand. Okay, now we have a special guest from Italy, the man himself. Pronounce your name for me, will ya? Yes. I feel like I've been getting a lot of yeses today. Maybe that's how I should go through life, just nod and say yes. And that's how I ended up in Iame, Italy. Oh, and we have from Malaysia. Yeah, Malaysia!
Allahu Akbar.
From Malaysia. It's humid in Malaysia. But you're in Cremona. It's still pretty humid. So you're used to this, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you like Malaysia better than Italy's circuits, or do you prefer Cremona out of everything?
I prefer Malaysia because there's this one track and it has a bridge, and then I love that bridge.
Ooh, I went to Malaysia once. I went to Singapore, my bad. I went to Sentosa, and I also saw the F1 track over there. It is intense for the drivers. Do you expect to go up the rack, up the chain to the big ones and go into F1?
Yes, I want to become an F1 driver when I grow up.
And let's get a little close-up of your name in the back. Let's show your race suit. Johan.
Johan. With a J.
Johan.
Yeah, J.
Johan. Okay, usually, some people, they make the J silent in your name. But overall, your experience in karting, positive, right? Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Best of luck, champ. And finally, Nicole. So, in Italian. I have to ask you in Italian. Let me try my best. Let's see what I have in store. Okay, let's see. What about? Sei pronto per la gara?
Sì.
See? More than see. Give me a little bit more. How are you feeling? See, I get yes in Italian and I get yes in English. But now I think we have to I'm going to get one more last word with, I think it's quite chaotic happening here, but they're getting prepared for this. I think we should just move on, let them prepare as the mechanics are coming together. But there is one last person to interview. Let's go. In the pre-grid, this is where the chaos happens. When they're on track, it's just about rhythm. It's just about, being present in the moment and getting through those races. So let's have an interview. Come on. I just want to get some insight from... So, what did he say? What did your team manager say? Come sta, mio? Then, come ti chiami? What about if we get a word from you? I know you're a bit busy, but...
Lui è Kimian Picchioni, 861, numero 1.
I know numero uno. P1. I'm hoping the best for you. Best of luck, champ. Oh, and I got my fist bump. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes me feel so much better. So that's from my end. A little bit chaos, but that's what racing is about. It's finding the harmony, the peace, and the rhythm in the pre-grid. But now we can go straight to the track because they're about to start, and I have to get out of here.
Yes, thank you, Zara, and thank you for talking to all of our little ones down there in the paddock. Of course, plenty of heats throughout the day. Of course, the baby ones not, as mentioned earlier, not physically racing. They are doing phases, so there's no lap times or anything like this. Again, as I mentioned earlier, because of the age between 6 and 8 years old, it's just where they begin to sort of warm themselves up, start learning racing lines. And as we saw from Johan earlier, we actually spoke to Johan then, quite excitable little chap from Malaysia. Johan was really fighting on the circuit earlier, even though regardless that it was just phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 throughout today. We're about to go on to phase 2. They've already done 1 session, so this will be their second session of the day out of 3. Now, I'm just glancing at the YouTube chat again. I can see plenty of links have been sent to vote for driver of the day. So those of you that are watching, I'm talking to you right now. Everybody in that YouTube chat, I see all of you. I can see the viewer count. I see you all. I don't know where you're all from. So let's play a game to get you involved. First of all, yeah, I think this isn't for me. This is for the drivers. You should click that link and vote for driver of the day. You should also copy and paste that link and share it with your family and friends if you are voting for one specific driver to help them try and win. I'm sure Johan has got some fans in the chat by the looks of it. Sue, I believe, kudos, my Johan, has already jumped in there and written a comment. So I'm sure they are going to vote for Johan for driver of the day. But you can vote for whoever you want out of all of our many, many drivers across this day for round 4 Cremona, Iame, Italy racing formula. We've also got Iame GP in the chat who said incredible racing every weekend reminds our young driver why all the practice sessions are worth it. Greetings from Dubai. Wow. Greetings, Iame GP. Thank you for getting in the chat and leaving me a comment to read. The other game that I want to play with you all, I like this one because it lets me know how international we're going right now. How many people around the world in this technological world that we live in now, Technologia, how many of you can hear me around the world? I want you to put where are you watching from? You can write it or you can put your country's flag in the live chat. Go for it. Whenever you want, throughout the day. Oh, look, now I can tell you directly as I look into the camera. Get into that chat. Technologia, type your country flag or just type where you're watching from and I will be able to give a shout out to where you're watching from. And of course, don't forget to shout out your favorite driver. Click that link and vote for your driver of the day. Come on, I'm almost certain that there is a prize available as we see our little babies get ready. I say babies, 6 to 8 years old isn't a baby, but that's what the category is called. They get ready to go out on track. We've got some dirty tires there. Look how much rubber is stuck on that tire on the car in the forefront there. You can see like the bumpy bits on the side. That is all parts of other people's tires that have been left on the circuit. That is amazing. We got Sue back again. She says, go DRM team. She's shouting out a whole team. That's what we like to see. See, just show your support. If I can read it in time, I will shout it out. And as much as I can. As well as, of course, your lovely comments, wherever you're coming from. Of course, the sponsors as well. We've got plenty of sponsors with us across this weekend. We've seen the sponsorship reels. We can go through them verbally as well. Very briefly, of course, Media Friends TV for bringing this broadcast to you wherever you all are. Iame, Italy racing formula for this wonderful championship. And its vast array of drivers. We've got Drivers Lab, a training facility in Dubai and some other countries as well. I think Hong Kong, they have a facility to train your young drivers along their journey in simulators. You've got Alpha Sand Resort. We saw a very lovely video of wakeboarding, shooting, rallycross, karting. Great facility. Vadimpex, GoTel, Race Hub, GL Communication, Robbie Bubble, I showed you them earlier, and Valve, of course, for organising this fantastic championship. Now, and Chorus, don't forget Chorus, the Italian conglomerate of brands, tattoos included. and Birol and many others. Now, the babies are on track. It says phase 3 up there, but this is the second time, unless the practice earlier counted before the broadcast. So they are now out on circuit, and we will see, I'm sure, some wheel-to-wheel action. Remember, they're not timed. It is not a race. There is no essential. There will be a podium, but it's not for race position or lap time. Now, I can see, oh, it works. Everyone loves the country game. I can see some people tapping the love heart on the live stream. Come on, share the link. Let's go. Let's get it round. Get those drivers of the day votes in as well. We have Victor Testa says, greetings from Malta, Sam Testa. Great to see you in the chat. And sorry to see you not on track today, Sam Testa. I'm sure I will be commentating on you racing once again. Another, actually, in the baby category from racing in the UAE series. Looks like they're doing a single file formation lap, as it were, as they come around to start their phase 3. And we'll see the lights go out. It's almost like a practice race start, it seems, and away they go then. And we've already got 824 looking to make a move into turn 1. That is Pedro, João Pedro Minguri Costa, looking for a move into turn 1. And there we go. We've got some more moves already into turn 3 and 4. For me, I keep calling it one corner because it is a double apex hairpin, essentially. But if you get it the right way round, is that how you say it? The right way round? It's essentially one line through that corner. It is it's one long right-hander. They're into turn 8. Oh, we got a spin there on the left-hand side of turn 8. So someone just getting pipped around. The yellow flags wave as the marshal gets to go over, or are they going to restart by themselves? It didn't look too bad. They just spun around. It's the camera. There he is. Look, you can just see him in the bottom left of the screen. There we go. He is facing the right way. I think he's just stuck on the high curb on the apex, as the rest of them now continue around the fast final turn. As we're coming through, and that cart that spun, the orange cart that spun, is now underway. In terms of the comments, we had a few more. Indonesia, we've got some shout outs from Indonesia. That's good to see. Thank you, Mohammed, voting for Ahmad Johan from DRM team. Go, go, go. Johan said Sue. Tiam said, watching live from Dubai, enjoying every lap and taking inspiration for the future. And Sue said, watching from Malaysia. Oh, amazing stuff. Thank you for getting in the chat and commenting. I'm sure we'll see many more of you throughout this lovely warm day. It's got a lot warmer for me in the last 45 minutes, that's for sure. My little AC machine has indeed conked out. So I am now in the same boat as everybody else, so I can't complain because I had it cushy, and now I'm back in the same boat, which is fine. Equality and all that jazz. Now, baby X30 babies coming around the final turn. We've got a couple of side-by-sides as they come down across the main straight. There we go. They're communicating with each other. Looks like they're having a little conversation there as they are weaving down. Look at this. This is an epic shot of those two side-by-side. That is 815. George Saturidze. I definitely haven't said that right, so apologies to George there. Saturidze. It says Italian. It's from Italy. But they were side. That reminded me of that famous Suzuka shot of Mansell as they were side by side down that main straight. We've got one of the drivers pulling over, rubbing the sweat from his eyes because it is hot out there. That is for sure. Look at that. A lot of Malaysian fans jumping in the chat now, voting for Johan from Malaysia, rooting for our champ Johan, DRM from Malaysia. They're all getting in there now, and I expect to see the votes climbing up on that driver of the day link, which is, if you just scroll up in the chat a little bit, it is up there. Now, back to this. Look at this. Down the inside. That didn't look like it was going to work. Didn't quite get it done for the number 808, Giuseppe Spiteri. And that driver looks like they are getting out of the car as well, as we just saw on the... They come through this section, down towards this next long right-hander, swooping in. It is the back straight. So that was turn 14, turn 15, basically a straight line. Johan looking to try and overtake on track, I'm sure. Sate says, go Adam, let's go Carlo, Alberto. We're getting loads of shout-outs now. Good, good, good. And there's the Driver of the Day link as well, posted to you by the Media Friends TV guys in the box. Okay, so phase 3. Remember, all of these sessions get gradually longer throughout the day, throughout basically the categories. So the babies, of course, have the shortest session. There's 1 minute remaining on that clock, 1 minute and 3 seconds to be precise. They're nearly done. I cannot stress enough the physicality of this sport. You know, I don't know if it's worth starting this conversation in the chat or with whoever's watching, but you know, there's people out there. It's quite a common opinion that this sport, as it were, let's say motorsport in general, the microphones to play it up. It's all right. We'll go back to her in a second.
These microphones.
Hey, there
Jack,
she is.
These microphones are going to like kill me one day, but at the same time, back at the pre-grid, it's the under 10s. These are where the actual racing begins. And we can catch a quick word with someone from Canada and the UAE. I came from the UAE. I've seen like the UAE Iame, and now we're here in Iame, Italy. Let's just get a quick word. How different is it from Iame, UAE?
It's much harder.
It is harder. I think this is the central of racing. Italy is known for racing from international players. So how does it feel to be in Italy competing?
It feels good, and it's more challenging, which can make me learn.
And what's the biggest key difference between UAE and Italy when it comes to the circuits?
The circuits, like, they're more grippy here, and because like in UAE it's a desert country, but here it's like, has forests and stuff.
So because it's more grippy, I think you're going to be going way faster than you usually would do. But isn't that more exciting? It's more of a challenge for you?
Yeah, because sometimes there can be over grip, which is gonna make the steering hard, and sometimes if it's too much grip, it can slide.
But I know you're not gonna slide because you're gonna do great. I believe in you. Come on, give me a fist bump. Yeah, let's go. That's great. That was from Canada and UAE to Baza. Now we can go a little bit in the back. Oh, we have a special from LA Motorsports.
Rabani.
So let's catch a quick word. Okay, let's go here. Let's go here. Standing up. Ready? Ready to get in there, or are you just gonna stand up and drive from here?
I'm just gonna wait until they finish.
Yeah, fair enough. It is hot down here. How are you like? How are you managing with the conditions down here?
Conditions are hot. I can't not used to it, but I'm still learning to get used to these conditions.
And when it comes to preference, do you prefer the Cremona circuit over other circuits?
The circuit is fun.
It's fun. It's fun. That's it. But you're taking it with a pride of like, it's gonna go easy. Best of luck, champ. Come on, give me a handshake and get in your car because we're gonna start soon. And then finally to Baby Race. Baby Race has drivers in all categories. They've been doing a great job, phenomenal job raising their drivers. And we have a special Venter. Venter, how are you feeling about today's race? Good? Good. So when it comes to preparing for the race, what advice do you get from your parents about karting?
They say you must take the inside and just go.
Just go? And if you have any advice for other drivers that are going to be competing, what friendly advice do you have for them?
Try best.
Try best. I like that. You're very you have sportsmanship. If I was in that car, I would have been really competitive and I'm like, do horribly so I can win. But best of luck. Well done. Congrats to everyone being here. It is hot, but now it's done from my side because they have to go racing. So Jack, back to you.
Thank you, Zara. Yeah, great to hear from some of our drivers down there in the dummy grid, ready for their first. Well, are we ready for the first race of the day? This is where it all begins. We are about to kick off with our first position race of the day. It's the under 10s, an 8-minute race plus 1 lap. And some great interviews there, actually, Zara. Thank you for that. So we've actually looks like we've got a Zara fan in the chat. Abdullah said, go Zara. and I don't think there was any drivers on the track. So that is for you personally, by the looks of it. We've also got another shout out for Johan from Malaysia, and a shout out for Oliver Enwin from Australia is where the comment is from. So good to see as they all now are starting to come out on the track. I'm sure they're going to do their formation lap before they get going. You can see them leaving the pit lane now. We've got some more comments for Razka Rabani in the chat, which is good to see. But yeah, some great interviews there. Venter and Tabaza, both of them actually, a nice cool head on their shoulders by the sounds of it. They, yeah, Tabaza very aware by saying, like, I loved the fact that he said that he's here to learn from some of the drivers around. One of the differences between the UAE and Italy, he's here to learn from some new drivers around the grid. I love that mentality from a driver, especially one as young as Amar Tabaza, because it's just a really good outlook to have. There's plenty of different personalities, racing styles, different nationalities, different karts, different chassis. There's so much different out there today, this weekend, for those guys. So it's really good that he's ready to learn. Oh, look, here we go. They're starting to line up side by side as they complete the formation lap. Okay, they're in that final sector. We've got a little bit of time. They're coming through the final corners. As number 35 looks to be a little bit out of position. That is Adam Al-Sheikh, who is pulling out there to have a look, it seems. Last quick look at the chat before the action comes in. Do I have time? Let's see. They've got a couple more corners to go. So, Adam, Amar Tabaza, Palestine's great champ, Ronaldo, Venter, and Finn, Seeable, Razka. Let's go, Jack. Thank you, Pezzuto, for getting in there and rooting for me. But I'm not racing today, and I would firmly be in the Masters category with my current age. Let's go through the final turn then. Side by side. Number 3 is tapping his cart already. We haven't even begun. The red lights are on top of your screen. The first race of the day for round 4, Cremona, Iame, Italy. Racing Formula Series is away, and the lights go out as they all go swooping down in towards turn 1. The fast right-hander of 1 and 2. Someone bounced over the curb there in the mid-pack, and they throw it down to the double apex hairpin of 3 and 4. A nice smooth left-hander for turn 5 as they now go swooping into the S of 6 and 7. We've got a few 3 wide at the back there. They're going to want to sort themselves out before they get to the S. And look at this, going on the defensive down towards turn 8. Number 18 down the inside. It's Mikhail Phineas takes the lead into turn 8 on lap 1. What a late break send. Plenty of grip out there in this heat. What a fantastic move on number, I think it's 39, Mason Brody. It is 39 in second place. Sorry, Brody Mason. Got those names the wrong way round, but you knew what I was saying. The number 18 versus 39 right now. Your leaders flying through, and there is number 3 and 21 also. Jack Wolf in P3. Now you can see it on your screens as they come across the line down towards turn 1 to start their next lap with 7 minutes remaining. It's Phineas, Mason, Wolf, and Basilamar there in P4. Tomotin in P5. Up 3 places is the number 21 into P4. He is our biggest mover on the grid. Amazing stuff. Adam Al-Sheikh lost 3 places at the start. He's got Berger just up the road, 1/10 in front. Number 20 versus number 30 there. And they come down, sorry, number 22 just behind number 30 as they were coming down towards turn 8. Now, in towards 9 and 10, the fast left-hander. Now they're starting to push. I told you about this earlier. Jack Wolf now up into second place as they come through the double hairpin. And it is still Phineas leading. Number 18, Mikhail Phineas. Round through the final turn, onto the back straight. Keep an eye on Jack Wolf because he is now in second place and he's starting to push. He sets the fastest lap. He's in the toe of your leader. And now they're coming through into the double hairpin of 3 and 4. There's the fastest lap confirmation on your screen. Holds the defensive line, he made a move for it. Jack Wolf up into the lead. Through the corner he goes, into the left-hander of 6, up through the right-hander of 7, and we have a new race leader. Jack Wolf, number 3 then, leading down towards turn 8, but Phineas is coming back down the inside of turn 8, gets it done 39, Mason having a little look as well to try and get involved, but holds on to P3. They're side by side for 5th and 6th there. That's Tomotin and Berger just behind. And now your leaders coming through into the technical section of Sector 3. I imagine we're going to see them swapping over left, right and centre. There's a move for P3. That's Basilamar on Mason in the background. They can't fight too much because these two are going to run away with it. And now look, you've got 6 carts fighting for the final podium spot in match 1 of the day with 5 minutes remaining. There's a bit of a gap to the train behind, but we got plenty of action in this front train. Down towards 3 and 4. Still swapping over there in the mid-pack. Jack Wolf looking to go around the outside of turn 5 as they head down towards 6 now. Number 18, Phineas still leads. Is Jack Wolf going to return the favour? Keep an eye on the greeny yellow car, blue as well, down towards turn 8. And no, he's chosen not to attack this time. Unlike that driver there that was in P5, someone's just moved up to P5. I think that's Timotin or Adam Al-Sheikh has just made a move in towards turn 8. But it is still Phineas leading the way. It looks like Wolf is going to work together to try and build a little bit of a gap as there's 4 minutes remaining. They need to push each other away from the people behind. Oh, Brown, a 3-second penalty for number 42. He's in P8 at the moment. That's interesting. Straight away, that's what came up on the screen. Number 22 is now, that's Berger in 3rd. Came out of nowhere. He's moved up a few positions. It was Adam Al-Sheikh who moved up into P5 also. Berger sets the fastest lap with a 57.0. Number 47 looking down the inside, making contact with 27. That's Rabani and Preble. Look at them fighting through. Number 2's getting involved. That's Reggiani as well. Down towards 6 they go into the left-hander. Wow, there's fights all over the place, but it is still Phineas, Wolf and Berger, your top 3. Mason in P4 and Adam Al-Sheikh back up into P5 then. Boss in number 38, P9, has gained 8 positions in this race in 5 minutes. Fantastic stuff. Don't know how he did it, but there we go. Now, in towards the hairpins again, still fighting and swapping over. Man, I thought they were going to sit single file and just push each other around and then just start attacking on the final lap. That's the common karting mentality. But the under 10s saying, no, Jack, you are wrong. I'm going to fight tooth and nail every corner, every lap, as Timotin sets the fastest lap. And do you know what, boys and girls? I'm not going to apologise because this is the type of racing that I enjoy and I'm sure the audience enjoy as well. You know what? Keep us entertained, but just make sure you keep it together for the full 8-minute plus 1 lap race. Munch 1. This is only the first race of the day. Is my voice going to last for the full day as we see another move in towards turn 8? Was that 36 or 38? That might have been Boss making another move there in P8 at the moment he was. That might have been the move for P7 as we come swooping through. Just cut away as we saw the numbers there, and look at your leaders, it's getting close up there. Berger might be making a move on Wolf here for P2 as they're side by side. No, Berger slots back into P3 down towards turn 1, but the 4th and 5th drivers of Mason and Tomotin have definitely caught your top 3 now, who are in the same order. It's Phineas, Wolf, Berger, then Mason and Tomotin in P4 and 5, and it looks like Al-Sheikh and Basilamar have also caught this train. Your top 7 fighting it out within pretty much, well, Adam Al-Sheikh actually, all of them within a second. There we can see your top end of the grid. Jack Wolf down the inside in towards turn 8. Swoops in, gets it done. Berger on the outside of turn 9. Slots back in, tries to defend from Tomotin there as they go through. Number 22, and we can see number 22 in 3rd place. Look at this, 22 down the inside. Berger, oh, they're swapping left, right instead of Phineas gets the lead back. Wow! That was opportunistic. Through there into the final turn. I don't know who's going to come out of this in the lead. Jack Wolf drops like 4 positions in 1 corner. Unbelievable stuff. Phineas has somehow come out still in front after all of that shuffling around. And Berger in number 22 is now in 2nd place, up 4 positions from where he started. 1 minute remaining before the extra lap gets added. And let's have a look then at what's going to happen. 21, Basilamar down the inside, looking to gain some positions, trying to get back up into 6th place. Now starts defending from 42, that looks like. That's Brown. If it was 42, the number's just in the distance. It is 42 versus 21. That's Basilamar versus Brown. So Brown must have gained a few positions in that last lap. either that or Basalamar has dropped a few, but Phineas is still leading the way. And it is no longer Berger in P2 either. That is Mason in the number 39 car in second place. So Phineas leading as they come down across the line. You'll see the timing tower update as they cross the line now to confirm that Mason is in second, Berger third, Wolf fourth, Adam Al-Sheikh up into fifth, Timotin sixth, Basalamar seventh, and Boss in the number 38 is up into P8. Venter to Baza rounding off your top 10. Now into the left-hander they go. Right-hander of 7 down the back straight. Berger looks over his shoulder, defending from Wolf, 35 as well. Adam Al-Sheikh defending from Timotin. He follows them through. Now, we've got an exit fight. Number 30, Adam Al-Sheikh bounces over the curb, and 30, Timotin gets it done. The curbs are violent here, and that's what would have ruined Adam Al-Sheikh's run. Whoa! Phineas and number 39, Mason, side by side. There's more contact with Berger and Mason, and that's going to give Phineas a good lead with the 1 lap now. Oh, this is perfect for Phineas, who's led most of this race. This is exactly what he wanted. It's the last lap board shown. This is where they start fighting more. Can you believe it? Jack Wolf, Berger, Mason, second, third, and fourth. Look down the inside. Berger does contact. He's out. Berger on the grass. They've made contact, and Mason goes with him. Jack Wolf, not for Berger and Mason, who will get confirmation of the results shortly. And there you can see the order they came into the pit lane is pretty much the order initially of your top 3. That was amazing. If that's what we're going to expect for most of today, I'm going to need a few more waters brought up to me by everybody. This is getting warm up here. Here we go. So Phineas, your winner. Jack Wolf confirmed as second place with Timotin. Baby Race Driver Academy a 1-3 for that team. Timotin in third place. But wow, what a finish. I told you the last lap is where they fight more. And wow, what an example. So that is not the provisional results, as we saw Mason and Berger off the circuit. Jack Wolf, essentially everybody moving up 2 positions from what was shown on the screen. We got some more people in chat. I hope Sybil won. Yalla Adam, go Adam Al-Sheikh. Sybil.
So, our P1 for Manche won. That was intense. You had to fight maybe 3-4 drivers at the same time. As soon as you got over with one fight, another driver tried to come in and take your position. And the fight between you and Jack in the midway point, that was one intense one. You had a 0.12 gap between each other. That is intense. And I saw you looking over your shoulder to see how the other drivers were. When you were going through all that, how do you manage to keep a look in the back and still keep it moving forward?
So I had the gap on the last lap I saw, and I saw I could win, and yeah, I just.
When was it in the race that was definite that this is going to be my win to take home?
On the last lap when I had the gap, because then obviously they would be fighting, because now they wouldn't be able to come P1, but maybe they could come P2.
And when it comes to driving, what's your driver instinct if you see someone right on your tail? Is it to create a bigger gap and push your tires, or is it to limit your tire use and just keep on defending?
Depends what driver is. Like if it's my teammate and he's fast, then I would open but he wouldn't take the inside. So we just push that. But then when it's the other team, then I defend.
Brilliant job. I hope to see you back in P1 in your next race. Fantastic. And Jack, that's from Phineas. He did it phenomenal on the track. What's your thoughts?
You asked him about his mentality after, when did he know he was going to win, and he said it, well, when the other two made a little bit of contact, I guess. When they start fighting, this is why we see so many drivers stay in a train for so long. I told you I expected some of the drivers to sort of just work together, to pull away from the people behind, and then they wait till the last lap before they start sending it. And that is exactly why, because when you had, 8, 9, 10 carts all in a train still on the final lap, and you're battling every lap, it keeps everybody bunched up together. And then if the unfortunate happens and 2 of you come to blows, as Mason and Berger did just then, the pain is a lot worse, because if you can get back on the track, you've already lost about 10 positions because everyone was so close together. So it's as simple as that. Yeah, so we've got the next race coming up now, Manche 1 of the mini category. And loads of comments in the chat now. Thank you guys for all, and girls, for all coming in the chat saying hello. Adam El Sheikh got plenty of fans, so put that Drivers of the Day link back in there. Let's see if we can get some votes for our young drivers before we start the X30 mini race. They are doing their formation lap at the moment. We've got some Go Amar comments, Go DRM Team Malaysia, and they're already, look at this is a late lineup. Did you see how they were single file before they even got towards turn 11 and 12? Now they're bunching up ready. The minis ready to go. Your minis are number 100 to 199. Got a bit of a gap there to the last cart. We've got some people, Denver Boss, the Flying Dutchman, P17 to P5, said Angelina. That was from the previous race. Ilafini, Turbo, Pedro, let's go. Right, here we go now then. The mini race, X30 Mini. 8 minutes again, plus 1 lap. The red lights are on. Round 4 of Iame, Italy. Formula Series, away they go. The green lights are on. And the start is not a full start, so they are racing down towards turn 2. I thought the gaps looked a little bit spread, and they start attacking in towards turn 3 and 4. Here they go, swooping into 5. Number 140 leads the way. That's Max Zvaric, who started on pole position. 133 currently in third. That's Guido Abigenu, who I think's lost 1 position at the start. And a little bit of a dent in the bumper of number 139. That's Isaac Hayuti, El Hayuti there in second place, who probably had a bit of contact near the start. Guido Abigenu back up into P2 now as they swoop in to the left-hander of 9 and 10. The double hairpins of 11 and 12 coming right up before they head into the long sweeping right of 13, 14 and 15. 7 minutes remaining, the first lap about to come to a close. And this already, can you believe it, calmer than the previous race. There is a load of trains here, and now we're going to see confirmation of your full order and how that first lap went for everybody. We've got a few movers on the grid, being people who gained positions and lost positions. Garcia up 1 into P4. Warakitsapachu in P5 has moved 2 places up. Diamantino is up to P8, up 1 position, overtaking Hasue. And we have Massin, Voce both up 2 places. Ferreira is up 3 places. Caceres there has lost 3. Stefano Fenu, spoke to him earlier after qualifying, wasn't happy, said it wasn't that good, but he's gained 2 positions on the start already. And then we've got O up 2 positions into 22nd, then De Leon, Distazo, Gilmore and Kevorkian there, rounding off the field at the moment. Only 7 seconds back among the field spread. 26 drivers in this class. And there we can see Guido Abigenu and, swapping over across the line, Abigenu and El Hayuti. The graphic there showing your second and third driver. El Hayuti now in second place. Steindl, though, is who set the fastest lap of 56.7. And I am blind because I can't see on the... there he is, P11. Steindl setting the fastest lap. But Zvaric still leads. The gap coming down. 104 making a move on 122. That's Cueto on Warakitsapachu then. Moving up into P4 did Mr. Cueto. 104 now in P4. He can try and chase down your top 3. Guido Abigenu currently in third. Hayuti in second. Zvaric still leading the way. These guys teammates by the looks of it, both in the Driver Academy karts, the Baby Driver Academy karts. Baby Race, sorry, I keep saying Baby Driver. I think it's because of that film. Not to give that a shout out, but there we go. Baby Race Academy, not Baby Driver Academy. Here we go, swooping into the hairpins. Guido Abigenu will be looking to just, as I said, sort of sit there and just wait and hold on to these two until the final lap to try and capitalize on anything. And we've got Craig saying, go Oliver, make a mark on your Cremona debut. go. So 140 still leading around these final turns. In through 13, 14 and 15 then. The gap 1/10 of a second last time they crossed the line. Here they come to approach the halfway phase. 140 ducking down behind the steering wheel to reduce the drag. Throws it into the fast right-hander of 1. Pretty much flat out before they enter turn 2 and then braking in towards turn 3. This track, a lot of long, what we call long corners, where your body just goes through the same amount of G-force for quite a sustained period of time. 1, 2 and 3, all right-handers. So your left side of the body really getting it as the cart digs into your left rib through that section. And then you chuck it into a left-hander, so it swaps over to the right side of your body, and then there's another left-hander, so your right side keeps it, and then 2 lefts, 2 rights, so it goes back to your left side of the body, and then another long sweeper, turns 9 and 10, a long left-hander, so the right side of your body get digging in, and then of course the final section, we've just seen them come through, a fantastic fast triple right-hander again. Right now they're all filled with energy and strength as it is the start of the day, although it is the hottest point of the day. It is currently 1:40 p.m. It's the highest temperatures we should be feeling, and then hopefully it will start to cool down in the next couple of hours for the drivers, but of course fatigue will start to settle in. They'll start to get a little bit more tired. The tyres will start to get a little bit more worn, not warm, they're already warm, plenty warm. Plenty of heat in those tyres right now. The track will get grippier. We spoke to some of the drivers on the dummy grid earlier. One of them said, actually, the grippier the circuit is, the more difficult it is to turn. Essentially, they don't have power steering, but I was going to say, essentially, your power steering gets turned off the more grip there is on the circuit. Of course, they don't have power steering in the go-karts. In any of the categories, one of the most raw forms of motorsport as we see these three. That's 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Theo Steindl and Luca Mercura. And Mercura getting attacked by 153, pushed over the aggressive curb there on the X. He's going to get forced wide again onto the grass, is he? Oh, he keeps it though. Looks over his shoulder in frustration, I reckon. 153, Hosue sits behind and waits. And now look at the gap to Steindl. Steindl was right there a second ago. They were fighting Steindl, both of them. They fought for 1 corner. Was that 1 corner or 2 corners? And look at the gap that Steindl has now. He's now safe. That's all it takes. This is why we see them start to work together and sort of sit with each other. Because just 1 overtaking spot. They were side by side for 1 or 2 corners as someone's gone wide on the final turn and losing out. It looks like they're going slowly. It's 1-3-1. That's Abbas Wibowo's lost a few positions there. He's going to drop down the order. And look at this, 140 trying to switch back on 133. That's Evgenyi against Svaric. This is your lead fight. Svaric back in the lead. 133 under pressure from Hayuti. El Hayuti down in towards turn 1. They're working together. Evgenyi down to P4 then. And Hayuti and Cueto, I think that is, working together. Yes, it is. Hayuti and Cueto working together to make their way up into the podium spots. And keep an eye on P5, who's down the inside of turn 7. P5 moves up also. That's Wara Kitsapacho in number 122, past Evgenyi, who's dropped into P5 then. Number 140, Svaric back in the lead, leading the way. He's led pretty much from start to finish. Started this race on pole position. Through they go in towards the final section. And we're getting close to the end of the timer, which means your +1 lap will be starting to show shortly. 139 looking down the inside, late on the brakes for El Hayuti, who retakes the position from Wara Kitsapacho. Down into the final section. Has Evgenyi lost the pace, or is he waiting? Waiting for another opportunity. These guys are racing. They may be teammates, but they still want the position. Emergenyi's coming through. Down the inside. Emergenyi back up into P4. That was down the inside of turn 14. Can you believe it? 122. Warakitsapacho next up on Emergenyi's list for P3. Can Emergenyi get the podium down the inside of turn 3 or 4? Gives him a bit of a nudge from behind. Not enough to unsettle the car. Into turn 5, takes the inside line to defend from behind, but also attack at the same time down the inside of 6. 139, back up into P4. Get a better exit out the final turn. Svaric has done enough. Swooping into the final right. As we see the drivers pull in, there is your winner, Svaric. 1-4-0. Max representing Thailand. There's confirmation of that also, the Thailand flag. Max Svaric, Baby Race Driver Academy. It's a 1-2-3 for one of the biggest teams in the paddock. They've got many drivers across all of the categories, as Zara said earlier. Svaric, Cueto, Warakitsapacho, your top 3. 2 Thailand flags and an American flag on the podium. And here we go, the rest of the order. It was El Hayuti and Guido Emergenyi there in P4 and 5. Then it's Steindl and Garcia, Makura and Hisue, and Diamantino, your top 10. Then it's Thomas Pretelt. Wibowo we saw off the track earlier representing India. He dropped a few positions just there on the last few laps. Then it's Saritha Ranakal, Koze, Ghani, Massin, Kakaris, Ferreira, Voce and De Leon, your full order. Let's go to Zara to speak to our winner.
Stavric, you managed to keep a gap from the start. You didn't let anyone pass by you. But there was a battle happening between P2 and P3. At one point, El Haouti was 0.065 behind you. Do you look behind when this is happening?
When that is happening with other drivers, then yes. But when it's with the teammates, I don't really look behind because my coach and manager always shows me what to do.
That's amazing. You did a phenomenal job, and I hope to see you back at P1 next race. But we can go straight to the pre-grid where we can see the next class for junior and also the lady classification. Let's take a look. Let's get going. Pre-grid. Pre-grid time now. We don't have time, but they're starting now. Best of luck.
Nearly made it, Zara. So all the carts straight out on the circuit. The number 200s, can you all remember what class is the 200s? It is, of course, the juniors. Eros Salvade in the chat says hello. Go Pedro says Mariposa. Mark Ristic is cheering for you. Go Oliver. Oh, I read that one already. Go Oliver, make a mark on your Cremona debut. So now we've gone up a level to the juniors. It's the S125 engine on display. 10-minute race now, plus 1 lap. And look at the aggressive weaving to get that temp into the tyres. 2 fantastic races so far. And I'm sure more to come. This is just Manche 1. Can you believe it? Let's have a vote for driver of the day. We'll put the link into the chat. Pick your favorite. Who are you rooting for? If you click that link, you can vote for any of the drivers out there today. And you will be able, they should be able to win a prize. And of course, thank you to all of our sponsors for making this broadcast possible. We'll go through that list again after the junior races. They're coming round to the final corner now, getting ready to start. The marshals slowing them down. Shout out to the marshals and the scrutineers and all the flag wavers out there and the media crew. I can see some cameramen out there as well. It is hot outside, so they deserve a shout out as well. Here they come, the juniors then. Down the tram lines and the red lights are on and away they go. Green. It's the first race of the day for your juniors. 10 minutes begins as they swoop in through 1 and 2 into the double right-hander. Someone looking right round the outside. That was opportunistic. Imagine if that worked. That would have been One of the overtakes of the day, I am certain, for number 249. That was looking around the outside. 249, Ludwig Granquist. We've spoken to him a couple of times, so he was looking for an ultimate move there around the outside for second place, that would have been. We've got Eros Salvade saying, I'm a huge fan. Giovanni Jr. is getting some representation in the chat as well from Daniela. Vote your driver of the day, people. Vote your driver of the day. Look at the gap between your top two and the rest of the fight already. 9 minutes remaining. Here we go then. Who's leading the way? It's 246 McClellan from Ravelli. And then Emma Boschetto and Granquist down to P4. Then it's Feldi, Shahanaj, Sapia, Ianuzzo, Lanza and Pizzonia. Your current top 10. And look side by side for the lead. 248 Ravelli slotting back into P2. So they had a bit of a gap to the train, and looks like Ravelli, just from having a little look, they've actually lost that gap already, and Emma Boschetto's right behind them now. Look at this whole train. They had, what was it, a second and a half already, and it's gone. It is all gone. Emma Boschetto right back up in your top two then. She defends the inside of 7 from the carts behind. There was a bit of contact there from Granquist and Feldi, I think that was behind. She's back up. She's up into second place, overtaking Ravelli there in the final section. And it's McClellan leading the way. Fastest lap to Emma Boschetto. 4 tenths behind. McClellan leading then. Ravelli down to P3. Granquist, contact for 232. Shahanaj and Ianuzzo there into turn 3 and 4. No one spun. All good. Just a bit of a bump. It wasn't even a bump and run because there was no advantage gain, but just a bit of a bump into the braking zone, that's all. And now your top 3 seemingly trying to break away from Feldi behind in P4. Number 244, I think for Ward Racing. I can see the blue and yellow cart there in the background. So, in towards the left-hander. And it is, I think, Granquist now down into P5 in the orange, just in the distance. So we're swooping into the final turns. Number 248, Ravelli, in third. Down the main straight they go. 246. Then it's 214 and 248. Yeah, it is Feldi. It's actually Sapia in P5. Granquist is down into P7 as Boschetto sets the fastest lap again. 51.0 the gap now. Whoa, that was opportunistic. Wu's got a meatball flag. For those that don't know, that is a mechanical failure of some sort. Unsafe to continue. He will have to come back to the pits when he sees it. I think he's got 1 or 2 laps to do so. 2 or 3 laps even, but we'll see when that happens. But look at this fighting in the mid-pack. 2-2-3, Ianuzzo defending, attacking, defending, attacking. It's constant here in the junior category. 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes remaining, and we've seen loads of swaps in that middle pack. McClellan, Boschetto, Ravelli trying to get away. 244 Feldi is closing the gap. He's now set the fastest lap. 1 second to go to the leader, and it is 251 Sapia, who is holding now effectively it's not the cork in the bottle because they're not being held up that much, but that's where the gap is. There's a 1 second gap from Feldi to Sapia, and then you've got Granquist, Lanza, Pizzonia, Ianuzzo, Shahanaj all in a train. Filippelli, Motorelli trying to get involved as well. In towards sector 3 they go. Go Camilla, says Eros Salvade. Go Frankie, says Mario Ianuzzo. That'll be for P9, 223, trying to move up. Plenty of positions. And there they go then. We're currently looking at 251, I think that was. And there's your leaders. It is 251, Sapia and Granquist. We can see in the red and white cart is Sapia, in the orange cart is Ludwig Granquist then. And then you had your top 4 just in the forefront of the shot. Granquist, fastest lap, 50.5 at the midpoint. Gets the position done. Also, he's passed Sapia by the looks of it. The orange suit now ahead of the red cart. Emma Boschetto holding on to P2. McClellan currently not under pressure, but Emma might be under pressure from Ravelli the closer it gets to the end of this race. And Feldi really... There you guys. I can see you getting active. Click that link. Pass the link around. Even if they don't win the race today, they could win driver of the day. Look at the lead that John McClellan has now. Emma Boschetto is going to have to go on the full defence soon from Ravelli. Orlando Ravelli, number 248, waiting for an opportunity. 3 minutes to go, and there's confirmation. John McClellan sets the fastest lap of 50.3. Can he hold on to that for the rest of the race? Through the midsection, into the final turn. Here they come down the main straight. Look at that. What's the gap going to be when they cross the line? 50.2, 1.1 seconds. John McClellan is on a flyer. He's got enough of a gap to start saving his tyres, to be honest. Don't forget, they've got to use this set for the full day. 242 currently in 24th place. Currently in second place. When they cross the timing line, you should see the timing tower update. Granquist trying to hold on and attack at the same time to third place. John McClellan gone. See you later. Race is John's unless he has a mechanical failure. Boschetto down to P5. Feldy second. Ravelli fourth. Granquist third. Timing tower not updating. Trust me. Granquist in second makes the move into turn 5. Granquist. Ludwig charging now. Feldy down to third, 248. Ravelli in fourth, looks to attack but gets defended by Feldy then. Number 244 holding on to third. Ludwig Granquist into 9 and 10. The fast sweeper. Can Emma Boschetto get any positions? We've got another lap after this. Opportunity may present itself, but John McClellan's lead just ever increasing here at Cremona for round 4. Look at that gap. That's over 2 seconds. Might be 3 seconds by now. Ludwig Granquist released. 244. Feldy, third place. Trying to hold on. Behind Feldy is Ravelli, who was in that podium spot for a while. He's going to want to try and get that back, as will Emma Boschetto, who's going to look to try and take advantage. And look in the background, Sapir has also closed in this late phase of the race. The next train, Lanza, Pizzonia, Shahanaj, Filippelli, Ianuzzo, all trying to close in on this fight for P2. John McClellan not in range by the looks of it. Timer 0. Last lap board shown. There you can see it. Oh, I've just noticed he's put a hat on. I thought he was going to stand out there all day without that hat on, but there we go. The sun got a bit too much. I was going to say, a strong man if he survived that whole day. I'm burning up in here and I'm not even in the sun. Ludwig Granquist. John McClellan sets the fastest lap. You've done enough, John. Relax, chill out. Save your tyres. It's a 3-second gap. Now the timing tower has updated. Last time it updated itself, it was a 3-second gap from McClellan to Granquist. We've got a split screen now as we watch your leader. Here he comes. 246. John McClellan takes the first victory of the day, and it's going to be Ludwig Granquist in P2. Ward Racing take victory then. 244, I think there in, that was Max Feldy, who did hold on to third place, which means Ravelli and Boschetto 4th and 5th. We'll go through the full order shortly. 246, John McClellan. Victory. Waving the American flag. Yellow flags out on the circuit as they all make their way back. And there you can see some of the drivers pulling up, ready for the scrutineering. Here's confirmation of your top 3. John McClellan, Ludwig Granquist, number 249, and then 244, Max Feldy. Your provisional results are as follows. It was Ravelli and Boschetto in P4 and 5, then Santino Sapia, Leonardo Lanza, Antonio Pizzonia, and Laurent Shahanaj, Francesco Ianuzzo. Your top 10. Then it was Zachary Slipchenko, Brian Filippelli, Tommaso Motorelli, and Camilla Amarotti in 14th place. Giovanni Junior Desani in P15, Jonas Pundis in P16, Jose Daniel de Blasio, Eduardo Franzoso, Abdul Razik Al Qureshi, Christian Logmata, Alessandro Santoni, Leonardo Tomatis, Matteo Tomaello, and Alessandro Pellegrino there in P24. Elio Mazzarotti, Francisco Rojas rounding off. Let's go down to Zara.
McKellen, you got 50.2 and you set the fastest lap not once, but twice. And so what went your way during that race out there?
I was able to keep the lead on the start of the race, but then I just gapped from the field. Don't know what happened. I think they just started battling, but yeah, we were able to gap away and win.
And when it came to, you're going really fast. There was a big gap between the P2 in the middle and almost around a 1.133 gap in the beginning with your P2 competitor. But did you push your tires way too much where it's going to be a struggle for the upcoming race?
No, I definitely felt like the tire pressures came in at the end, so I felt like I was going faster and faster every lap.
That's great, and it's getting hot on the track, which actually works in well with the tires for you guys, so well done. I hope to see you back for Manche 2, but let's go straight to the highlights to take a look. They're starting now. Best of luck. So Emma, 1.133 gap in the between with you and P1. Was there an opportunity for overtaking, but you didn't? And let me say that in Italian for Emma. Potove sorpassa.
Allora, i primi giri avevamo tanta velocità, però abbiamo un po' sbagliato la pressione delle gomme e quindi non abbiamo avuto il passo costante tutta la gara, perciò magari all'inizio ne avevo un po' di più, ma verso la fine non avevo il passo per sorpassare gli altri.
Thank you, grazie. I only understood gara, which means race, but that's from my end. Jack, it's back to you.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, picking it up. I told you she'll be fluent by the end of the day. That's very impressive. So, we're ready for our next race. It is the Master category. Manche 1, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. The oldest category on the grid. So whilst they get ready to line up, let's give a quick shout out. I said I would do it to our sponsors and partners here with Media Friends TV and Iame Series Italy Formula Racing, or Racing Formula. Keep getting that the wrong way around. I will fix that. Media Friends TV, Iame Italy, Racing Formula, Drivers Lab, Alpha San Resort, Van Impex, GoTel, Race Hub, GL Communication, Robbie Bubble, Valm, Chorus Group and Tattoos. Shout out to all of them for making this possible, and shout out to all of you for watching and supporting. Don't forget to get in that chat and vote for your driver of the day. It's the first time Media Friends TV is here in Italy. We're super excited. If you can't tell from my voice, I'm super excited and I'm ready for plenty more racing. Don't know if the voice will last till the end of the day, but I will try my best. If the racing is like this all day, tomorrow I'm just going to be silent because the Masters are about to begin. Manche 1, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And here they go, down across the line, green flag. Whoa, what a wobble. Did you see that wiggle in towards turn 1? I think that was, so reaction times for drivers, right, is key. And I think that was just what an indecisive moment looks like from someone who has super strong reactions. Could he turn in, could he not? We saw a lot of passion in this class earlier for pole position, 6:07. 6:07 is Nicholas Pizzardo. Got pole position, fist bumped the air, was super happy with his lap time, and now leading the way from number 677, Zani Gianni, as they throw themselves into that third sector. Zani Gianni was the one wiggling at the start, trying to work out whether to turn in or not, but there was a kart there on his inside. Here's confirmation of your top three pulling away already. Rota, that's Matteo Domenico Rota there in P3, number 652. Pizzardo, fastest lap. 8 karts on the Masters category. 2.6 seconds separating them. Essentially it's the S125 engine again, according to the specification earlier. But I would assume the fastest karts or the highest powered karts throughout the series, as this is the oldest category. And then, no offense to the drivers, of course, but being the oldest and therefore probably the tallest and maybe the most, let's put it in a polite way, the most muscle mass. They're obviously the heaviest drivers also, so the more power but a little bit more weight than essentially the seniors. But they might make their lap times fairly similar, because obviously the seniors being a bit lighter with less power. Same engines, S125 engines. Pizzardo in control, 677 Zani looking over the shoulder at number 652 Rota, but not under threat just yet. And don't forget, the older the driver gets, the wiser, some would say. Not necessarily always the case, but most of the time. They've gone through the most experience. They are the most experienced drivers, technically, which means we may see less, how do I put this one? We may see less impulsive decisions in terms of overtaking and more, I don't want to say smarter driving, because that's not the way. If an impulsive decision presents itself, I think most drivers go for it anyway. But we might just see a more reserved driving until the sharp end of the race. 7 minutes remaining, and at the moment, nothing doing, as it's said sometimes. But it does look like Mr. Rota is within reach and close enough to do something. As I say that, though, that gap, it's actually switching around per sector, because that gap came down, extended in that sector there, in sector 2, and it came down to Pizzardo, your leader. We'll see when they cross the line. It was 4 tenths last time out, 7 tenths to Rota in third. It is still 4 tenths, but 8 tenths to Rota in third. But Pini is setting the fastest lap in P5. Riccardo Pini, number 654, twice in a row, set the fastest lap now. And there he is, chasing down Monacci in P4. Number 656, Andrea Monacci. 1.7 seconds back. No move yet for Pini, but it'll come. It looks like this is the most sizable option across the grid out of the 8 drivers then. Down through the middle sector. Nice shot of the Cremona circuit. 10, here we go, 654. We're looking at P5, getting ready to attack. P4, looking at a lot of hands leaning over to the right side of the karts. We saw it in the junior race. Emma Boschetto was doing it. I think Ravelli was doing it also. And now we're seeing P8, Pedrana. Marco Pedrana also putting their hand over to the right-hand side. That is where the engine is. The radiator is on the left side. And here we go then. Pizzardo, 6 tenths to gap now, so he's extending. 654, Pini and Monacci. I think they've swapped over. Have they swapped over? No, they're back as they were. So they are going to fight. It looks like they're going to fight very soon. Monacci is looking over his shoulder. He knows that Pini is there. And Pizzardo sets the fastest lap again. So that gap now is going to extend. 1 second the lead. Oh, there's an opportunistic overtake. He went for it in towards turn 5. I actually said that on my track walk, so I didn't think many people would try it, but he gave it a go. It didn't work this time. He was a little bit closer. Then I think that move would have pulled off. Remember, it's a double hairpin, so most of the time, if you're trying to set a quali lap, you're basically going to open up the left-hander of turn 5 to get a better exit towards turn 6. But if you've got someone right behind you, like Manacci and Pini, they will just... They might take that opportunity, as we saw Pini try it. He's not close enough this time. I think this will be even more opportunistic than the last attempt. Yeah, it slots in behind, as I thought. I'm actually going to give a shout out to someone who's not on the grid today, but who does race in the Masters category due to age. In the Iame UAE series, he's popped me a message. Although it should be in the YouTube chat, but I won't tell him off if he's messaging me personally. It's fine. Masters are just kids with adults' money. That was me saying earlier that adults can do it. Can do kart racing also, and that was his response. Masters are just big kids, basically. But no, as we saw the passion with Pizzardo. He was very happy about pole position, and I'm sure now that his pressures have come alive, that he is going to be happy about his P1 at the moment. At the moment, he can do no wrong. He's just setting fastest lap after fastest lap, and he's actually, Alexandros has sent me another message. He's telling me what they're doing when they hold their hand over to the right-hand side. It says they are adjusting the jettings in the carbs while driving. Is that a thing? Must be a thing. I trust his words. I've said it now, so it's out there in the universe. Must be interesting, actually, to adjust things. Even the kids are doing it. That's amazing stuff to see them adjusting stuff on the fly. But that might be why we see some differences in speed throughout the race. One of the drivers earlier in the interview with Zara was saying that the pressures came alive at the end. That was when he started saying, I think it was John McClellan, started saying fastest lap after fastest lap at the end. I'm surprised it took so long for the tyres to come alive, because the temperature is just unbelievable. And that's what I like to see. We've got Leo saying go Feldy, go John, go Camilla from Elvos Salvade also. Sevilla said 6-7 in the chat. We need to put a limit on that phrase throughout the day, like a watershed type thing. I know it's not a rude word, but the kids love this phrase. Random phrase, means nothing, has literally zero meaning. Flying in P1 in his brightly coloured livery, blue, yellow and coloured livery, blue, yellow and red, often associated, I'm assuming it's a Fernando Alonso car, as that is the racing colours. I just don't want the assumption to be wrong. That's why I'm saying assuming. But I could say, is that not an FA logo also on the race suit? Which would be extremely coincidental. Testing my knowledge now, deep in the brain. I'm scratching. Pizzardo absolutely in control. He can relax now, I think. It's 2.3 seconds the gap. Zani 6.77 in P2. Rota P3, number 6.52, 3.6 seconds back. And actually they're closing in. It looks like... No, sorry, they're closing in on P2. The leader is gone. P4 and 5, Manici and Pini in the same order this whole time. This is the last lap of the race. They have not they have not swapped positions yet. So it looks like Pini did not get that move done throughout the 10 minutes. I'm sure we'll see more action from those two later on throughout the day, whilst their tyres start to die off. Here we go. Here he comes. Get ready for the fist bump in the air. 6.07. Pizzardo wins Manche 1. Nicholas Pizzardo takes victory from Gianni Zani in P2, 6.77. And look at that. They did swap over on the last lap. Did I jinx that for Manici? It's Pini in P4 and Manacci, in P5. holding up his hand. Was that the celebration, or was that letting people know that he's coming into the pits? That's a universal, I think. Ah, there we go. It was coming into the pits. It wasn't the celebration just yet. Universal language. Hold up your right arm, or your left arm if you're left-handed, to let people behind you know that you are boxing. 6'4", still on the track at the moment. That is Marco Pedrana. And there's confirmation of your top three. It's Nicholas Pizzardo, Gianni Zani, and Domenico Rota, or Matteo Domenico Rota. And the rest of your order is as follows. That one, no, pause, redo. It'll come up. We're going to go down into the pit lane very shortly. You can see the 400s getting ready. I'm going to ask you, chat, once again, what do the 400s mean? Which class is this? It is your S125 seniors. Who are you rooting for? Let's go down to Zara in the paddock.
So Nicholas, you were P1 in qualifying, and now he's currently, from the last few rounds, he is P4 with 139 points. I'm sure after the Cremona circuit, he's going to be up that leaderboard. But I want to catch a quick word with Nicholas. Nicholas, welcome back to the interview grid. P1, again, amazing. So, I have one question, and I hope someone translates it behind, but I just wanted to ask, what did your team get right today?
I drive in my team. È meglio in italiano? È il nostro team, sì.
Your team?
Noi che si fa tutto,
Contente?
il motore, tutto, il mio padre che si fa un piccolo preparazione nel motore, ma sono felice. 27 anni di competizione, adesso felice.
Grazie. I think the senior category already started, so if we want to catch a quick view of the senior categories, and they're off. I can never catch them. They're way too quick for me. But that's for you, Jack, to take a look.
Very much. Good to hear from our winners, at least. Don't worry about catching the extremely quick. It's just one after the other. It's fully intense here. Iame Series Italy, racing formula. And away they go, the seniors. They're on their formation lap. And it's about to get lively. This is the last Manche 1. After this, you will never guess what's next. Manche 2. That's right. So now, after all of that, we get to do it all over again. And then, after that, one more time, all over again for the finals. And the finals is where it gets feisty, if it wasn't feisty enough already. Okay, so your S125 seniors formation lap coming round the final section in towards getting ready to line up. It's been an action-packed day. Manche 1 about to come to a close. What's next, guys? Manche 2. But first of all, this final race. And then, of course, after Manche 2, we get to do it a third time for the finals, which is where all the action will kick off. Here we go. Double, side-by-side, double lines into the tram lines. You can see, effectively, these train tracks on the main straight. Left and right side, they all stay single file until the lights go out, and away they go. Green here at Iame Serial, bouncing over the curve. I said not to touch that inside curve. It's huge. We saw, well, I think it was P5, the red and white kart there, bouncing over the turn 1 curve as they threw it in towards turn 2. There's a very nice white and chrome blue kart out there that just caught my eye in my peripheral vision as they went through in towards turn 6. But down in through turn 8 now, the key overtaking opportunity in towards turn 9 and 10, swooping around this long left-hander into the double hairpin of 11 and 12 before heading into the triple right-hander of 13, 14 and 15. All single file and very calm from your top 10. A 10-minute race plus 1 lap. It is 4:01 leading the way. Your 4:01 is Ferrero. It is Mark Granada Ferrero. He's leading from Frigg, from Krasauskas, from Sofia Pavajna as they go through the next section, sector 2 then. Is he trying to pull away? 4:01, 4:02. Krasauskas now up into second then. He's passed Frigg. And your teammates, I think their teammates, looks very similar. Down towards 9 and 10. Into the left-hander they go. Vajna looking to take advantage. Sofia, you've got Gutierrez there, Mumina, Maya, Rangetti, Paulin and Tegon are rounding off your top 10. Tegon and Sainz up 4 places. But what's more impressive than that, let's give a shout out to P17 424 Sheriali, who was up 10 places but now down, lost 2 on that last lap, so only up 8 places now. As we see Pavajna and a few drivers swapping over. 4-5-2, Gutierrez trying to hold on. Look at the defensive battling going on behind for Mumina, Maya and Rangetti in a train of 3. Oh, I thought someone was going to look down the inside of 9 through there. That would have been risky as it's a flat-out left-hander and they don't want to do it so early with 7 minutes remaining. If you lose out now, you'll lose a lot of places. As they try and get up through the left. 4.06 down the inside of 1 and 4.31 down the inside of 4.52 is Pavashna defending, holding the inside line in towards 3 and 4. And Prudnikova sets the fastest lap, number 4.35. She's currently in P13, just 4.4 seconds back. As they all head down towards turn 8 once again. A nice rounded hairpin in turn 8, nice and smooth. You can chuck it in, carry it round. There's a nice subtle camber flow to some of the corners around this Cremona circuit. Camber meaning, or positive camber meaning that the track leans in towards the apex, which means if you chuck it in there, the track should help you and grip you round in towards. But also if you overdo it, it will step out your kart, because of course karts tend to have both rear wheels spinning at the same speed. So if you overcook it, you will slide through that corner, and essentially sliding is slow. So you don't want to do that. 6 minutes remaining, your top 2 starting to pull away now. Ferrero, Krasauskas in control, 1.3 seconds, or 1 second ahead really of Frigg, if you look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd. Pavajna holding on to P4 with Meyer in P5, Gutierrez P6, Rangetti, Paulin, Sainz and Tegon still rounding off your top 10. P9 Sainz up 6 places and Sheriali back up 10 places then into P17. But just behind Campello and the Veterato. So more places to be gained for Sheriali. Sarmiento looks to have retired, number 455 in the pits. Back to your leaders. That's the physical gap between your top 7. And then a bit more of a gap from Rangetti to Sainz, whilst they now try and close that up. 5 minutes remaining, halfway through this race. And a little bump there from 450. Looks like they were going to commit to the inside, to be honest. I'm sure it was 450, and here we go, side by side, chucks it into the right, 407, oh, contact on the dirt, looking over to the right, defensive line in towards turn 1. I think that's Alcata in the middle of that. Here they come down towards turn 1, and still fighting, 419 and 448, 449 going down the inside. This is O'Connor, Visway and Tian fighting it out back here. But I'm sure it was one of the Gisolo drivers who went off there on that final turn, kicking up the dust. Be a great slow motion shot that, if they can get that and replay that later on. Just realised my T's not being pronounced in typical British fashion. Don't worry, you can all do your best impression, won't get offended. Sofia Pavajna sets fastest lap. That'll be coming up on your screen shortly. There it is, 48.7 for number 431. We went for an onboard lap with Sofia at the beginning of the day as we got taken round Cremona circuit with one of the onboard cameras. as they all slot single file in towards turn 8 now. So, there's a move there in the background. Look at that, down the inside, 454 on 402. That was opportunistic. I don't think I've seen an overtake there just yet, but that was Frigg on Krzauskas. Frigg up into P2, Krzauskas down to P3, and Pavajna well within reach now of a second place. In towards the next section they go. I'm on the exit. It's, no, I'm wrong there. It's still close enough. There's 418 versus 411. That's Sainz and Rangetti. And back with your leader, 401. That's the physical gap then between first and second and third shown on your screen. Not close enough yet for any sends, with 1 minute remaining on the clock before the extra lap gets added. And 401 throwing it into the final sector. 1 minute remaining. So will there be one lap or will there be two laps? Take your guess. They're doing 50 seconds lap, so it might be another 2 laps for Ferrero. Should have said under 50 seconds there. But don't forget, throughout the whole day, you can vote your driver of the day. Best to get it done early. And we can see who's winning throughout. Of course, it will be announced at the end of the day after all the action, but you can vote now for whoever you're supporting. 401 right now in full control, and he's going to cross the line with about, as predicted, about 8 seconds remaining, which means there is 2 laps to go for Ferrero. Confirmation again of your order. It's Ferrero, Frigg, Pavajna, then it's Krzauskas, Maya, Gutierrez, Sainz, Rangetti. Moving up, and Prudnikova, who was setting fastest laps earlier on, she's moved up 1 position from the start. And do you know what? According to that timing tower, there's only been, from qualifying, there's only been 1 change of position in all of this time, after all that action. That's insane. Everybody slotted back into where they were, but there's another change of position. 452 down the inside, trying to get some more moves done. 452 is Gutierrez fighting 406. Now O'Connor, we saw out the race, 25th place is in the pits. I'm guessing Kamutsi not timed because of age, of course. 6 to 8 years old, these guys, but it does not mean that they won't race each other. We saw a lot of Malaysian fans in the chat earlier, and actually on that subject, because although I've never been to Malaysia, I would love to go to Malaysia. I haven't been yet, maybe one day. I've heard that it gets quite humid and hot out there, and yeah, I feel like that's where I am right now in this box. There is I reckon it's cooler outside, actually. I reckon it is cooler outdoors. So here we go. Oh, I think we might have had just looking at the chat, everybody start coming back, and we start to begin the X30 baby class. Here we go. No times, no positions, but not shy of racing. Where's the Johan fan club? Let's have a check on the YouTube chat. Make sure everybody is still with us. Let me know. I'll tell you what, we spoke about countries earlier, where you're watching from. Of course, right now we're in Italy. Broadcast. Oh, yeah, I was going to say that looks like it might be a spin. There was a spin there in the distance. It's number 823. And I'll tell you exactly why that happened, because I just caught the kick of dust as he got onto the brakes. That is Enea Cucciarolo. Sorry, I don't know why. The Italian accent is contagious. I heard Zara doing it earlier in all of those special interviews. now I'm starting to do it with some of the names. But yeah, going for a spin there. Why did that happen? Why did we see that kick up of dust? Well, it looks like just misjudged the width of the track ever so slightly, and his left wheels would have been over the edge where the grass is. Now, if you brake on that grass, essentially one of your wheels is not, your rear wheel, which is where the brake is not going to have as much grip as the right wheel, which is on the tarmac where all the rubber is. So what would have happened is one side of the cart had more grip than the other, and it would have just spun the cart around. You can save it, of course, and it looked like Enea attempted to, but sometimes if it's so aggressive, you won't save it. And unfortunately, well, he didn't catch the slide, but he's also not out of phase 4. There's nearly a little bit of contact there from 815. That is George Sataridze. So, this is the name that I definitely said wrong earlier. Sataridze is what I'm going to go with for now. As they all come down the main straight side by side. Let's check in with the chat, see who is watching with us. Yeah, it does look like everyone is back now to say hello. Where is it gone? Here we go. Show all messages. Johan Fan Club for sure is here. Johan's fans are here. Go, go, Johan. DRM Malaysia. Yeah, so they are still watching. I knew you were there. I was just checking. Just checking you're still awake. Of course. I'm hoping that if not me, that the drivers are keeping you entertained. But yeah, as I was saying, I don't know if I was saying it when in the downtime, but Malaysia. What a hot and humid country sometimes, right? So I'm wondering where today's temperatures compare to where you're viewing from, Johan Fan Club. There are, of course, multiple other drivers out there on the circuit today. Let's give all of them a shout out. Thank you, grazie, to our whole grid. We've got Carlo Mazzeo and Giuseppe Gatto out there, Leonardo Marcuccio, Nicola Narduzzi, Giuseppe Spiteri, Stefano Consoni, Dora Gonzalez, George Sataridze, Manuel Fiorenti, Johan, of course, Enea Cucarolo, Pedro Mingori, Riccardo Massin, Lucas Rieviz, Kimian Piccioni, Federico Stabellini. It says Mark Ristic on my driver list also, but I didn't see, obviously we have no standing, so I can't see exactly where everyone is. Yeah, please, thank you. Okay, so X30 babies 6 to 8 years old. Can we also just, I say this every time, and I don't want to sound like a stuck record. I don't want to repeat myself too much. I'm just fascinated. So personally, not that you need to know this, now we're going to bond a little bit, chat and viewers, not to go into too much detail, but I personally don't have any kids at the moment. Bear with me. Stay with me. 6 to 8 years old. Every time I watch this category, whether it's here in Italy or over in the UAE, where I currently live, it blows my mind that they start this sport so young. And I know that this has been happening obviously for a while. I know it's nothing new. But it's just when you see it, when you're watching it, whether it's live or on a broadcast like we're watching now from Media Friends TV for the Iame Series Italy Racing Formula, it's just, you get a sense of the size, and then it's like, can you believe, like, the physicality? That's what I was saying earlier, actually. I know the schedule's so tight, so I ended up getting cut off a little bit. The physicality of this sport sometimes, especially in weather like this, in the hotter temperatures, is insane for any age, for even adults. So to be doing this at 6 to 8 years old in 33 degree Italian heat, that's just what my iPhone is saying. I don't know what the temperature is in this room or actually outside, or whether there's a breeze. I can see the flags are waving a little bit towards the left side of the circuit, but it just blows my mind. They're having to, and don't forget, smooth is fast in racing, right? It's a common phrase: slow in, fast out. Smooth is fast. All of the jargon, the slogans. So to be smooth, you need to obviously have that strength, that arm strength, the shoulder strength, and probably ending up rib strength around this circuit with all of the fast corners. It's insane to me. And it's not just the young ones. We're on the last lap now for your baby category, but all of them are doing so well in this heat. We're approaching 3 p.m. here in Cremona, and we're going to go down to Zara Faruqi in the pit lane.
The temperature, my phone has overheated, but so Jack, you were talking about the temperature, but my phone is overheated to the point that it just shut down. So any Italian I have to ask, done, finito, I can't ask. But let's go catch a word with some of the drivers, and there's so many people in the grid that's helping us. Would you like to do an interview, sir? No, rejected. What about you? Let's have a baby race mechanic interview. Yeah, no, I've been rejected like twice. This is gonna be humbling, but let's actually catch a word maybe with him. Hi. No, but can I speak to you? People don't really like me. I think this is the pre-grid like session where it's just everyone's in their own zone, trying to prepare for the drivers. The drivers have so much going on, and yeah, but that's from my side, Jack. I think you can go straight back to whatever's happening on track.
Aiming for the X30 baby class. Don't take it personally, Zara, I'm sure. Don't forget also, and I've said this once already, it's new, right? I don't think, I'm unsure if Iame Italy has been broadcast before. I don't think so. And it's definitely our first time here with Media Friends TV for Iame Italy. Of course, we're going to be back for round 5 in South Garda in a month's time on the 1st of August. So I'm sure by then, some of the mechanics, some of the team, some of the drivers will re-watch the stream, and they will be more open to talking to you, Zara, at least the next round, if not by this afternoon. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's not personal. But like you said, at least it's good rejection therapy if they keep saying no. Don't forget, you've had a few good interviews as well down there. We've had some good questions with some of the younger drivers. The minis actually, I was super impressed with some of the answers that the minis were giving earlier. A real level-headed approach. Even then, when we were speaking to Pavajna, just really good stuff to see, to be honest. We're gonna come back to you, Zara. Actually, let's see what's going on now.
So I am being pushed to the side because they're about to race, but I actually got a special interview. I didn't get fully rejected here. I'm here with Gabriella. How are you feeling about Iame Italy and everything?
I'm really excited. I think this is a good organization, a good race for improving the little drivers, make them grow up like a real driver.
And when you see these kids going on track, what advice do you have for them? Because it is hot outside, it is intense. Any advice for them?
Obviously, drink a lot of water and relax when they finish. Don't go running around the track, Relax because it's 40 degrees, it's really hot.
And last question of the day. Iame has been intense. Iame Italy really pushes the drivers to do their best that they can. And it's all about that fairness because everyone gets the same equipment. It's more about, focusing on the driver's racecraft. Yeah. So how do you develop a driver's instinct?
Driver instinct, you can develop an instinct. An instinct is what you have inside, But you can...
So you're either born with it or you don't have it?
I don't know, I don't have it.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Gabrielle, for your time. And
thank you, Zara. Thank you, Gabrielle. And I took Gabrielle's advice. I'm very, very grateful for Federico, Italian commentator, bringing up some bottles of water in, as it was mentioned, 40-degree heat in my little box. Right, here we go. Manche 2, our second race phase of the day. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for your under-10s. For me, personally, so far today, this has been the highlight action. I'm sure, there's action everywhere, to be honest, but for me, so far, this was the highlighted race for Manche 1. So what are we going to see now from our under-10s? They were going at it for the full 8 minutes. Can you believe that? 8 minutes of batting. They weren't waiting. And I think that's probably why it was my favourite, actually. They weren't waiting for the final lap like some of the older drivers were doing. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It is a full start. There we go. There's another lesson for the viewers. If the hands raise and they do the little twiggly finger, or you see the flashing yellow lights like you can see on your screen, or you see a green flag with a yellow stripe, one of those three signals will indicate to you that it's a full start for some reason. There's a number of reasons a full start can happen. I think I mentioned one earlier, where if a driver is maybe out of position or not in the tram lines, like by a big amount, if the gap is too big, maybe they didn't slow down enough. That's the most common one, I think, is if it's too fast a start. They need to slow right down at the final turn before getting to the tram lines and then accelerating onwards. Gives us a quick chance to check the chat. Of course, the driver of the day vote is back. We've got Mohammed says go, seeable, Basala. Why can't I can read it on the screen, but not on the chat. Basalama. There we go. Basalama. Let's go with that one. Interview Jack, says Abdullah. You don't need to interview me. Not today. Maybe later. Who knows? I'll do the podium. I'll be out there for the podium later on today. Don't worry. Go, seeable, and Adam. We've got a comment for Adam also in the chat. The yellow flags are waving. And here we go. Now, it is an extra formation lap. They do look to be a little bit slower than last time. Are they? Oh, I don't know about that. They are still speeding through, but I think it's going to be okay. Away they go then. Green lights are on. Manche 2 for the X30 under 10s. Around turn 2 they go now, sweeping in towards the hairpin of 3 and 4 into the left-hander of 5. Strong defensive stance there for the current P2 driver in the red helmet. Jack Wolf, go. We've got a lot of Adam comments coming in, so Adam's fans in the chat, don't forget to vote your drive forward. Got a yellow flag waving, and that is because 2 karts are out through the turns of 6 and 7. It's a corner, I said on a track guide, that probably wouldn't see too much side-by-side action because it wouldn't go well, and that looks like it might have proven my point. We've got 1 kart on the left, 1 kart on the right. Both of them are indeed out of this race, stood out of the karts. They are both okay. And we're back with your leaders then. A gaggle of 4. We've got 38, 21, 18 and 30. Another move, swapping over. They can't fight too much. Adam Al-Sheikh gets the meatball flag. That's going to be disappointing for the Adam Al-Sheikh fans in the chat. And pulling off the circuit. Stopping, frustrated, hitting the steering wheel of the struggling in the heat as well. And now we got 40 and 42. This is Brown and Santana there that were fighting. Top 3 starting to break away. Wolf, Basalama back up in P2 to Montin. And I think it's Boss that ended up stopping. It is number 38. It's dropping down the order. That's going to be a real shame. That's 2 of our top drivers who have dropped. Adam Al-Sheikh out with a meatball flag. Reggiani out down 5 places. Pantuso out down 7 places. And Boss dropping down from P3 to P18. That's really surprising to see. And no wonder, if that is him, no wonder the frustration then from hitting the steering wheel. There is number 30, Timosin, right behind Basalama there in P2. Yeah, I feel bad for Angelina in the chat. She actually said go Denver Boss, the Flying Dutchman. And yeah, that's a real shame. But come back stronger. They've got 1 more race today as we see another move down towards inside turn 1. Number 30, Timotin, up the inside of Basalama in P2. Timotin sets the fastest lap, and that's 2nd place then secured. But still, Basalama is close enough to fight that. And Wolf just holding on. Jack Wolf in control of the race at the moment. And I don't think pushing too hard to get away. I think maybe saving a bit of tyres going on at the front. Forza Santoni, Forza Viola, says Alessandro in the chat. Is that for this race or was that for a previous race? Just looking at the driver list to see. Forza Tomayello, Forza Tegan. Oh, they're just shouting out all of the drivers. across multiple categories. Thank you, Alessandro, for getting in the chat. Don't forget to vote your driver of the day. Thank you for joining in. Jack Wolf under pressure and gets a bit of a punt from behind there in towards turn 1 from Timotin. Basalama, Phineas Brown in the top 5. Then it's Venter, Amar Tabaza, Santana, Shahanaj and Tiscianelli in P10. Then it's Berger, who had a great race earlier, is currently in P11. So here we go, down the back straight towards the inside of turn 8. Jack Wolf is going to lose the lead from Timotin down the inside of turn 8. You're going to see them coming to your screens now through turn 9 and 10. Here they are, Jack Wolf now tucked in behind Timotin, number 30, Ilan. 21 is going to be looking to try and get back in on the action. Basalama in P3, still within half a second of your leaders. Jack Wolf now in second place. I've changed my mind, I no longer think it's a tyre saving strategy. Maybe it is. There's one more race after this for all of our classes. This is the start of our second phases, our second heats, our second races, our Manche 2s. And then after we go through all the categories, we will be back with the finals almost straight away. Forza, Komutsi, Go, Siaville, Basalama, DRM, Malaysia. Some more Malaysian fans in the chat. Good to see multiple nationalities both on the grid and watching the Media Friends TV broadcast here for the Iame Series Italy Racing Formula. And here they go through that final sector. A minute and a half left on the clock. Don't forget lap times are under a minute here at this high-speed Cremona circuit. So there will be essentially 2 more laps remaining. 57-second lap time for all of the drivers. Mariposa says go, go. Tabaza currently in P7 where Amar started. Venter is up 2 places. Who's gained the most in this race? That's going to be Berger in P11, who's gained 6 places in the number 22. Timotin is still leading from Wolf, but they're both ever so slightly pulling away from Basalama in P3. Phineas, on the other hand, is trying to reel in Basalama in P3. So the P4 driver trying to close in the number 18 of Michael Phineas as they disappear behind the Iame banner. And here we go then, there's 19 seconds on the clock, it's ticking down, 15 seconds, and now is your second to last lap. So will we see, is Jack going to wait for the final lap board? He's stayed well within range for an overtaking opportunity. Way to go, Habibi Amahatabaza, says Mona. But look at this, Jack has seemed to have closed that gap now to within a bumper's width. So the +1 lap stands now. We're waiting for them to cross the line. The last lap board is about to be shown by our man in the hat on the starting grid. I wonder if I can get his name by the end of the stream to give him a shout out, and all the marshals. I won't be able to name all the marshals, of course, and the scrutineers, but shout out to all of the ones behind the scenes, and of course the medics, paramedics around, waiting, of course, in the hope that nothing happens, always, but they are there just in case. Now, Timotin, under pressure from Jack Wolf. This is the final lap. Last lap is now. What can Jack Wolf do? The gap was 2 tenths when they crossed the line. We're going to stay with the leaders down towards turn 8. Is it going to come now? Looks over his shoulder to see if anyone's there. Wasn't quite close enough to get a send in towards turn 8. Now they're going to go through the sweeper of 9 and 10. Is it going to come in the double hairpin of 11 and 12? Look how close Jack is now into sector 3. There it is! Down the inside of turn 11, has the inside line for 12, and now swooping into the long right, he's on the outside line. Timotin takes it back, forces Jack Wolf on the outside curb. Can Jack get the run to the straight? They're going down the main straight, he's got the run, it's going to be side by side. Amazing stuff from your top 2. Timotin takes the victory. Jack Wolf 0.04 seconds behind when they cross the line. Good stuff for first and second of match day 2. Basalama, 8/10 back then. Come on, what will Jack Wolf think about that? Forced out on the curb a little bit. The rumble strips, super aggressive out there. Did well to get the run through 14. 14 and 15. But not quite enough, just a little bit out. Good job. We'll go through and confirm your top 3. Here's a replay of that finish, photo finish, and a celebration there from Timotin, fist bumping the air. Jack Wolf, cool, calm, and collected for now. But that is, if I'm not mistaken, that is the second podium for Jack Wolf today. Second place to Motin, number 30. Ilan is your victor, and Basalama, number 21, is going to take third place. And here's confirmation of your full order then. Mikhail Phidias, Brody Brown, Ronald Venter, Amar Tavaza, top 7, Max Santana, Lorik Shahadaj, and Johan Berger in P10 for the number 22, up 7 places. It's Enrico Tiscianelli in P11, and Sviatoslav Mishin, then Charlie Prevel, then Rajas Rabani, then Christian Basso, Vedramini, Shlapinov, Mason, Boss, Pantuso, Reggiani, and Adam Al-Sheikh all out of the race.
Speak English.
I was on the edge of my seat on that race. That was wheel to wheel. At the beginning, Jack Wolf was holding on to P1, but then you took the lead and you had one of the fastest laps, 57.3, and it was wheel to wheel with 0.046 from Jack Wolf behind you. How did it feel during the last stretch?
It felt good. I'm really happy with this race. So now for the final, I'm just gonna keep the focus and win it.
Did you realize you were winning? You were a bit ahead of Jack at the final straight?
Yes.
Yes, well done. See you hopefully P1 for the final, and you're doing a great job. Let's quickly catch a word at the pre-grid. I hope I'm running this time to go to the pre-grid so I can catch a word with them. Thank you, Timotin. So I finally got to the pre-grid. Everyone's ready to go. Helmets are down. I can feel the pressure on them. This is the Manche 2, so one more race after this, and that's their final result. Overall, thumbs up if you're feeling confident, thumbs down if you're not.
Now I'm confident because I got pole in quali and won the first heat. Hopefully I'll do the same as the first heat, and yeah.
Yeah, I believe in you. Thumbs up, best of luck, champ. And then we're also going here to Baby Race. Baby Race! So many drivers on your grid. How are you gonna be working together, or are you just competing against everyone here?
Yeah, I'm really excited for this race. We will be working together quite a bit. My coach says use the brain. So yeah, really excited for this race, and let's push.
Yeah, let's push. Everyone's pushing. It's the final heat before we go to the finals, so this is really important. Now I think the green flag is gonna go, so we have to move aside, but best of luck to the drivers. And that's all from the pre-grid.
Ran away just at the right time before getting run over by all of our next category. Good stuff. See, I told you, they're all happy to talk to you now. It's just took a few races as they go out. We're in the number 100s now. Who remembers the category? It is, of course, the minis, but not the... Just taking a quick sip of water. Apologies, everybody. Need to stay hydrated, just like the drivers, although they're doing something way more physical than I am. So, formula about to begin. Round 4 here at Cremona Circuit. A lovely hot summer's day before heading to the night race, actually. And next time out, as they go down the main straight, the red lights are on. They go through the tram lines and away they go down towards turn 1. Green lights are on. There'd be no overtaking. It's not a full start, but we've got a car out at turn 3 and 4. So they've all slowed down into a single file. And actually, well, but yeah, yellow flag. It is a full course yellow, FYI. So it's slow all around the circuit and not just in the zone of where the car is off. So here they come round then. You can see the slow boards being held out, the yellow flags waving. Gives us a nice chance to catch the breath. So Max Varic, who won earlier on, currently leading the way. This gives a chance, actually. I'm sure you've noticed, this is effectively like a safety car, in which that technically they should all slow down to the same pace and the gaps should stay the same. Of course, that never happens. Everybody bunches up because the leader is essentially dictating the pace. There is no overtaking, at least, that gets stopped, but everybody tends to bunch up to give themselves the best opportunity to then, when we go green again, potentially gain some positions as they start weaving down the straight to try and get that temp in. Got a comment there in, I think, Italian or Spanish, but I also don't know what it says. I can't, with my limited knowledge, so I don't know if I should read it. But maybe the director in my ear can get that translated, and then I'll either say it or I won't say it as we wait for the race to get back underway as they all come through still in single file. I don't think there's been any more overtaking since the start of the full course yellow. Timer still ticking down in the race, so this actually, it's both a positive and a negative, because technically there's less racing laps, but also, so that's a positive, by the way. Technically there's less racing laps, which is a positive for Max Svaric, who has less to do to win this race, but it also bunches everybody up, which is bad for Max Svaric because everybody's right behind him again, ready to pounce. But it looks like we're going to get ready to get underway this time round. Joachim Fronza says, "Go Noah Diamantino." Shout out number 154 there. Where is number 154 currently in the race? I'm looking at the numbers as they were coming through. Here they go then. We'll see it on the timing screens when they come across the line, and the race will get underway once again. So here they come, single file, and it is green flag being waved. You've got your top 3 moving to the left, your second 3 moving over to the right. So indecisive moment there from the leading packs, but it is Svaric, Ebergenyi, Warakitsapachok in your top 3, and it looks like Warakitsapachok goes down the inside of Guido Ebergenyi then. Takes P2, the number 122 moving up. 154 got a shout out in chat, Diamantino. Diamantino's actually in the pits. He must be one of the drivers that is out of this race. That's the second time today we've had somebody show support in the chat and then the driver be out. It's like the commentator's curse, but the viewer's curse today. But that doesn't mean stop commenting in the chat. Get in there and vote for your driver of the day. Now, Ebergenyi back down the inside of 10 to try and take P2 back. He does it. That was a stern move from the driver in the orange suit. And what I mean by that is the move initially was fine, but he really shut the door on the exit to make sure that it stuck. So Guido really making his way up there, down towards turn 1 now, back into P2. We've got side-by-side fight here in the middle between, I think, Cueto and Hisue and El Hayuti. Garcia with Bowo and Ghani and Makura are rounding off your top 10. Who's gained the most positions in this race? It is De Leon up 5. Someone back there, though, remember, overtook under the yellow. I'm sure it'll be seen or investigated at some point. And away we go down towards the right-hander of turn 8. Steindl seems to be out, Diamantino out, Becerril out, and Stefano Fenu out. So his day, he wasn't happy with quali earlier. He had a bit of a better race, but race 2 for Stefano. Oh, Ebergenyi under pressure again, and he returns the favour Warakitsapachok returns the favour and shuts the door on Ebogeni on the exit, which makes him lose another position to 139. El Hayuti up, but look at this, Ebogeni coming back to take P3. It's all kicking off now for your third podium position as they're all shuffling around in the background as well. Intense stuff in the mid-pack as they're 3, 4, 5 wide. And here we go, back with them. A little bit of contact there from 139 into 133. That's not going to help, but they're both way down the order now from where they were. 104 and 153, Cueto and Hasue have both moved up past Ebogeni and Warakitsapachok. Is it Warakitsapachok? No, where is 122? Here we are. No, they're actually in the lead. 104, Cueto. El Hayuti. Sorry, 3-second penalty has been applied. That's what it said on the screen. He's currently, I think he was up there, no? He's dropping down the order now. Ebogeni looking to get past 153, where Boru sets the fastest lap. And it's Svaric, Warakitsapachok, Cueto, your top three. Hasue, Ebogeni, Waboru, Gani, Makura, Garcia. Look at the defence into turn 8. I love that sort of forward-facing shot when a driver goes from one side of the track fully to the other to defend a position. It's extremely satisfying, and I'm sure we'll see much more of that throughout the day. Really shows the intention of the driver ahead that they don't want to relinquish that position. But look at Ebogeni trying to find any way past these two. He tries to get the switch back onto the main straight as the last lap board is being held out. What can Ebogeni do? He's following 153. He's got one position. Can he get another one? 153, Hasue gets a bit of a nudge from behind. 139, he's going to look around the outside of 3 and 4. Inside of 5. Gets a little bit of a wider entry to try and get the exit on 153 down towards turn 6. Defends from 139, does Ebogeni. Through turn 7 now, down towards the final corners. Your top 3 running away with it. 153, Hasue trying to hold on here to P4. This is not for the podium, it's for your 4th place. And look at 131 down the inside of turn 9. Bounces over the curb and forces Ebogeni wide. There's your top 3. Who are also trying to swap positions, losing that 4 battle. But look at that side by side into the final turn. 104 trying to gain a position as well, but it stays as is. Max Svaric makes it 2 for 2. Taking the win for Manche to Warakitsapachok and Cueto, your top 3, and with Bowo and Makura showing up in 4th and 5th. What happened to Ebogeni, El Hayuti, and who else was up there? We've lost a couple, no? Hasue's still up there, Makura, Garcia. Definitely swapping around that group of 4 there as we cut to the top 3, back to the top, to the next 4, back to the top 3. And here they come. I think that's a baby race 1, 2, 3 again, is it not? Was it the same earlier? It was. That's 2 baby race driver academies. 1, 2, 3 lockout in the minis. Svaric, Warakitsapachok, and Cueto. That is your top 3. 2 Thailand flags, 1, 2, and American flag in 3rd place. Same top 3 as earlier, slightly different order. This time, Max first again. Warakitsapachok 2nd this time instead of 3rd, and Cueto 3rd instead of 2nd. Although they did have a little bit of a fight in that final section through the final turns. It was almost the same order as earlier on. And now we can see Max Svaric walking towards Zara Faruqi down in the pit lane, ready.
Big smiles from Svaric. Sorry, Svaric. When we were talking about today, the race was intense. There was a yellow flag. Did that work in your favor or opposite?
I didn't expect the yellow flag, but it came on, and it made the race a bit shorter, which was, for me, I think it was a bit better because I have less laps to defend from first, and I think the race was good.
But when it comes to that yellow flag, then what's going through your mind? Are you planning ahead of who I have to defend, or do I have to push through? Or are you adjusting your race strategy?
For me, plan A was that if they didn't give a good start, then I would have went away, and if they did push, then I would have tried to defend. And then when my teammate was somewhere behind me, and I had a little gap, then I could have pushed.
So you had plan A to Z, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations on your thing. And now we can go back to the pre-grid for the junior classification.
Thank you, Zara. Yeah, we got the junior pre-grid here, sat ready to go. Again, we've mentioned it before, that the schedule's super tight. Wonder if you'll be able to have a chance. I know you're nearly there, Zara. I wonder if you'll have a chance to talk to any drivers before they go green. Let's throw it back to you and see who you got.
McCallan, who was P1 last time, is it like intense to start in the front? How are you going to protect your position?
I'm just going to try to do the same thing as last race. Just keep my position, and hopefully me and Max can work together to keep 1 and 2 for the rest of the race.
Is it about attack or defending in this race? Attacking as in pushing your cart forward and keeping a gap between the people behind.
I'm just going to try to keep the gap.
You can see McClellan and Granquist are starting on the front row, of course, so that means they probably stayed there. Max Feldy, number 244, potentially up there as well. We'll see that when they come down. They're just slowing down now, ready for the start of the race. Is this going to be a legit start? They're through the tram lines, and away they go then. So the green lights are out, and the race has begun. Through, it is a legit start, and they're all going to bunch up in towards the braking zone of turn 3 and 4. Cool, 3 or 4 wide there in the mid-pack. Someone swooping around the outside, nearly going onto the grass, but actually trying to make it stick. So that was fantastic. I mean, it's fantastic if it goes right, of course. So, down towards turn 8. All starting to single file out now in the junior category. Racing through the long left-hander of turn 9 and 10 in towards a hairpin. And looks like, so we spoke to our pole sitter, John McClellan, just then, and he was saying hopefully we can work together to, and he was talking about Max Feldy, who I believe is his teammate in Ward Racing. So yeah, I imagine they were talking about trying to work together to pull away from Ludwig Granquist, who managed to take advantage last time out. And I'm sure they would have spoke about it in the paddock, because it might feel full on to us and the viewers who are with us in terms of schedule. It's back to back to back to back. But don't forget the drivers end up having a break really before they wait for their next race. So these guys, the S125 juniors, their race was an hour or so ago, and they'll have one more race in another hour or so, the final racing. So I imagine the teammates would have had a little debrief in the tent. Yeah, let's just work together, we'll try and pull away. And that's so far, I actually think Ludwig Granquist is holding on to that second place. And it looks like Feldy might be down another position. Ravelli getting back involved. He was very involved earlier in Manche 1. So Ravelli up into P3 then. Feldy, Emma Boschetto, Lanza, Shahinaj, Filippelli, Pundis, Amarotti. Your top 10. Filippelli saying the fastest lap, 51.4. John McClellan, though, in full control once again. He is the one that's trying to extend the gap, but at the moment he doesn't have the aid of his teammate number 246, teammate 244, dropping down the order as he has to defend. And there is Emma Boschetto trying to hold on to 4th place now. 248, Ravelli back down and trying to get back past Emma. Look at this, 3 wide on the exit. 232 getting involved. 222 going down the inside. That's Lanza. Could he get it down? Not quite. Not through 14 and 15. But Emma Boschetto comes out on top in P4 on that fight. Feldy, P3, Granquist, McClellan down towards turn 1, and 245 is out and in the wall. That looks like a wonky front wheel for 245. 245 is indeed Zakari Slipchenko. Out of the race by the looks of it. Mechanical failure or contact, unsure, but John McClellan and Granquist, Feldy, Boschetto, Shahanaj, your top 5. Then it's Lanza, Pundis, Filippelli, Pisonia, Amarotti, your top 10. Then it's Sapir in P11, Ianuzzo holding on to P12 with Motorelli in P13, Blasio and Franzoso currently in P15. Al Qureshi, Wu, Rojas, Pellegrino and Santoni round off your top 20 as they all come swooping past the main straight in towards turn 1, the long right-hander of turn 1, 2 and 3. Pisonia sets the fastest lap. McClellan now 7/10 clear, so Ludwig trying to close the gap. Feldy holding on to P3, so still within reach is Max Feldy. I said he was dropping down the order earlier. That is incorrect because Max still very much within this race, but currently same order as Manchet 1, so Max Feldy will be looking to change that. Shahanaj is now up into P4. That P4 fight, that's where the action is. They're swapping over lap after lap. Insane stuff from, and you look, you can see Emma Boschetto again moving over her hand to the right, as Alexandros Anivas said, making some adjustments on the fly. Number 222 then might come under pressure. That's Lanza, who might have to defend from Emma Boschetto shortly. 232 though. Shahanaj leading this train now in P4. 250. Pundis has moved up on this lap, up 8 places on the last lap. I think actually now still holding on to P7, just behind Emma Boschetto. 8 positions, great stuff. But look at Wu and Rojas up 12 and 10 positions respectively, back there in P15 and 16. Doing a fantastic job making their way through the field. 5 minutes remaining. Down towards T1 and 2. And Lanza up 6 places ahead of Boschetto. Pundis holds position. So 214 trying to hold on to P6 at the moment. Lanza and Shahanaj might have a bit of breathing room now as the gap extends. Look at Shahanaj wobbling in the braking zone of turn 8. So that's another physical force that people don't really think about. Of course, you have the G-force when they're leaning into and out of the corners. You can see them starting to do that now. Oh, there's an overtake, an opportunity. That was late, did not see that coming. And look at the gap that it created as well. Not sure what position that was for. I'm sure I'll catch the number shortly. 205, or was it 209? I think it was 209. It was Filippelli. And then he had the audacity to say, okay, focus forward, let's go catch the rest of them after absolutely sending one down the inside of turn 11. Great opportunistic overtake. Now, what was I saying? Leaning G-force, of course. So yeah, you'll see them starting to lean further and further out of the kart throughout the day as their bodies start to get fatigued throughout this hot day. But I was saying the other G-force that we forget about is the braking ones. So of course it throws you forward, understood. Everybody knows that. Everyone that drives knows that. Even on the road, when if you've ever tried braking with your left foot in a road car, you'll know exactly the braking G-force that I'm talking about. It'll throw you forward. Granquist again sets the fastest lap. Yeah, but the wobble that you're seeing when they brake and the rear disc locks that axle. The rear axle, you're just fighting to keep the kart straight to maximize your braking distance, actually minimize your braking distance essentially. You want the shortest braking distance possible for getting off the throttle, coasting through the corner and straight back on that power. Karting a little bit about that, throwing that rear end in there, getting straight back in the right direction and getting planted on the power. And here we go. We are back on board with the leaders then. and it is closer. Granquist is flying. McClellan might be coming under pressure here. 2 minutes remaining. John McClellan, and look at Shahanaj take the fastest lap there in P4. So 2:46, John McClellan leads the way, 3/10 ahead of Ludwig Granquist. Max Feldy in P3 with Shahanaj in P4. Then it's Lanza, then it's Boschetto, Pizzonia, Filippelli, Sapia, and Pundis rounding off your top 10. We're watching your leaders. What can Ludwig do? Throws it in, opens up the next corner, tries to maximise the exit through 13, 14 and 15. Swedish flag being raised, chasing down the American flag. In the lead here for the Iame Series Italy Formula Racing. Fastest lap to Filippelli at 50.2. He's done it again. That's number 209 in P8. Don't forget Rojas, and it looks like Wu's actually gained another position on Amorotti there in P14 and 15. That's 13 places gained for Wu, number 247 from Japan, driving for Ward Racing. Also, Ward Racing getting plenty of TV time right now with the driver in first and third. Another driver with the most positions gained, Ludwig Granquist, number 249. MP Academy Gamoto there in the orange suit, orange cart, easily identifiable. I will say that actually for Ward Racing and MP Motorsport, very easy to see and identify. Blue and yellow, easily. Orange and black, easy. Although maybe not to be confused with CRG at times, if they were running an independent team. Slipchenko confirmation, if we look at the timing tower, 2:45 out of the race. We saw them earlier with a bent front left wheel. As we approach our final lap. This is the one. This is what we were waiting for. The last lap board is now being shown. John McClellan looks over his shoulder as he pulls away a mere 100th of a second from Granquist on that last lap. Feldy, Shahanaj, Lanza, Boschetto, 3.7 seconds separating your top 6. And I hate to say it so early, but I reckon John McClellan is in full control once again. 3/10 the gap, and I don't think it's closing. Not enough for Ascend as they go into the flowing left of 9 and 10, the double hairpins of 11 and 12, and it looks like he's going to do it again. John McClellan through 13 and 14 comes round the final turn for Ward Racing, and John McClellan wins Manche 2 here at Cremona Karting Circuit. Ludwig Granquist sets the fastest lap on the last lap, I think. He does, a 50.1. So he was pushing, he did close the gap, but by 100th. Max Feldy, P3. Identical podium to Manche 1. And they'll be hoping to repeat for the final. There he is, taking his gloves off as he rolls his cart back up onto the weighbridge. John McClellan for Ward Racing, P1. Then we have Ludwig Granquist, MP Academy Gamoto ASD. Max Feldy, Ward Racing. That is your top 3. Confirmation of the full order. It's Laurent Shahanaj, Leonardo Lanza, Emma Boschetto, your top 6. Antonio Pizzonia, Brian Filippelli, Jonas Pandis, and Santino Sapia in P10. Tommaso Motorelli, Francesco Iannuzzo, Jincheng Wu, Jose Danielo Dublasio, Camilla Amorotti in P15. Francisco Rojas and Abdul Razak Al-Quraishi in P16 and 17th. Al-Quraishi representing the Saudi Arabian flag there in P17. Orlando Ravelli just behind there. So that is your order. There is your McClellan, and he's making his way down to Zara Faruqi in the paddock for an interview.
McClellan, I had an interview at the pre-grid, and you're like, it's confident, it's chill, everything's chill, and you still got P1. What's your secret to everyone out there? You can tell me. It's just going to be streamed across the world.
Just to go fast and try my hardest to hit fast laps over and over again.
And do you think Cremona is a circuit that if you got a track position early on, a good track position, then the rest of the races are just going to be easier for you?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's what goes for every track, you know. The more better you are in qualifying, the more better you'll be in the race.
What's something you did not expect from Cremona that has actually shocked you this weekend?
How hot it is.
You can say that twice, I feel it. But go in the shade, get some water, well done. And final round, I wish you the best of luck. You've done so well so far, so let's see for that final push. And now, let's run to the pre-grid before we miss them.
Yeah, you can make it. I believe in you. Doesn't look like anyone's in their carts at the moment, so you should be okay. But yeah, great to hear from John McClellan there, and a great question as well, actually, Zara. Thank you for that question, because you asked him what surprised him about Cremona, and that was a great answer. Very hot. Let's talk to Emma Boschetto.
In a rush to get to the pre-grid because I keep on missing them because they're like I get to the point where they're about to trample me over. But Emma, lady classification, it's hard in your classification as its own, but you also have a ladies classification. How does it feel competing in both classifications?
Allora, in questa gara eravamo partiti sesti, abbiamo conclusi sesti. E inizialmente andavamo un po' di più, però verso gli ultimi giri abbiamo perso un po' di velocità. Per ora, e speriamo anche dopo, sono prima delle lady e puntiamo ad arrivare al podio.
And Emma, it's intense out there. Is this what you expected for Cremona, to be this hot?
Sì, sì.
See? Oh, she's Italian, she understands. But thank you so much. Now I'll start running to the pre-grid. I jumped to the gun before that, Jack, but now all the drivers are there, so let's go get a word with them. If we can, might get rejected a few times here and there, but I think I've gotten used to it. And we see a very cool shot of the driver coming in that unfortunately could not make it in the race. But cool shot there. Oh, and again, I missed it. But here's the Masters class.
Do you know what? They really set that up quick, because when you went there the first time, no one was in their carts, and now all of a sudden they're all on their way out to the track. So yeah, well, I've managed to I don't want to say cool down, because it's not in any way cool, but I've opened the door to my room and it's actually a little bit colder that way. Can you believe that? So that I was actually warmer in here than outside, and then now I've got a breeze coming in. So I can survive, and I should be able to keep you entertained for all of the races, that means. Otherwise, because these guys are keeping me on my toes, the drivers, absolute action throughout. And with not enough time to take a breath sometimes. Let's catch up on the chat whilst these guys... Oh, 654 does get going in the end. That's good to see. Never like to see anybody sit out in a race. 654 is Riccardo Pini. So it says we've got Bien Santi. Okay, so con todo Santi tu puedes was probably not a bad thing to say. Go Camilla go, says Eros Salvade. Heck yeah, proud of you, John. That's another proud... that's Big J in the chat. We call him Big J for short. Isn't that right? John Racer 128. Big J in the chat, proud. Watching on the broadcast. Good to see you all still in there. Do not forget, you know, I've said it before, vote for your driver of the day. We are about to begin the Masters class. Here we go. The oldest class on the grid. Coming through the tram lines. Red lights are on. Down the main straight. Green lights are out and away they go. Down towards turn 1 and 2. I thought I saw a hand signal from one of the carts near the back then, but doesn't look like a full start, so I'm assuming everything's okay. Contact first, second and third. That was an aggressive move if I've ever seen one, and look at that, opportunistic. One bit of contact is another man's treasure by the looks of it, because he's went up from fourth into second place as a result of third and second, making a little bit of a tangle, and then making more contact now down towards the midsection. We'll get the names shortly, but I know one thing for certain. 07 leading the way. Earlier on we saw such dominant pace, and now look, it's not even just a one-cart fight. We're going to end up having a four-way fight for the lead at this rate. We've got 7 minutes remaining, closing in, and look at this, he's going to come under pressure straight away. D'Agostino down towards turn 1, still in P2. Manacci looking to the inside initially, probably could have sat behind him a bit longer for a bit of toe. Zani sets the fastest lap. That's in P6 is Zani. We've got Padrana and Emmanuel in P7 and 8. But now Pizzardo's tyres seem to be coming alive then. Whoa, look at that! We saw that earlier in the baby category, and now we're seeing it in the oldest category. A kick up of dust as D'Agostino brakes on the grass on the left-hand side of turn 8 down into that right-hander, but he kept it. I told you it was savable. Obviously the babies are out there learning. D'Agostino, a tiny bit more experienced maybe than the 6 to 8 year olds, saves it very nicely and actually uses the angle to chuck it into the corner. He almost lost no time at all as they head down to the start finish line, into the right-hander of 2, braking into the right of 3. I am surprised at how much they use. I know, listen, I understand you really have to open up the corners to maximise your exit, but the serrated curves on some of the exits are so aggressive, so I'm really surprised to see them opening up turn 3 and braking on that serrated curve so much. Like, the full cart is out there, so it must feel really bumpy. I think I saw a comment yesterday actually, RIP rear axles. So I don't know if that's true. I'll have to catch up with some of the mechanics later on. Actually, Zara's probably listening to me down in the pit lane. Maybe she can ask some of the drivers. I don't know if she'll be able to say it in Italian, but maybe she can ask some of the drivers what the carts go through on this circuit with how aggressive the curbs are. The rear axles really probably going through it on those serrated curves on the exits. But right now, Pizzardo has woken up. The gap has extended to 8 tenths. D'Agostino, Manacci and Rota are second, third and fourth in the same order as after that lap 1 contact. 5 minutes remain. We're about halfway through the race. Remember, it's a 10-minute race plus 1 lap. And really, actually, nice to see second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth all together as fifth and sixth swap over. That's Pini and Zani. Zani making a move for P5. In the background, we shouldn't see that swap over on the timing tower. Now 677, upper position. Zani overtakes Pini there in sector 3. And I have a feeling it's also coming for D'Agostino unless he can defend hard. But look at this, down the inside, it's a repeat of lap 1. Gets it done, and he's going to lose 2 places in 1 corner. Manacci, Rota, both through on D'Agostino there. Second down to 4th. He's not going to like that. And look, watch out for Zani. He's going to try and get another position. That's going to be 2 positions on 1 lap. Zani closing in on D'Agostino. It's going to go from bad to worst if Zani can make this stick. It was around about this position that he got it last time. Oh, I thought he was going to send it again in turn 12. Not this time. He actually waited. A bit of patience. Now they're going through 13, 14 and 15. I wonder if he's going to get it done in towards turn 3. Down towards turn 1 they go. Into the right-hander. Fastest lap goes to Pizzardo, so his tyre's well in the temperature window. Now, is it going to happen now in towards turn 5? It does! I didn't realise how common this move was going to be, but it's happened again. Zani down the inside of turn 5. I'm so glad. In hindsight, I don't think I'm losing it just quite yet. I did a track walk, I said it, and look at what's happening. I knew it was going to happen. People opening up turn 5 were vulnerable to anyone who wanted to just take that position. Amazing stuff. Right, second and third though, Manacci and Rota. I can't recall Manche 1 results. I know that Nicholas Pizzardo was the winner, but I can't remember which order second and third was in earlier on. But we got these two here now, so it is not an issue. It's Monacci versus Rota then for second and third. Down towards turn 8, 2 minutes 45 seconds left before the final lap board is shown. We're coming through the S section now. Carlo vi distruga dopo, says Matt 70, and we've got Laura Pereira shouting out the Race Hub, one of our sponsors here this weekend. Great opportunity to talk about Race Hub then. Since you pointed it out, Laura, it is an app, a website that connects drivers and teams, and both ways round. So if you are a driver looking for a race team, a GT4 or GT3 drive, for example, F4, etc., you can go on there, shop around, and window shop some teams. If you are a team looking for a driver for an event, vice versa, you can go on there, shop around, you'll find some drivers. And it's all very clever and algorithmic. I'm sure Race Hub won't mind me saying. And it's not going to be essentially a time waste because it's all sort of budget orientated, so you know what exactly they're looking for and what you're looking for. It's very much worth checking out. Of course, we have plenty of other sponsors. There's a minute 20 left of this race. I am keeping an eye on your order. It hasn't swapped just yet, so I'll shout out some more. We've got Drivers Lab, a driver training facility, kind of international now with multiple venues, training drivers in the simulators, using as realistic as possible sims, and of course actually creating, just like Iame Italy Racing Formula, creating a pathway for drivers to go from karting into cars, because it is a big jump, as we see nearly a side-by-side here for 677, who might lose a position as we go through this right-hander. 654 is looking feisty. Pini is charging and wanting to try and get a P4 here, but he's dropped back a little bit in towards turn 1. As I was saying, creating a pathway, because karting to cars is a big jump. You have to learn so much more, a little bit about weight transfer and suspension especially since we don't have that in karts. So yeah, very much worth checking them out as well if you're ever in the UAE or Hong Kong, and I'm sure they plan to open up many other venues. Check them out. And of course, don't forget Chorus Group, Italian conglomerate featuring Tattoo, Spiral Art and many other Italian brands within racing. There's a big bumper drop there for the P3 driver as we go on to the last lap. I'm wondering if that's a penalty. Again, I'm not assured today, so do not take my word for it. It's not up to me to make penalties calls at all, so do not take anything I say personally, but that bumper to me looks like it's had a bit of a knock, and there is such a thing as a bumper penalty, meaning I think it's 5 seconds if I am not mistaken, but I could be wrong. We are on the final lap for Pizzardo, Monacci, Rota, Zani, Pini, Pedrana, Emanuele and D'Agostino, D'Agostino had such a good race, but he has retired 3 laps down now is D'Agostino, so he is out of this race. They're coming around the final turn now, and there he goes. Pizzardo wins the second manche of the day for the second time, and then it's Monacci and Rota, your second and third place drivers. That's numbers 6, 5, 6. Andrea Monacci in second place, and number 6, 5, 2, Matteo Domenico Rota in P3. And it's Nicholas Pizzardo taking honours once again, celebrating his way back to the pit lane. I want to see that passion that he had earlier. I'm not saying he doesn't have it now, but qualifying, I don't know if he didn't, maybe he just didn't expect the pace this weekend going into it. This is the other thing I love about racing. Actually, this is one of I know I keep saying this is one of my favourite things. Clearly, I just love racing. But yeah, one of my favourite things that isn't mentioned often in racing is the mental game. And it is really just as much a mental game as a physical one. There's confirmation of your top three: Pizzardo, Manacci, and Rota. Nicholas Pizzardo racing for himself by the looks of it. PKT Swiss kart team for Manacci, and Matteo Domenico Rota racing for himself also down there with the name showing twice. And they tow the kart back, and there's the thumbs up from Pizzardo, so he is happy. As I was saying, the mental game of racing. He might have come into this race. There's, let me go through the order before this disappears. Zani, Pini, Pedrana, Emanuel, and D'Agostino is your top 8. Yeah, he might have come into this weekend thinking that he just wasn't going to be on the pace. Maybe, I'm assuming. Maybe not. Maybe he knew he was going to be fast. But the celebration from qualifying hints that maybe he didn't expect to be there. But now look at him. 2 race wins and a pole, and he's going to speak to Zara Faruqi. He's just getting a check-in from the Italian by the looks of it. Just checking in. Yeah, 1 second, I'm going to pass it down to you now, Zara. Let's hit.
Nicholas, I already showed him the question, and I was like, you know, this is what I wanted to ask, if you can like say it in Italian, but I'm going to try my Italian one last time. In English, it means, is this track tough on the karts? And I'm going to try my Italian pronunciation. Questa pista dura per kart?
Sì, è una pista molto difficile, di più c'è una calore di matto, allora è difficile per il telaio trovare il reglaggio, anche i piloti veramente.
Nicholas, whatever you're saying, I agree, and I genuinely think you're saying the right things, but I have no clue what you're saying. But thank you so much for your time, and P1 constantly. I got a question. I saw this.
Yes.
I saw this. Questo, what is this?
La gomma la gomma delle gomme.
Why does it happen?
Si butta via.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and amazing job. So that's it from Nicholas. He's been P1 constantly, and now we can go pre-grid. It's time to run. Let's go. So the senior category. Oh, I've been told to like actually run. I'm not good at running. Okay, we are here. The senior category has it really tough because they have it towards the end of all the categories. So the track is really hot and it gets intense out there. Back to, I know, you're Mark Granada. Yeah, of course. P1 consistently. Do you think the final push is going to be P1 also?
That's the hope.
Yeah, the hope, yeah. It's the hope that it's a final push before you have your finals. So best of luck. And going to P2. P2, do you think you can push for P1?
Yeah. I think the speed is there, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Is the track going to be, like, since it's hotter and more grippier, it's going to be easier for you or harder?
No, I think it's because it's so hot, the track is going to get slower and harder to drive.
Okay, well, best of luck. P2, you're just almost there. It's just tailing behind P1. Mark Granada has a lot of defending to do and a lot of gap to create between the P2 and the other drivers. But he's doing phenomenal. So let's see how that race goes. If you want to go down, the drivers are not getting in their karts yet, but I can see the steward coming in. Is he going to say, he's going to blow the whistle, and that means... And that means I have to leave. The senior category, and there is also lady drivers in there competing in the lady category. But now...
Thank you, Zara. Yes, so I'm sure she was she got cut off there, but she said, now back to Jack, I'm sure of it. Thank you for those questions as well. That means that she can hear me down there. And she did end up asking our winner in Italian as well. Congratulations. Is the track tough on the karts? Now, he gave such a good answer, and I don't know what he was saying, but I got a few words. I think I could pick out a few words. He definitely was talking about the corners, a few of the corners being tough on the karts. I don't know if he mentioned the curbs, which was what prompted me to come up with the question. Like, the curbs are super aggressive, so I don't know if he spoke about that as well. And then you asked him about I learned a word from that interview. He said una gomma, which is, I'm guessing, I didn't Google it, but it's rubber, right? As he's saying about the rubber. Zara handing him what we call in racing a marble. We call it the marbles, racing marbles. And it's basically all the bits of rubber from the tyres falling off to the circuit. I don't know if you can catch it on the cameras actually. You'd have to zoom in properly. I don't know if the director's listening. He'll probably try and catch a shot of that later, because there's definitely going to be a lot of it out there. In fact, my favourite, if you go onto, I don't know if it's still there, but if you go onto my Instagram story, the rubber flicks up so high that it's also covering the starting gantry. The Cremona karting sign above the start finish is covered in bits of tyre from how much speed these guys are carrying. But yeah, long story short, not to talk about tyres too much whilst these guys complete their formation lap. Basically, from the heat, from the friction of throwing the karts into the corners, using that tyre, it scrubs off the top layer, it rolls to the outside of the tyre, and it eventually just flicks off. Does it hit the drivers behind? Sometimes. That's why they're wearing suits and helmets. You might see, especially if it's a plain white helmet, you might see loads of black scuff marks on their helmets, which is where they're getting hit from the rubber parts. But basically, this... yes, thank you, director. Look, there's the rubber parts on the start-finish gantry, all covering the side. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm glad. That means at least someone's listening. And I know that the people at home might be listening, but they're not talking to me anymore. Get in the YouTube chat, talk to me, so that I can talk back to you guys. Anyway, you don't want to drive on the marbles. The marbles settle off the racing line, which is good. The racing line is grippy, which is good. That's where you need to stay to win your race, which is good. If you go offline, get brave to overtake around the outside, for example, you lose grip and you risk sliding, going off onto the grass where there's even less grip. So you don't want to do that. And it's time. They finished their formation lap. They are 2 by 2. They're in the tram lines. Away they go down towards the start-finish gantry. Green lights are on. And your senior category, your final Manche 2 of the day, before we head to the finals, is underway. And I will tell you one thing, I don't want to jinx it, but it is another fantastically clean start from the Iame Italy Series Formula Racing. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it. We have seen a few nudges and a little bit of argy-bargy, but for the size of the grids, I am super impressed with the talent out there that we've seen today. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for your seniors, and we see a move for P2 there in towards turn 11. They're now in the hairpin of turn 12 and through the long right-hander of 13, 14 and 15. Some more side-by-side action through the fast right. And here we have the order then. It is Granada, Granada Pinero. I guess that name's changed since earlier. It is Granada who is leading. He won the race earlier. There's a bit of a punt to pass there, trying to push through the corner in towards turn 3. It's Krasauskas up 2 places. He's had a great start, straight up into 2nd place, and your teammates once again are 1-2. This was the case earlier, but I think Krasauskas later in the race started dropping off. Is that going to be the case for Manche 2? Frigg now down into 3rd. Sofia Pavajna, great day for her so far. She's now down into P4. But both of those drivers, similar situation to Manche 1, dropped down, woke up in the second half. Oh, there's contact. Oh no, am I going to get blamed for that? Commentator's curse, my fault? No, it happens in racing. I'm sure it was just a fluke as we see the 2 drivers walk away. A nice split screen action there as Krasauskas sets the fastest lap of a 50.2. Back with your leaders now. 4.54 seems to be closing in already. That's Frigg, who's trying to gain positions down the back straight now towards turn 8. Top 4 not quite spreading out just yet. Down into, we've got a hand raise. That's a slow kart, so he's going into the pits. Very well done from that driver. Give him a round of applause, or her. Didn't see the number, hence why I said both. But yeah, deserves a congratulations for raising awareness, because if he just went into the pits, there's actually a 3-second penalty for 4.56 that's come up on the board. 4.56 is Bioccia in P12 currently. Tegan, 49.7, fastest lap in P7. He's up 4 places. Up 8 and 9 places is in fact Sarmiento and Sheriali in P16 and 18. Sheriali 16th, Sarmiento in 18th, up 8 or 9 places. That is fantastic. Tegan, 4 places up. We've got Granada, Krasauskas, Frigg, Pavajna, Maya, Sainz, Tegan, Gutierrez, Rangetti and Mumina is your top 10. Then it's Prudnikova, Paulin, Alcata, Campello, Seriali, Viswe, Chiocca, Sarmiento, Veterato, and Bridgen in P20. Then it's Fornasia, Tian, Camuzzi, Shimano, D'Angelo, Calzavara, and O'Connor. D'Angelo, Calzavara, and O'Connor seem to be out of this race. So two of them will be the ones that tangled. One of them that will be D'Angelo came into the pits. Tegan sets another fastest lap, so got the pace at the moment. 4.31. Pavagnia ever closer to Frigg, but not making any moves yet, so she knows to stay behind until the last lap at least, before slowing each other down and fighting. 6 minutes remain of Manche 2 for the S125 senior category of Iame Series Italy Racing Formula, brought to you by Media Friends TV. If you haven't already and you've been enjoying the action, please do give a like, comment or subscribe. Jump in that chat and say hello. I will get back to you at some point. When I open up the chat window, I'll be ready to talk to you, so don't go anywhere. Look at this. As we see 402 now drops down the order. Frigg is up into second place. Was there an issue for 402, or have both of them just caught up? Pavagna down the inside of 5 and goes up into third. It's happened again. It's a repeat of Manche 1. Kazauskas, great start, but now starting to drop down the order. And they're all now making their way through Sector 3. Maya, Sainz and Tegan are now going to be closing in on Kazauskas as well. So hopefully, I mean, he's going to try and hold on to P4 now. It was in the podium place. Frigg and Pavagna moving up into second, and actually Granada is not too far away. 1 second in the lead is Mark Granada. Sets the fastest lap though, just to remind everybody. Actually, I think I'm going to win this race. I'm just going to try and control the pace. Plenty, once again, I haven't mentioned this in a while, but plenty of nationalities out there. As I was saying, subscribe for more racing action like this from the Iame series, whether it's in the Iame UAE when that season kicks off in October. But don't forget, we're coming back to the Iame Italy series in August, the 1st for round 5. But we don't want to talk about that too much. Why? Because we're in the middle of the action right now. 4 minutes remaining of Manche 2, and then we're heading to the final races of the day. Can you believe it? Got a bit of a swap around in the mid-pack. It looks like Paulin has gained a position. Alcata has gained a position as well. P12 for Alcata. That's a great job at the moment. Number 453, the Qatari driver for DR SRL team. His teammate is Gutierrez, just up the road, not far. Couple seconds in P8 at the moment. It's Gutierrez who lost 3 places from where he started. But yeah, Alcata I saw on the dummy grid earlier just before coming up. Very identifiable. I'll tell you what I do love about some of the Qatari drivers is that they often wear, I don't know if they're all part of the same team or maybe they're sponsored by the same people back in their home country of Qatar, but they often wear the same race suits and have the same liveries on the karts, or said race suits as well, which is basically the Qatari flag. And it's very easy, again, easily identifiable from far away, which is what a commentator or a viewer should love, because then you can spot if the timing tower is a little bit delayed, which doesn't often happen. You can spot straight away when they're moving their way up, the Qatari flag being a nice shade of I don't want to offend, but I'm going to say purple, sort of maroony purple colour into a white, and that's what colour is Al-Qatar's race suit. Of course, Qatar's not the only nationality out there right now. We've also got Malta, I think Colombia, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, Philippines, all on this grid. And right now, at the top, it's Spain flying the flag, with Mark Granada leading the way. This is 402, still in the wars is Kazauskas. 406 looks to push him towards the inside, but down the inside of turn 8. Can he hold him around the outside? No, but look at this on the inside now. Outside again, contact through 9 and 10, down towards turn 11. It's kicking off, but a great move from the orange suit. I can't see the number, it's a little bit blurry. We should catch him through the next section. But Kazauskas losing positions there. He was in P4, and now he's going to drop down only one position to 418. Sainz, what a move from number 418. Martinez, Sainz, Amador. Sorry, Amador, Martinez, Sainz. I've got read the name backwards. But that was great stuff to hold it around the outside. I told you it's the dirty line. We don't often see it, but he got it done. And Kazauskas drops to 5th. Behind Kazauskas is Tegan, Maya, Gutierrez, Rangetti and Mumina, and Paulin in P11, Alcatraz in P12. Up 10 places is Sarmiento in P17. So a little bit out of place at the start, seemingly on pace was Sarmiento, as was Sheriali, who's up 8 places. So if my math is correct, would have started 24th, now in 16th. Sarmiento would have started 27th, now in 17th. Down towards 45 seconds remaining. Frigg sets the fastest lap. 7/10 is the gap to your leader, Granada. Another move for 406 and 452. Contact on the exit. 406 and 452 is Gutierrez and Maya going at it. And look at 411 Rangetti getting involved down the inside of turn 8 for Rangetti. Gets it done. Goes down towards 9 and 10, says Focus. Let's go forward. Don't fight me back. We've got another lap after this. At least, maybe 2 laps. There's 14 seconds left on the timing screen. And your leader, this is going to be close. 8 seconds left. I think it's going to be 2 laps. It is. 5 seconds remain then on the timer. So as they cross over now, this is not the last lap. Next time they cross the line, it will be the last lap as Frigg sets another fastest lap. Insane from 454, but the gap's still 7/10, so we're talking hundredths at a time here, hundredths and hundredths. And that, as a driver, trust me, from experience, it is super frustrating for a driver to be able to see. Believe me, Frigg will see that he's quicker. He'll see that he's been closing in. What happens is, when you're out there, from a driver's eye view, you're going to pick a reference point to the car ahead. So as you're coming through certain corners, you'll be like, right, where was that car in line to this tyre, for example? And lap after lap, as he improves again, even though it's only hundredths at a time, lap after lap, Frigg will see that he's getting closer every time based on that reference point. But he will then work out after a couple laps, as we see some more fighting for Kazauskas, who's going further down the order. A big bump from 411 Rangetti in the Tony kart, goes up. Takes that position. It's going to get feisty here. They're starting to get their elbows out. Rangetti takes that move, and look at the defensive down towards turn 8. Big punt on the brakes, gets it stopped. Does Kazauskas, who's getting absolutely bullied left, right and centre here. And we're coming round the final turn also to catch your leader. Coming through turn 15, they're fighting on the left-hand side, they're cruising on the right-hand side, and victory goes to 401 Granada for Mole Racing. I completely lost what I was saying because the action kicking off on these guys. Kazauskas in the wars, but Frigg and Pavashna again, your top 3. I think if now that I've seen it, that's kind of jogged my memory a little bit. I actually think that was the result of Manche 1 also in the same order. Don't quote me on that, because this one I wasn't sure about. But now that I see it and read it out again in Manche 2, I have a feeling it was the same. But just remember, not too sure. I'm struggling with memory now at this phase of the day, although I am feeling, thankfully, a little bit cooler with the door open. Ferrero in P1, Frigg in P2, Pavashna in P3. Amazing race for those guys. Oh, I was saying about the reference point. Amazingly frustrating for Frigg to see that he was quicker, but only be catching hundredths at a time. He would know that, and yeah, hate that feeling because you just know that you're running out of laps and it's not going to change. Oh, we've got some talking in the pit lane. There we go, some emotion. What are you doing? Why did you bump me out the way? You saw him do it. We went into the corner. This is me. I'm interpreting. I don't need to speak Italian to know. I mean, they might not even be speaking Italian. One of them's explaining why what he did wasn't a problem. One of them is explaining why he's frustrated that he was punted out the way. That is Kazauskas 402. And I don't think, don't forget, these all these grids, apart from Masters, are pretty young. And I personally, I like to see the emotion, whether it's a little bit of frustration, like we just saw there, whether it's elation from a pole position or a win. This is what I like to see. 1, it shows they care. 2, it shows they love the sport. And 3, I don't like it when it gets too clean, like Formula 1, for example, is a bit censored. You don't often see it. Well, maybe Max, over the last few years, Max is not afraid to show himself. But yeah, it's good. And to be honest, Kazauskas is well within his right. He was biffed out the way, as it were, if you want to call it that. He was really in the wars, getting hit left, right and centre. I don't know if it was the driver's fault in who he was talking to, of course, and neither will Kazauskas until he watches it back, and that's where they all become friends again afterwards, maybe, whether it's in the steward's room or after a debrief. Now, all of the Manche 2 is finished, and we are going to Zara.
I just heard a big sigh from Ferraro. It's been it's been a long day. Lots of races. Towards the end, what's the final motivation, the final push?
Well, just to keep doing what we've been doing. Finally, in the final, we'll be able to push the tires to everything they have, and whoever wins, wins.
I've been observing your driving. You create such a big gap between P2 that they can't follow up, they can't catch up. So what makes it so unique about your setup that is making you have that speed? Because in Iame, you all have the same engine, you all have the same tires. What is that makes you different?
Well, the setup really helps me to be smooth, to be consistent, and to not overheat the tires, which helps me to keep a consistent pace throughout all the race, and that's what really makes the difference.
And Iame it's been intense. You have done 4 rounds now. You're on the 4th round, and there's upcoming 2 more rounds, and you want to keep that leaderboard position of P1. So, what value has Iame brought to you, Iame, Italy?
It's brought great value to me. Obviously, not only this year, but last year winning the championship in the first edition of the championship, and it's been great. It's been such a positive impact in my career.
And any words for the people watching at home?
Thanks for watching.
Thank you so much, Mark. Well done, and I hope to catch up with you next round. And also, you still have 1 more race to go. I think it's at the end of the day, but we still have more races to go. There is so many races happening here at Cremona and the lady classification. Welcome back, Sophia. How are you feeling?
Okay, it's good. It's hot, but it's good.
And is it getting better? The kart, is it becoming faster, or do you think you're slowing down in pace?
I mean, my engineer told me to go slow, save the tire, and I still was not going off. And then he was like, "Oh, slow down more, like you're going too fast." And I was like going 4th and slower at the end, because there is no sense of battling with the guys. That better to start P3, chill, and go for the final.
Save it for the last push, because everyone's trying to push to the front in the beginning, but you're already there. You're already at the front end, so it's easier for you to just push a little more and get B1, hopefully in the final. I hope so. Now explain to me about your experience. How is Iame preparing you for a future?
I mean, it's very good because everybody gets the same engine. So maybe in some championship, maybe you can't see the whole potential of a driver, but here it's very good because you all get the same engine, so you see the pace of everyone, and it's real. So yeah.
So there's controlled technical regulations, there's controlled equipment, so it's really about the driver and also how the driver works with their mechanics, with their team. It's about that harmony. So how do you communicate with your team mechanics to ensure that you both are on the same page?
I mean, we've done a lot of testing before here and also in other circuits. So when we came here on Friday, it was already quite good, everything. We put the new tires in the free practice today, in the quali, the pace was good. So now it's just to make sure everything is fine for the final and see if we can get the win.
Out of Iame, Italy rounds, was this your favorite, or do you think you have another circuit that was quite your favorite?
I mean, I was very fast in Franciacorta and Donato, but the races were not very good. And here maybe I don't have like that fast pace, but I'm there, I'm with them. So for the final we can really work for the win. So I think it's one of my favorites still now, yeah.
Well, final push, well done. Go get in the shade, get some water, and I'll see you back for the final interview. Hopefully, push up. I'm like rooting for you. So that's Sofia, and that was the senior category. A lot of these drivers, this is just the beginning. Everyone starts from karting and gradually make their way up to a bigger league. So this is just the start of their future. But thanks so much for having me. I'm Zara Faruqi, your post-race interviewing the winners. And Jack, it's getting hot here, so I'm passing it back to you so I can get some fresh air.
In the heat once today? What do you mean? That it's hot outside? I'm only joking, of course, but fresh air, you're outside all day. Come on, you come up to this box and you'll see you'll see how stuffy it is. Now, first of all, just thank you to everyone who's been watching so far. There's been action-packed day, Manche 1, Manche 2, across all 6 of the categories, 7 if you include the ladies category, but of course they are racing within the other categories. So it's great to see. Thank you to everyone so far who's joined in chat. Keep that going. I'll be talking to you throughout the finals as well. So please keep those comments coming in. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Follow Media Friends TV. Thank you to Media Friends TV. Thank you to Iame Series Italy. All of our sponsors, Race Hub, Drivers Lab, Chorus, Comet, of course, for providing the tyres, Valm Racing, Vampidex, all of them. Alpha San Resort, I'm just trying to reel them off in my head. If I have forgotten any of them, I will go back over them later. GL Communications, GoTel. Oh, see, my memory's improving. I'm not too old just yet. I've definitely forgotten one though, so I will come back. We're going to go and actually see some video of the sponsors, but don't forget to give us a follow, Media Friends TV, Jack Johns, I'm your commentator, and of course Zara Faruqi down in the pit lane, who's been giving some great insights from the drivers.
Hey, how are you? Nice to see you.
Of expanding your business beyond Italy? At Kairos & Associates, we help Italian companies enter and scale across the UAE with confidence. From market entry strategy and corporate structuring to compliance and local partnerships, we handle the complexity so you can focus on growth. No uncertainty, no wasted time, just a clear path to global expansion. Kairos & Associates, your legal partner for international growth.
And here we can see our podium ceremony for our X30 babies. As they receive their awards for today and their phases. Look at them starting their motorsport career here in the Iame Series Italy Racing Formula. Great shot of all the drivers, and Robbie Bubbles flag there. The non-alcoholic tropical champagne drink, and they hold their trophies up proud on the podium. All of the drivers up there sharing the steps as they all bring out the trophies. There's that famous hand signal that we mentioned a few times earlier in the stream. What did I say? I said we were going to limit the uses. Have we decided on how many times we can say that? Excluding the times when, of course, I mentioned the turn numbers. That doesn't count. Come on. We all know what I'm talking about. The young ones watching that famous phrase. I'm going to say it. I'm going to use up one of my lifelines. 6-7. I saw it very clearly there on the podium from one of the drivers in the distance, waving his hands. This lady taking a photo of the podium. And you can see just how hot it is from the expression on her face. There we go. All celebrating. Great to see. And then Federico announcing your podiums there. Wearing, is that a Senna S shirt? Do we all recognize the Senna S? Is there a bit, actually, get in the chat, especially any Italians, get in the YouTube chat, and my question is, I know Senna was an influential driver around the world, but in Italy he was, this might be a really silly question, I just don't know because I haven't been here. Is Senna considered like as much of a hero as he is in Brazil, for example? Obviously Brazil, it's his home country, but Italy, they have the same love for him. Tell me in the chat if you are a fan as much as Federico is in his blue Senna shirt. And I'm sure all of these young drivers will eventually learn Senna's name, as well as, of course, they're all watching the current drivers. They all want to be a racing driver, and this is the beginning of that journey. 6 to 8 years old, waiting for the trophy. They got the helmet there. I'll open up the YouTube chat in a second. But for now, I'll let you enjoy the scenes of the podium. Okay, there we have it, the X30 baby podium ceremony. Great to see so many young drivers starting their careers so early. And like I said earlier on the stream, for those that have been watching all day, again, thank you. But it's just crazy when you see their heights, their sizes on the circuit going at those speeds. And they were racing. Like, I know we don't time them. They weren't actually racing for position. They all get a trophy, as you've just seen. And they're just developing as drivers at this stage. From 6 to 8 years old, they are learning racing lines, learning how to overtake, what's faster, what's slower, how I imagine they learn a little bit about tires from the team, the mechanics. They've got driver coaches out there, depending on the size of the team. Sometimes the driver coach is a family member, a sibling, or someone who was in racing previously, and they're pushing, obviously, the family name to get into racing. So it is, I mean, it's a healthy baby grid we just saw. So we have still got plenty of action throughout the day, so please don't go anywhere. Don't forget to vote for your driver of the day.
And is there one turn you cannot afford to screw up?
Yeah, like it's the mechanics going over there, because it's really easy for them to push you off.
Yeah, and there's not that many overtaking opportunities, but when there is, it becomes aggressive and like you're fighting for the top spot. So what's your plan going into those overtaking opportunities?
It's just to go on the inside and hopefully somebody pushes with me. To get up to the front.
I think this is a already media trained star right here. Best of luck. Come on, Brody, give me a fist bump. Get into your cart and best of luck for everything. And now P1 cart number 21. Lots of mechanics taking away their. I think they're called karting trolleys. Jack, you might want to correct me on that. Oh, never mind. Let's go around maybe. Ciao, how are you?
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Just good?
Yeah.
No, there has to be more emotions in your mind.
Nervous.
Nervous. It's the final. This is the most exciting part. You've done that track 3 times already.
Yeah.
So you should be used to it.
Yeah, but very nervous. This is the final race of the day, and I'm very nervous.
What's on the line for you? Is it to make your parents happy? Is it to make your team happy? Or is it just to prove to yourself you can do it?
I want to make my parents more confident about me, and I want to just full push it, and I want to be in F1.
Oh, so I'm meeting a future F1 guy, maybe? Please remember my name and then give me F1 tickets when you grow a bit older, yeah?
Okay, sure.
Take care, best of luck. But yeah, it's time to get in. Everyone's just rushing around to get ready. And also, De Leon, or let me guess, America and?
Guatemala.
Sorry?
Guatemala.
Guatemala. That's an interesting mix. Do you want to explain how it's been being an international driver coming to Italy, literally the mecca of racing? How does it feel to be here?
Oh, actually, it feels awesome, and it feels good to be part of Italy and racing at these championships like WSK, Italian Championship, and of course the Iame series. It feels so good.
Iame, what have you seen in Iame, Italy that you don't get from other competitions?
Well, it's hard to explain it.
Fair enough. I think it's about fairness, and it's about, just having that equipment that's fair and really pushing the driver to do better in their racecraft. Best of luck, Jack.
Thank you.
Let's go to P1, cart number 3. Oh, he's had it intense. It's Jack Wolf. Jack. You know our commentator is also called Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Jack, it's been intense keeping that P1. Every time I see you fighting for P1, just it slips through your fingers at the last moment. So what is it about this time that you're going to keep pushing to get that P1?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get P1. We have a lot of strong competitors. It'll be really hard to get P1, and we'll try.
And what has been the biggest lesson you've learned of Cremona in terms of driving, in terms of technical, in terms of your experience in karting?
Yeah, I think it's mostly working on his defending because he's so in the last heat.
It's intense. You should be glad I'm not in the cart, because if I was in the cart, I think I would make contact with everyone and push them off the grid. Best of luck. I know you're making your parents proud, and I can see we still have 5 minutes for the first time. I'm on the pre-grid early, so I have all the time I have. But actually, you want to get an interview with some other people that have been working behind the scenes to make the drivers feel more comfortable. I know he's giving his pep talk, but how about an interview with you?
Thank you, bye.
Rejection number 4, I'm not counting, but I'm counting and making a list. Okay, let's just go down the track. Let's just look over the amazing karts. I always get impressed by the branding. I feel like they've done such a great job with making it so identifiable. The liveries just look brilliant, and I want a kart for myself, honestly. So if any team wants to give me a spare kart, I'll pass you my number. But now Baby Race Academy. So many drivers across different categories. Let's just get a quick check with the Baby Race driver. We have Tabaza. I've met you before. You're the UAE chap. See, I bond with them. I magnetate towards the spot side because UAE. Come on. How has it been? It's been an intense race. It's been long days, very hot, and I'm not used to sun setting here at 9:30. How do you feel about that?
It feels better because I like the sun more. I'm more interested in the heat.
I feel weird eating dinner at 9 and then it's being sun outside. I'm like, this does not feel right.
Same, I'm feeling weird.
But best of luck for the last race. How are you going to push through to get that, a better track position on the grid?
I'll push with my teammate Ronald and to go to the front. And if he shows slow, I'll pass him.
And anything you want to say to the viewers at home, any of your family members, your friends, or your fans?
I would like to say thank you to my grandma and my other grandma for watching me, and my aunts for supporting me.
That's so sweet. My heart melted with that. So there's a lot of family here that's supporting the drivers, and they have a fan base. So now that's from my end. Let's just take a view of them coming out. I feel so good to not have to run. So that is our final, the first race to our final.
Thank you, Zara. You sound worn out from just walking back and forth. Come on, Zara, get those steps in. There's some more great insight there with the drivers. She's been doing a fantastic job down there, interviewing multiple nationalities, some with English, some not, so great job so far. We got a question actually in chat, but I don't know who they were talking about because I didn't see when the comment came up. It said, what is the name of this presenter? So I'm assuming it's you. If not, I'll just say both anyway. But down in the pit lane is Zara Faruqi, and up in the commentary box is Jack Johns. And of course, we are here with Media Friends TV. So don't forget to subscribe because we will be back for round 5 on August 1st. I had Abdullah say, do you think you'd make the podium with these races, Jack? Unfortunately, not the X30 babies because we have a tight schedule and these guys are about to kick off the final group of races. But then, hopefully, I don't want to promise, but I think hopefully I might be out there with the podium later, but I'm not sure. We'll see what happens. Now, we are ready. Go Denver. Win Godschalk. Another fellow driver in the chat says go Denver. That's just popped up on my screen. Let me just make sure I'm not filtering to top messages only. Yeah, and Boss Fishing says go Denver also. So Denver's got some fans in the chat. Good to see. And a great time to mention once again the driver of the day vote. Zara down in the pit lane said They've all got their own fan bases already. Can you believe it? And it's true. This is where it starts. Not just the driving, not just the racing, but all of the responsibilities, including now media. But that's both a win-win. It's a win-win actually, because you just get eyes on you from all around the world. It helps people see the talent at an earlier phase. But of course, it also means that you then need to brush up media training earlier, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. And as usual, Amar Tabaza, someone saying couldn't be prouder of Amar Tabaza, and he's been giving such mature answers down in the pit lane, so should be proud, the family indeed. But yeah, this is you said they all have their own fan base. This is their time to vote for their driver. I mean, it's been open all day, and it started at the start. It will close when all the races have finished. So go and click that link and vote your driver of the day. Now, the finale. We are ready. We have only got a few races remaining today. One more round for every class. We're about to begin with the first finale of the day. It is the mini category. We are ready. The under 10s, I should specify. They've been the most entertaining today. Down they go the main straight. It looked like one of them was out the tram lines for a while. So I'm assuming, in fact I don't need to assume anymore because the yellow flashing light is on, it is a false start. So we'll go round again and have a second attempt at this. So, your X30 Mini under 10 finale. We are here, round 4 for the Iame Italy Series Formula Racing in Cremona. A lovely summer's day, as I said earlier, right back at the beginning, surrounded by beautiful scenes, green fields, trees. Cremona has its very own highlights and stats. I think I said is the birthplace of the violin. This one surprised me. A secret fact, I'm a musician. Didn't know that until today, and now I'm even more impressed. Run up. Get it going. We got Jack Wolf on the front row there on the left-hand side in the bright race. Let's go, Mason says. So, wow, what a move from number 30 to Martin, who leads now. Basalamar in third. And I thought Phineas was going to have a look down the inside as well, but look at this. And Jack knows it, because now side of turn 1, straight through the right-hander of turn 1 and 2. So now Phineas is in P3. He's saying, Basalamar, just follow me. Stop fighting and look at 42, Brown, in the orange cart there in the background, going through 6 and 7. He is now going to be holding on to that train to try and catch the top 2. We've got a grip of it. Oh, no, he's not. He's going down the inside of Basalamar on turn 8. He gets the move done. He's up into P4. Basalamar losing places lap after lap. And Jack Wolf still in that. Brown, known as leading. So that's a new feature for me, but it's impressive nonetheless. So that, your standings on the screen, I believe, is with the 5-second penalties applied. Good to see that. Never seen it before, but it's helpful because Jack Wolf is technically leading. Even though Tomotin on circuit is ahead. We've got 40 and 32 with 3-second time penalties by the look of it. They're really being handed out now. I mean, 40's out of the race, so that's not going to affect him that much. Slapanov is in 20th place with a 3-second penalty, and the only 2 behind him is the 2 retirements. So again, not going to affect those drivers. I'm still super impressed and shocked at the fact that the 5-second penalty is applied live. I can't get over it, so give a shout out to the organisers for this one. So and the thing is, I mean, I know it was shown on the board, but how focused is Tomotin right now? Has he seen it? Does he know that he's leading the race? And Jack Wolf, who's finished second all day today, is about to take victory as long as they don't hold each other up and let everybody catch up for an absolute melee at the end. Melee, however you want to pronounce that word. Down towards turn 1 and 2 they go. Jack Wolf leading 1.4 seconds from Phineas, and Brown on the podium after all of those 5 seconds have been applied. Insane. Basalamar now up into second place. Mason, Tomotin is showing in 4th. Phineas, Adam Al-Sheikh has somehow found his way up into 6th position. Berger as well in P7. Brown, then Venter, then Mission is your top 10. Amar Tabaza down in 11th at the moment, looking at your timing screen. Now, down towards turn 8, there's only 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Jack Wolf behind Tomotin on circuit, but not in the standings due to a penalty. I would love to find out what the penalty is for. I don't have that information. I just see it on the screen, but I'm sure we can find out later on. If anybody is in the chat watching live on the circuit, if you can go and look for that reason for me, I would appreciate it. And then come up and tell me, why not? Or just drop it in the YouTube chat. Who knows? But Basalamar will also be happy after finishing third. He's now currently in second place. Mason in third place. Timotin 4.8 seconds technically back, which means he's technically 2/10 in the lead. You understand the math? If he's 4.8 seconds back, but he's ahead of not Toto, that's his dad's name, Jack Wolf. He's ahead of Jack Wolf on circuit. He's got a 5-second penalty, so that puts him 4.8 seconds back. There you go, I've explained the maths. Take a breath. We have 1 minute 45 seconds remaining until the final lap. Could you believe it? We've got someone in chat saying, go Basalamar, they're rooting for you. Yusuf, Ilyas and Auntie Farah are supporting you, Habibi. It's good to see so many people in the chat. This could be a real celebration for some of the drivers, and obviously, as is motorsport, a roller coaster of emotion for anybody that found themselves with a penalty or losing out to something that they didn't want to lose out for. Of course, they're all here to win, but a real mix-up in the order for the first finale of the day. X30 under 10s. Timotin, leading position on circuit. Been there for a while. Jack Wolf, and they don't have, I'm assuming they don't have communication like they do in the higher categories, so, but Jack Wolf would have seen it. He would have seen the timing screen say that he has a 5-second penalty. Now he's looking at the timing screens. He's looking over his shoulder to see how far the gap is. It's actually 2.9 seconds. So he's got nothing to worry about. And he is going to look at the timing screen now when they come across the line and be like, okay, nearly done. I wonder if I don't know the appeals process of penalties, or if anyone can appeal, or if it's a done deal when it's decided in the race like this. But again, I'm not a steward, and as with many racing categories, we always have to go, and rightly so, with what the stewards say, otherwise we would all be breaking the rules. So 3.2 seconds the gap now. These two flying at the front and pulling away from everybody else. Basalamar is showing as second place, 3.2 seconds back. Jack Wolf is showing as your race leader, with Mason, number 39, 4 seconds back in third. Timotin is currently, he needs to find about 0.8 of a second on track in the next one lap. We're about to start the final lap of this race. If he can find 0.8 in a lap to Mason's time, maybe he might still get a podium. But at the moment, not looking likely. So, Phineas, Al-Sheikh in 5th and 6th. Then it's Berger, Brown, Boss and Venter. Then it's Tabaza, Prevel, Mishin, Reggiani, Tiscianelli, Shahanaj, Pantuzzo, Basso and Vedramini and Shalapanov rounding off the field in 20th place with Santana and Rabani retired. 42, Brown down the inside of Boss into turn 1. That's a move being made. But your leaders are on screen right now. 30 and number 3. It's Wolf and Timotin. But is it the order that we see on track? No, because there were penalties applied. This is the last lap. We're watching your two drivers, and Jack Wolf, who was so close to winning earlier today in Manche 1 and Manche 2, could be taking victory here in the finale for the X30 under 10. It's round 4 Cremona circuit for the Iame Italy Series. Nearly said UAE, it's not UAE. The Iame Italy Series Formula Racing, and they're coming through the final section into turn 13, 14 and 15, and Jack looks down the inside. He wanted to get it on track. He doesn't need to do it. Jack Wolf down the back straight. He's going to fist bump. Yeah, he knows it. Takes victory here for round 4 Cremona. He holds up the number 1 sign and wins here at the Cremona circuit, and Mason has taken second place from Basalamar, but Basalamar gets another podium to add to his tally. Timotin drops to P4 and Phineas P5 with Adam Al-Sheikh, a great drive there, up to P6. Berger P7, Brown P8, Boss and Venter rounding off your top 10. There's the emotion we were talking about as he flies into the pit lane. Jack Wolf, victor for the X30 under 10 category. He's still going. I know Zara is going to be very happy to interview young Jack down there. Spoke to him actually before the race, said, oh, commentator is called Jack as well. Yeah, he said, and then moved on. He don't care. He had a race to win, and he's just done exactly what he needed to do. Here's confirmation of your top three. Jack Wolf, number 3 for KR Motorsport in first, with Mason, number 39 in second for Kidix Driver Performance, and then Basilamar for DRM Racing Team in third place. Now we get to see some shots in the background. Thank you to all the marshals that have been out there all day picking up any remaining karts that had an incident during the race and couldn't make it back to the pits. And of course, I do like to shout out some of the staff that we don't see, including, of course, the scrutineers, the stewards, and the medical team. It's Tomotin, Phineas, Adam Al-Sheikh, Berger, Brown, Boss, and Venter is your top 10. Then you have Sviatoslav Mishin in P11, Charlie Preble, Amar Tabaza, Gilberto Reggiani, Lorik Shahanaj, and Enrico Tiscianelli in P16. In P17 is Christian Basso, Cesare Vedramini, Noah Pantuzzo, Alexander Shalapanov rounding off the field in P20. And then you've got your 2 retirements of Max Santana and Rajaza Rabani. That is your X30 under 10 order. Let's go to Zara Faruqi and Jack Wolf, who gets a handshake there, over to the podium, ready for the interview.
Jack Wolf, first of all day you've been fighting and you finally got to P1. How are you feeling about that?
I'm so happy. My first P1 of my whole career.
First P1! So this is a big opportunity. This is the start of many more. So, okay, I have so many emotions for you. What made this race that make you win that?
I first have to say a big thank you to my team. I couldn't have done this without my team, focus, and yeah, I'm really happy.
Jack, before when I was interviewing you, then one of your team managers, your team mechanics came and said something to you. Do you want to share with the stream what they said?
Yeah. He said just push and don't never give up.
I feel like
don't never give up.
I feel like I see tears in your eyes. Jack, congratulations. The first of many. Okay, is our under 10 winner, and he just managed so well throughout the day. He's been fighting non-stop, but that final push is what he needed to win that finale. But now we have a P2. Come on, give me Brody. I saw you before. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So tell me. Oh, okay, let's get him in the race suit. Do you need any help? You got it?
No.
Brody, first of all, it's so hot. How are you getting back into your race suit?
I don't know.
Okay, Brody, explain to me. Intense. Final lap. What was going through your mind?
Just get around him the quickest possible.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to fighting for that P1 position, did you think there was an opportunity to overtake, or you're like, this is the best I can do, but I'm happy with it?
This is the best I can do because I started really far back. I came up there, and when I did, they were long gone.
And now, what's the future in store for you? Do you want to do more karting? Do you want to build up into other cars? Like, what's the future?
I want to build up in other cars.
Amazing. Great job.
Thank you.
Great job from everyone at under 10s. But now we can go to our mini category, the pre-grid, just to see all the drivers working so hard and doing that final race. It must be like pressure lifted off their shoulders. I feel so like excited for them. And now we're gonna go straight to the pre-grid. Unfortunately, I was too slow to reach them, but you can see everyone prepared, helmets down. They're just ready to go. That's it from me, but Jack, you're going to take over from here.
Thank you, Zara. Yeah, we can see the next race up and ready. It is the 100, which means it's our mini drivers ready and raring to go as they go out to start their formation lap. Yeah, really pleasant surprise there for the under 10 podium as it all sort of mixed itself up. Right at the end there for second and third. Also, Basilamar taking a third place. To finish my sentence, because he was third in Manche 2 also. And then the final. But yeah, Brody Mason getting it right on the last lap, it seems. And Jack Wolf sat behind Timotin the whole race. Didn't need to go for the move, but he went for it. He tried, and that will make parents proud, I'm sure. Who famously both in racing, but also both racing drivers. I don't know if anyone knows, I'm sure that's common knowledge in the racing world, but both Susie and Toto racing drivers from the past, shall we say. I don't think that I'm calling them old. But they are older than Jack, so I'm sure it's common sense at this point. But that's enough about the mini under 10s. Let's go on to the mini category. They are on track now, completing their formation lap. 10 minutes again, plus 1 lap. Today we have had Max Zvaric on top both times. Can he make it 3-4-3? The number 140, repping the Thailand flag. In second and third, we had Cueto and Varakita Supachok both swapping over in Manche 1 and Manche 2, with Cueto second and then Varakita Supachok third in Manche 1, and then the reverse of that in Manche 2. Here we go though. Formation lap is coming to an end. They go into the tram lines, and the finale for the mini category gets underway as they go through the red lights. The red lights go green, and Max Zvaric again leads in towards turn 1 nice and cleanly as the two cars behind him are side by side. Nearly went for an overtake in towards turn 3 and 4 did P3, but backed out of it, and I think it's because they are all teammates from Baby Race Driver Academy, and yeah, they spin a 1-2-3 for that team all day, so they're going to try again in those debriefs. I'm sure the team was saying, we don't want to ruin this, so please don't fight each other too hard. I don't care the order, but we've had a 1-2-3 all day, so can we keep the 1-2-3? And actually, right now, it's working because it is a 1-2-3 still, but there's 9 minutes remaining, so it's a long old race to go, and everybody is within reach. Namely so, that orange car in P4, who we'll see when we cross the line, which I believe is 133, Guido Ebushenyi. And here they go. So it's Zvaric, Cueto, Varakit Supachok, and Ebushenyi is your top 4. 6 tenths separate them. But your teammates are going to want to try... Oh, Max Zvaric is actually under attack there from Cueto. So maybe they're not working together exactly for... Oh, no, he's letting him through. He said, okay, you go, no problem. That was the little hand wave. We saw his hand just sort of come off the steering wheel there. He was like, yeah, you go ahead. It's okay, I'll follow you. I'll give you a push. But Guido Ebushenyi might be opportunistic here. He's the one that could upset the team game as he dives down the inside and takes P3, but he's on the outside line of turn 12. Can he get a switch back down towards 13? He does! Strong move from Guido Ebushenyi, and look at this, backing up as they go through there. That was interesting stuff from the mid-pack, who are all shuffling around. But Guido Ebushenyi in the lead is up in the lead pack, has just moved up into third place. Look at these guys in the middle. Cueto sets the fastest lap. This is a long old train. Anyone going to dive down the inside of 3 or 4? Yes. Oh, contact. They both get barged out wide and lose multiple positions as a result, and another contact on the exit there in the mid-pack. It's really feisty in the middle, and this is why qualifying in your previous races are so important. One of the drivers earlier said this, struggling to remember who in my memory. I have a feeling it was John McClellan who said qualifying is important, puts you in the best place, obviously, for your racing. Yes, it sounds like common sense, but sometimes you can come from the back and make it all the way to the front, of course. That's not a problem, but it does mean that you end up racing people harder than you need to at the bottom and at the middle of the pack. Like, some people will have different mentalities further down the order. They're going to want to fight. For example, someone who usually finishes, let's say, P20, they find themselves in P14. They're going to fight for that P14 as if it's a win. And that's what makes racing so great, is that you can fight for any position you want, and there's nothing your competitors can do about it. And that might be what we're seeing from number 1, 2, 3, Makura, who is absolutely getting hammered from behind at the moment, getting punted into every corner, but he's holding it nicely, is Makura in P7. Ebushenyi is back down to P4, but they've actually got a gap now to Zvaric and Cueto. So Cueto and Zvaric playing it smart. They're going to 1-2 this by the looks of it. I don't know in which order. Ebushenyi back up into third now. He's passed why am I stumbling now? I said the name earlier. Varakit Supachok is back into fourth as they go down into turn 14. Back down the main straight now then. It's 2 by 2 by 1 by 1. as we see El Hayuti and Hasue try to come back. But look at this gaggle behind, still kicking off. Down through 1, in through 2, and into the braking zone of 3. No one sending it this time by the looks of it. Nice and calm through there. Anyone down the inside of 5? No. Oh, yes, there is down the inside of 5. There it is. Makes the move stick. Not sure who's leading this train. We'll see it as they come down towards turn 8. Oh, we got another move coming down. It's 145, I think I saw in the sunlight. Or is it 146? It might be Cozy and Saritha Ranaku, who I can see on the timing screen. I think that is who was fighting there down towards turn 8. Oh, another dive down the inside. They're all swapping over here. Amazing stuff. Now, I told you, some people will just wait for the final before they show their racecraft, so it's been pretty chilled in some of the categories in the Manche races earlier. Now that it's the finale, the final race of the day for all of the drivers, they are going at it. 146 and 123 side by side. Kose and Makura there, who was getting absolutely pushed into some of these corners. 146 down the inside of 131. That was Kose and Wibowo, who made a little bit of contact there through turn 2. Interesting to see. That was a bit of a late dive, to be honest. Didn't quite work out, and they'll both end up losing a little bit of time to the cars ahead. But the defending keeps going as he looks over his shoulder down towards turn 8. And then in towards the right-hander, now into the fast left-hander. And there is your leaders in the distance. This is what happens when you fight. That is Zvaric and Cueto. Down in towards 14, round the final corner. Zvaric not in the slightest in a rush to try and take P1 from his teammate right now. Doesn't mean that he's going to sit there all race. He might be just waiting for the famous last lap board. He set the fastest lap. Guido Evgeny is 2.2 seconds back, so I don't think they're under any threat behind from Evgeny or Warakitsapachok because yeah, the gap's too big. So actually, after fighting Evgeny and Warakitsapachok, they actually now have to work together to try and catch the top 2. Interesting mental statistic again, isn't it? I told you it's a Mel's for championships later in life, but this is where it all starts. Evgeny back down to P4 now. He's decided to follow Warakitsapachok after, or maybe he didn't have a chindol unless there's an issue between any of your top 2 pairs. It is 2x2 now. Cueto and Zvaric working together. Warakitsapachok and Evgeny working together. They're not fighting too hard as there's a minute and a half left. I'll tell you who is fighting this train still from earlier on. They've been going at it all race. 146 Kose leading this train. There's about 7 carts all fighting for the same piece of land right now. It's a battle for the ages. The finale for round 4 X30 minis at Cremona circuit. And we are seeing your top 4 working 2x2. There's P5 completely alone. El Hayuti has no one to help him, but no one to fight also. Then Steindl, P6, Hasue in P7, Garcia, Diamantino and Kose is your top 10. Then it's Wabowu, Ghani and Pritelt. Then it's Saritha Ranaku and Caceres. Then it's O, Voce, Distazo, Ferreira, De Leon, Gilmore, Besserell, Mason, Fenu, Makura and Kevorkian rounding off the field. 17 seconds back. Not too bad for a full 10 minutes of racing, a full grid separated by 17 seconds. If you lined up all the carts in a line, it's actually not that much of a distance, to be honest. Now, fastest lap, Warakitsapachok. Bit late now though, 15 seconds left on the clock. 2 laps remaining, 129 round the outside of 2, chops in, nicely done. 129 is De Leon there leading that train. That's for P18. Great job to hold on to that. I wasn't sure if that was De Leon attacking or 130 attacking. That was Distazo, but they were going at it. And yeah, Cueto and Zvaric still in that same order at the moment. Coming through, I think they might have swapped actually. That's happened at the back of the circuit somewhere. I think Zvaric might be back in the lead before they start the last lap. And they're going to fight down towards turn 1. Zvaric is side by side with his teammate Cueto down towards turn 1 as we've got carts in the back bouncing over the curves, but the leaders are fighting still in towards turn 3. Cueto takes the lead. It's Cueto and Zvaric going at it for the final corners, and now Cueto takes back the lead. Zvaric down the inside of 6. Gets it done, but watch out for Cueto. It's been an epic fight so far on this final lap. He's defending his Svaric down towards turn 8. Oh, nearly went for it. Did Cueto into turn 8, but he didn't. And Ebergenyi behind has decided to follow suit. Down towards 9 and 10, a sweeping left-hander, nothing doing through here, but in towards 10, the hairpin left-hander, he defends it again, does Svaric from Cueto, defends 11 nicely, in towards 13, 14 and 15, can he get a switch back through 14 in the final turn? Svaric, is he going to be leading? He is, and now it's a run to the line, has he got enough toe? Svaric wins the finale, Cueto in P2, a great fight and respect from the teammates, but look who took P3, Ebergenyi from Warwick. Oh my god, I'm out of breath. Warwick Kitsapachov in P4. Amazing stuff. Oh my god, I think it was Cueto. It was so close, but the timing screen is showing Cueto. I can't believe it. I saw it. I could literally see. Is the white line the timing screen or is the finish line the timing screen? Because it looked like the other way round, but I can't argue with the digital timing system. That is insane. I don't think either of them know which one has won. They don't know yet. They're going to be in the paddock area. They're shaking hands, Ebergenyi and Cueto there. Hey, he's got Cueto's got a similar helmet design to me. Shout out. Shout out to that helmet designer. Anyway, pointless, because I don't know if they know who has won the race. Zara Faruqi, I hope you know who've won the race, because it is in fact Cueto by 0.0002 seconds. 2/1000ths to stop Svaric's dominant day. Cueto P1, Svaric P2, and Ebergenyi in P3. I'm wondering if there's confusion of where the timing line is from my side, because it definitely looked like Svaric, but digital timing systems are not wrong. It's as simple as that. So wherever the line is, it was in fact Cueto who was ahead. Shaking hands with the team. He must know now. He's just... No, is he celebrating P2 or P1? What's he celebrating? He's hopping around. Has he injured himself? He's been run over. I want to know if he knows that he's won. I don't know if he knows. I think he's just happy to finish P2. Someone give me a signal. Does he know that he's won the race? We're about to find out, because Zara Faruqi is about to break the news to him, I'm sure, as he hops his way over. So I'm going to pass you down to Zara Faruqi. He's hopped over. Say hello, Zara, to Cueto. Microphone. Not in a while now.
Bit of an issue, but you think you got P1?
Yeah, because I'm here doing the interview.
You know how close it was.
How?
You can't guess. Are you ready?
1,000.
0.002 from P2.
Yeah.
That was such a close race. Even if you blinked, you would have missed it. Yeah. But P1, how do you feel about that?
Super happy.
Was this what you were expecting?
Yeah, honestly, I was super quick the whole weekend. I won in Francocorta the last round of this race, so I'm honestly super happy.
And what moment did it click for you that I got it? I got the race under my belt.
Yeah, I mean, I just knew I had the pace all weekend. I think that once I overtook, he got to P1, and then he overtook me back. I was just really focused the whole race, and then he blocked on the last corner. I switched back him, and man, I'm just so bad.
Now your brain is on adrenaline rush, and then you're gonna after 5 minutes, it's gonna settle in, and you're like, oh my god, I did that. Yeah. Congratulations! Come on, give me a big handshake, big congratulations to the team. Baby erased an amazing job, and we have no time unfortunately for P2. But Jack, it's back to you because the races have already started.
Thank you, Zara. Yeah, they're all out doing their formation lap, and a really amazing drive from Cueto, to be honest. He's been rapid all weekend. There's a second, third, and a first for his weekend. And I didn't realise how has he got the hand control cards, because he's been absolutely rapid. And I'm sure Max could probably be happy for his teammate there, to be honest. He will be he'll be disappointed to lose by 2/1000ths, but at the same time, super cool to see Cueto, Pedro Marco Cueto, come out on top in the finale. Amazing stuff. Now, formation lap for the juniors. Juniors are about to begin their final race. What are we going to see here as they start to slow down and get ready to come around the final corner? They're coming through to now start end the formation lap, sorry. They're into the tram lines and flying down to the red lights. The lights are out and the race has begun. The junior finale has started then as they go down towards turn 1 and in towards turn 3 and 4. Bit of a bump there for P4. I think the Ward Racing carts clearly in the lead. Oh, back down the inside for Ludwig. That's, I recognise, now I recognise the grid. You've got the 2 Ward Racing carts working together. This is going to be the McClellan, the Grandquist gang fighting it out now for the next 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Just updating my results sheet at the same time because the races are just so back to back. It is insane. It's so cool to see for the Iame Italy Series racing formula. So John McClellan has won both races today. Ludwig Grandquist has finished second in both races today, and Max Feldy has finished third in both races today. Guess the order. It's exactly what I said. Same order as before. McClellan, Grandquist, Feldy, then it's Lanza, Pizzonia, Ravelli, and Filippelli, and Sapia, and Pundis, and then Motorelli there in P10. Emma Boschetto has dropped 7 places. She's had a really poor start this time round. Drops down to P11. Ianuzzo, Slipchenko, Rojas, Amorotti drops to P15. Also, Rojas is up 9 places. Great start for Rojas in number 242. Then it's de Blasio in P16, Al Quraishi is in P17, Lockmatter, Tomaello, Wu, Pellegrino, Mazzarotti, Franzoso, and Shahinaj Tomatis. Desani Jr. lost 6 places at the start, but he's still there on the back of the train, and Santoni rounds off the field in 27th place as they all start to spread out now towards the front. Don't forget, guys, vote for your driver of the day. I'm going to come back and check the YouTube chat to see what I missed. You've been quiet since the minis, actually, so get in there, say hello. Go Silvouche is the last thing I see, and you've got a load of people obviously shouting out Omar Tabaza and Basil Amar from earlier on today. But where's all the junior love for McClellan, Grandquist and Feldy, Pizzonia, Lanza, Ravelli? This whole grid, 27 drivers fighting it out. 9 more minutes remaining for this finale for the juniors. And McClellan is managing a 4/10 gap at the moment, but Ludwig Grandquist has been quick all weekend. Has he been saving his tyre? There's someone losing a load of positions. 249, I think I caught there on my eye. Is there a 249? It is. No, that's 249 is actually Ludwig Grandquist, who's in second, who did not lose places. So I got that number wrong. Didn't quite see it. Maybe it was 248. Oh, it's 209. That's the answer to that question. Nearly, as they go through the double hairpin section of 3, 4 and 5. Double hairpin, but what you mentioned 3 corners, Jack. Do you know what you're talking about? Yeah, apparently. I saw there's multiple track images actually online, but technically the hairpin of 3 is classed as 2 corners. It has 2 inside curves. It's a double apex corner. So that is 3 and 4, and then the next left-hander, which is a smooth hairpin, is turn 5. Now, where are the overtakes going to happen? Look how many Ward Racing carts are up there now. Ludwig Grandquist is going to have a handful if it stays like this, because once his tyres wake up, it might be too late because they're all pushing and closing in on him. It's Feldy, Pizzonia closing in on Ludwig Grandquist, and actually Lanza and Ravelli are a little bit further back. They're about a second behind your top 4, who are all together on the circuit. You can see them now. Top 4 fighting down towards 9 and 10, swooping into the left-hander here. Left-hand hairpin straight into the right-hander of 12, 11 and 12, and then into the right-handers of 13, 14 and 15, which is essentially 1 corner because 15 basically doesn't exist as they go onto the main straight. Ludwig looks like he's flying. He's going down the inside of turn 1. Ludwig Grandquist decided he's not going to follow 246 John McClellan. He is going for the lead. And now it's Award Racing 2-3-4. He lets his teammate through. McClellan's down to 4th. Feldy and Pitsonia moved up into 2nd and 3rd. McClellan 4th place with Granquist now leading the way and trying to extend that gap. Now he can use his tyres. He's got 7 minutes remaining. Why bother saving it now? The day is over. This is your final race. Are they pushing? They're probably pushing. Why am I saying that? Of course they're pushing as much as they can. No one wants to hand over the lead, unless you're one of the races we watched earlier where that happened, and then it all went well for that driver. Now, Granquist, 0.07 last time out, 2.52 is coming down. Pitsonia takes P2 then from his teammate. These three can't shuffle around too much, or they will hand this finale to Granquist. Ward Racing 2-3-4 should now be working together and trying to bump draft up to Granquist, and it looks like McClellan's coming back through down the inside of turn 8. So that is Feldy dropping from 3rd to 5th then on this lap. Sorry, 2nd to 4th, my bad. They are fighting for 2nd place at the moment. So yeah, 2nd to 3rd, 2nd to 4th for Feldy. Pitsonia now leading this train of Ward drivers, with McClellan back in the middle of the Ward Racing sandwich. But Ludwig Granquist looking over his shoulder, quick glance. Surprised they don't give themselves whiplash sometimes with how quick they look over their shoulder. Bang, bang, done. Just to see who's behind them. 50.2 seconds. Granquist sets the fastest lap. Are these boys, I was about to say, are they waiting for the final few laps of tyre grip? But based on that, Feldy back up into P3. I think these boys are racing. They are going for it. There's 5 minutes remaining, and at the moment, the Ward boys are swapping lap after lap. Granquist now has a half a second lead when they cross the line. Is that going to be bigger on this next lap? Only time will tell. Lanza, 2.2 seconds back from your leader, about 1 second behind the group of 3. Then it's Pundis, Mottarelli, Ravelli, Ianuzzo, and Emma Boschetto's back up into 10th place now. Originally lost 7 positions, now only 6 as she makes her way back up the field. You see a few more changes there. Amarotti goes up 1, Slipchenko, Wu, Rojas, and Tomayello is up 9 places. Tomayello now the most overtakes in this race from where they started. 16th. Started in 25th, I believe. Into the right-hander, then they go. The Ward Racing trio, Pitsonia, Feldy, McClellan. But McClellan, after winning both races earlier, is not going to want to stay there, I'm sure. And they're side by side again, looking over the shoulder. 2.44, Feldy now back to the back of this train. 2.46, McClellan is going for 2nd. Look, he's been squeezed onto the grass by his teammate. I told you they're racing. Unbelievable stuff, and he nearly lost it when he came back on. That was questionable driving, and McClellan back down to P4 now. That looked, I mean, it's not questionable too much, it's just really hard defending. But yeah, McClellan back down to P4 now, did manage to get it back on the circuit. They're going to bring in Lanza, Pundis and Mottarelli, and it's going to continue this fight. But Pitsonia not wanting to release P2, but I can tell you what that's done, 100% without question, without a mechanical failure. Ludwig Granquist will win this race now, unless he has an issue, because 1.5 second gap is going to be really difficult to close. Not saying it's impossible, but super difficult to close, especially if they're fighting like this. And McClellan is furious at the side. He's really showing his frustration, waving the hand, saying, "What's he doing? Why did he do that?" It's frustrating when any driver would do something like that, but it's even more frustrating when it's a teammate. But as I said earlier, some drivers still, I know it's a team game, but they are also racing. Waves his hand, saying, "Why is he defending? We need to work together to get up." Gets the switch back nicely for McClellan. He's got the outside line though for this next corner. Now they're just fighting each other. And look at the train behind. Lanza, Pundis, Mottarelli, well involved in the podium fight as a result of this. Ward Racing really giving us a show now. Ludwig Granquist might not get much TV time anymore, but we need to watch these guys. Stay with these three because this is where the action is. 2.5 minutes remain. John McClellan, P4 at the moment. Is he going to stay there? I'm not sure. The tension is rising. Hopefully not the red mist, the famous driver red mist. But they're coming down the back straight in towards turn 8. They all should have accepted now that the win is out of here, which was probably why Pitsonia is now fighting so hard for P2. He is defending within his right to do so. Feldy, McClellan in P3 and 4 at the moment. Down the back straight. Watch the run McClellan gets here through 14 on the main straight. They're going to come down. Is he going to sit behind? Investigation on 252 Pitsonia for pushing his teammate on the grass. That will be down in towards turn 3 and 4. I'm sure they're going to wait and see how this plays out. McClellan around the outside to try and get a better exit. 244 down the inside of Pitsonia. Feldy tried to make a move there. Under pressure again. I don't know who's going to come out on top of this. Harsh defence there. Well, not harsh. He got that done actually in plenty of time. He didn't squeeze his teammate. That was Feldy just moving over to the inside. It looked late, but I think that was perfectly on time to defend from McClellan. But now they can focus again on Pitsonia. But it is fair to say that they are not working together. They're fighting for position. And now look, it's happened. He's off on the grass. He bounces over. Oh, and he punches the steering wheel in frustration. He's lost his head. 1 minute remaining. That is McClellan down to P7. Loses 3 places, does John McClellan. That is going to be frustrating. And now, if anything, Pitsonia might be safe. I don't know if Feldy's close enough to make another move. There's 42 seconds remaining. I think there's going to be 2 laps after this, so it's not completely the end of the world for McClellan, although it is going to be tough to get back up there. Motorelli down the inside of Pundis. Now they're side by side on the exit. He's saying, come on, they're right there. Let's just slot in. Try and get the next group of cars. Down in towards turn 11, into the right-hander of turn 12. And 250 there fighting each other. 250 is Pundis, so they're still going. Down the back straight now. 3.5 seconds to Granquist. Easy win for him today in the finale, after finishing second in both of the races earlier on. 229. Motorelli behind Pundis now. So they were fighting it out. And it looks like, I have a feeling, well, it's going to be the last lap this time. I wonder if McClellan has enough time to gain 2 more places from Motorelli and Pundis in front. If they fight again, McClellan will take advantage of that for sure. But Pitsonia absolutely holding on to P2 at the moment. He's up 7 places, but is that investigation going to move him down the order? If it is, let's assume it's a 3 or a 5 second penalty. That will promote Feldy, and can you believe it, 222 Lanza up to the podium spot in the finale. Amazing stuff. We don't like to see things decided by penalties, of course. Rather see it on track, but actually Lanza is all over the back of Feldy and might be trying to fight for that potential P2 here. And here is your leader, Ludwig Granquist, going into turn 8 absolutely by himself. 4 seconds clear, a dominant performance. And here we go. That is 276, I think that is, or 216 maybe. Didn't quite see the number. We need to get back to Pitsonia. And your leaders are coming round the final corner now. Here he is, Ludwig Granquist, fist bumping the air, wins the finale for the S125 Junior. Swedish flag raised. Look at these guys coming down across the line. Whoa! Lanza up into P3, Feldy down to P4, which is a potential P2 and P3. McClellan also got the moves done. I told you he might get 2 more positions if Pundis and Motorelli fight. We didn't see it on the camera, but I'm assuming that's exactly what happened. Have that. Called it all before it happened. McClellan back up into P5, who will be disappointed to not be in at least P2, I'm sure. Motorelli and Pundis had a little bit of a fight themselves, and McClellan fought his way through, and Feldy and Lanza might be gaining a position to 2nd and 3rd if that investigation does not go Pitsonia's way. I've seen it before in other series. I'm not sure Obviously, different stewards, different decisions sometimes, but I have seen that type of move penalised before. Granquist wins, Pitsonia second currently, and Lanza in P3. That team is well, actually, they were all driving similar coloured karts, but Lanza is in the PKT team, jumping up there at the end into that P3 spot. PKT Swiss kart team. And look how happy Ludwig is with his win. Ludwig Granquist. Should recognise Zara when he goes over to speak to her. Did a couple of games with Ludwig. And they'll be making their way over to her in the pit lane shortly. Max Feldy will be waiting for that decision, I'm sure, to make it 3 third places out of 3. Currently stands in P4. Guido Ebergenyu there was joining Ludwig to say well done. In the paddock, yeah, there we are, weighing. Look at his face. He worked for that. It might have looked easy, but a hot summer's day here in Cremona, Italy, and he has done everything he needed to do. That is a second, and a first. And if anyone was going to threaten an overall win, it would have been John McClellan, who got first and first. But in that race, McClellan down to 5th, potentially 4th, depending on if Pitsonia gets a penalty. Here we go then. Ebergenyu hopping behind him, but Ludwig Granquist going over to speak to Zara Faruqi, your winner.
Ludwig Granquist.
Yeah.
You're P1.
Yeah.
You won.
Yeah.
How does that feel for you?
Yeah, I'm super happy.
Yeah, no, you're way too calm for this. I know inside you're like screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What does winning Cremona mean for you?
I mean, it's a lot. Yeah.
And throughout this whole journey, so many people are working with you. You have your team managers, you have your mechanics, you have your parents. Who has been the biggest support in this journey for you?
The team and my dad.
Yeah. Ludwig, come on, give it a... Well done.
Thank you.
Ludwig is a man of few words, but I know inside he's screaming with joy. Congratulations to Ludwig. Congratulations to MP Academy in Gamoto. You guys are brilliant drivers are coming from your academy. And now back to you, Jack. I know there's still racing to go. The finals. Here we are in Cremona.
Just in time. The race is about to begin on the circuit. Straight into the Masters category. You can see them here coming down the main, straight into the tram lines then. These are the old boys. They're out there. Here they go. Down the main straight, and the green lights are on for the S125 Master. 12 minutes. Look at that. Bits of rubber flying everywhere. There are marbles all over the circuit. Down the inside. Whoa, what a send and a spin. That's the first time we've seen that on lap 1. What an optimistic move in the chrome blue kart there. Down the inside of turn 3. And I don't know if the car is survived. I think he is still rolling. Didn't see the number from that distance. But we'll find out shortly when they come across the line, and we'll see who's last place. I think his bumper also might be down on the floor, the rear bumper. But we've had the same driver win the Masters category all day. That's Pizzardo, Nicholas Pizzardo, who's currently leading. But he is surrounded by other drivers who might have been saving their tyres as they come down across the line. Maybe they'll put him under pressure throughout today. Down the inside, we're going to move in towards turn 1. That is Zani and Menacci swapping places. We've got Rota in second place, Pedrana up into P5, Pini and D'Agostino in P6 and 7, which means it was Emmanuel who made the optimistic dive after being essentially went from a position of being overtaken into a position of overtaking. Not sure if that was sort of not counterintuitive. What's the word I'm trying to say? Sort of like went hand in hand with each other. Maybe he made the send because he didn't want to be overtaken. Maybe he made the send because he thought he could make the move. This time didn't pay off, but that's racing. It's okay. 12 seconds to gap. Maybe he can gain another position if the car has survived enough and if he has the pace. Pizzardo has had the pace all day. 6.52 Rota behind Menacci and then Zani P3 and 4. Then it's D'Agostino, who's now moved up 3 positions. He retired from race 2, so definitely faster than his starting position, and you can expect to see him climb up through the order. So they will be 6, 4, 8. Pedrano is now pushing Pini by the looks of it in through the S section. But your top 4, I'll tell you what, Pizzardo is not breaking away at the moment. He's still right there with 3 carts just behind him, and we're already a couple of minutes down. So we're a quarter of the way through this race as we now go into the final sector down the main straight. The bright blue and yellow car leading the way. It's now 5:38 p.m. here in Cremona, Italy. Sun still beaming, of course, and the weather keeping us honest. 50.6 for D'Agostino. He is flying, and actually should be expected in compared to tyre life, because D'Agostino had the pace earlier. He sat out one of the races, not on purpose, of course. No one does it on purpose. But he's essentially saved a load of tyre life. Maybe. Only maybe. And maybe it will come into fruition for D'Agostino in P5 at the moment, who's trying to close in a 2-second gap to your top 4. There's your top 4. There's D'Agostino in the distance. What's the gap this time? 2.8 last lap. 2.9 this lap, so they're actually pulling away a little bit from D'Agostino. If they start fighting, we know what happens when you start fighting. That gap does not come down as Pini sets the fastest lap in P6. In through the middle sector, through the S, over the crest, down the hill and towards turn 8. Swoops round the rounded hairpin of turn 8. Down towards now the long left of 9 and 10 into the hairpin of 11. Straight into the right hairpin of 12. And now, again, it looks like Pizzardo is now starting to eke out the gap. Again, I can't remember if Zara can hear me. I think she did hear me earlier. So maybe, if she wants to ask Pizzardo, assuming Pizzardo wins, of course. Pizzardo again in Italian. What I would ask him is... I don't know if I would ask this question, because obviously we don't understand the answer, but I liked his insight earlier, even though I don't speak Italian. So for the Italian viewers, I would ask Pizzardo, how does he get the tyres to work more in the second half of the race? Because this has happened 3 times now, where he doesn't look like he's pulling away from everybody in the first half of the race. But then as soon as we get to about 5-6 minutes in, it's like the tyres just switch on and he starts pulling away. And we're talking tenths a lap. Like, it's a huge gap Pizzardo has. It's 6 tenths now. How much has he pulled away on this lap? It's going to keep extending. He started bouncing, so he's taking it seriously now. It's just done the fastest lap, 49.8. It's now a second. He pulled out 3 tenths on that lap. What is Pizzardo doing to turn on the tyres every time about 5 minutes into the race? He's clearly got some sort of technique. It's super cool and interesting to see, and he's just extended his lead to 1 second from Rota. Menacci in P3, 1.2 seconds back, only 2 tenths behind Rota. Zani in P4, D'Agostino in P5 with Pini, Pedrana and Emanuele rounding off your 8 masters in this category. 6 minutes remaining. Will we see, I mean, these 3 could change over at any point, to be honest, for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and we're keeping an eye on D'Agostino, who's not closing in just yet. As soon as any of these 2nd, 3rd and 4th drivers start to fight, that's when we'll see 5th and 6th start to close in. I'll tell you who is closing in. Pini. If you keep an eye on P6, 6.54, Pini in the orange. That will help your leader. Pizzardo, pull away. It's already 1.5. That's 3rd place. And who lost out there? I can't see any of the numbers. Needed those 3. Really, if you're D'Agostino and Pini, what they needed for their race to be better was for all 3 of those drivers to have a bit more of a prolonged fight, not just a one-and-done situation. Because now the one-and-done situation has been done. And catch Zani in P3. There's 3.5 minutes remaining. I'm not sure there's enough time To be honest, we'll find out if I'm wrong or right, but I think they're going to fight each other. 3.5 minutes remaining. Pini is definitely not going to stay in 6th place. He's at least going to attempt one move, if not two, at this rate. He set a fastest lap earlier in the race. Will his tyres last? They're not actually that. You look at the gaps, it looks like the gaps are huge, but when you look on the circuit at a zoomed out view, they're actually not that far apart from each other. It's amazing the fine margins here in the Masters category. There, you can see there, you can see the back three fighting each other. That's 4th, 5th and 6th, but just up the road, not far ahead at all, is P3 and P2. But what I'm saying is they're just a little bit too far to make any gains unless there's a huge pace advantage, but the grid is so close on pace that you really just need people to fight each other to get it done, and that is what's probably going to happen here with Pini and D'Agostino, who goes down the inside. Pini down the inside of turn 5. Gave him a sly little, okay, now I've got the move done, let's go now. We can probably catch D'Agostino in this 2 minutes and 20. He's waved his hand, he said thank you, and they go into the right hander of 8, and the gap to D'Agostino when they crossed the line was only 2 tenths. It's a bit bigger now because he had to get the overtake done. But now that the overtake is done, with 2 minutes left on the clock, can he make that move, is the question. What can be done? Are we going to see any more changes in the Masters race or not? Again, get in the YouTube chat, say hello, vote for your driver of the day here on Media Friends TV for the Iame. Oh, driver of the day is actually closed, I've been told. So don't vote your driver of the day. We already have it. I'm guessing I'm not director. I'm not allowed to be told until the podium. Is that right? I'm not allowed to spoil the surprise. So I can't tell you what that is. But of course, if you haven't already, like I said earlier, subscribe to Media Friends TV for more karting action across the Italy Iame series and the UAE Iame series. Also out there in the desert compared to the luscious green grass that we have here today. Heat's about the same, to be honest, but for some reason this Italian heat feels just that little bit hotter. And I'll tell you what, it is looking close here. I think we might see another overtake for P4. Menacci's going to come under trouble here from Pini. Pini is closing 6.54. It's a 2/10 gap when they cross the line. They're pulling away from Agostino. Padrana is actually now behind Emmanuel. So Emmanuel, after spinning on lap 1 after that optimistic dive in turn 3, is now back up into P7. So he's made a move. And look at these. This is getting close. He actually thought about that. Did you see the twitch as they went in towards turn 11, now into 12? Already, Pini is thinking about the overtake, and we're not on the final lap yet. There's 15 seconds remaining, which means there's going to be another 2 laps of this. This is going Pini's way for P4. Closing in towards turn 1. The orange cart sitting behind. Down towards turn 3. Nothing doing through there. Oh, he actually broke too much on the curb there. Lost the rear a little bit. Ruined an opportunity into turn 5. Can't get it done this time. Nothing doing through there. In towards 6 and into the right. 10 this time. He gets... That is definitely... I mean, from viewing outside, that's the weak spot of Menacci right now. That is where Pini closes in every time. He's got one more lap to do this. Does he go for it before, or does he wait for what he knows is Menacci's weak spot? The thing is, if Menacci looks over his shoulder, he also knows that that is where Pini is catching up, so he'll probably Ogani across the line, and then it's going to be going soon. I can see the dummy grid on the screen. Going to be going soon. I can see the dummy grid on the screen. The 400s, it's the final race of the day, the final finale, which is, of course, your senior category. It's Pizzardo in first, Rota in second, same as, no, sorry, not same as earlier. In Manche 2, Rota was third, and then it's Zani in P3, not Menacci. So Zani gets himself, that's Gianni Zani, number 677, gets himself a podium in the finale. Now, see some great shots. Again, waiting for the drivers to come out. We'll go through. Next up, you can see on your screens, Senior 125, sorry, S125 Seniors, S125S. throwing me off there. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Look how happy your victor is. You can see it nice and clearly. That is a clean sweep, if I'm not mistaken. Pole position, Manche 1, Manche 2, and the finale. And I told you, he was elated with pole position earlier, and now we can see that emotion once again after clearly dominating the day in the Masters category. Really, really good to see for Pizzardo. He gets back into the car, weighs himself, and Zara probably getting ready to ask him a question in Italian, but maybe we'll say that. We will see that later, because we've already got the drivers of the final race on the track, so we won't be going down to see them just yet. It might be, maybe we'll have time later, but I'm unsure. It's a condensed timetable, so here we are, ready for our final race of the day, the S125 Senior. It's been Mark Granada in P1 so far for the day. It's been Nicola Frigg in P2, and it's been Sofia Pavajna in P3 for Manche 1 and Manche 2. Same results across the first two races. Are we going to see a third repeat podium, or will there be a mix-up in the order? Can you believe we made it, guys? We're nearly there to the podium ceremonies. There's one race remaining. Round 4, Cremona circuit, Iame Series Italy Formula Racing Formula. Still haven't got that the right way round. My fault. Racing Formula, and we are ready for the senior finals, the finale. Through the final turn, into the tram lines, side by side, being slowed down by my favourite marshal in the hat with the checkered flag, who's been out there all day. And they go down the grid then. Here we go, the final race, the finale for the seniors in towards turn 1 and 2. And we are here, round 4, ending at the end of this race. Amazing start again. Look how many karts are sideways at the back of the grid as they threw it into those hairpins. Wow! And all of them facing the right direction as they head down towards turn 1. It looks like it's Granada in the lead once again. A nice clean start. It looks like it might be Frigg in P2, but I don't think it's Pavajna in P3 from what I saw just then. We're going to go... Oh, look at this. They're already scrapping there in the mid-pack. Now they're getting their elbows out down towards the final turns. Well, someone hopping over the inside curve of 13. They're now going down the main straight. Here we will see the order. Someone on the grass there. Has he got an issue, or is he just weaving across the circuit? I think just weaving across the circuit, and now slots in behind. That's number 406 of Owen Meyer. And Granada sets the fastest lap. Unsurprisingly, of course, as he pulls away. It's 4-3-1 in second place. That is Sofia Pavajna, who's moved up a place. Then it's Sainz in third, Gutierrez in fourth, and Krasauskis. So Krasauskis is who we saw getting involved again in some fighting. So clearly evident in our first broadcast and first day at the Iame Series Italy is that Krasauskis is not shy to get his elbows out and fight, because I think in all 3 races this lad has been absolutely involved in swapping places both up and down throughout these races. Now it is Granada leading, Pavajna, Sainz, Gutierrez, Krasauskis. Oh no, it's all changing. Gutierrez, then Frigg, Krasauskis, Tegan, Rangetti, Paulin and Prudnikova in P10. Then it's Visway, Umina, Alcata, Maya, Campello, Veterato, Saramento, O'Connor, Seriali, Chioccia, Tian, Camuzzi, D'Angelo, Finazia, Calzavara, Germano and Bridgen, your 27 drivers, your current order on this lap with 9 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. Now, are we going to see an upset? Can someone knock Granada off the top spot? It hasn't looked like it all day. He's been controlling the pace. One to watch right now should be Nicola Frigg in P5, because based on the previous results, That's the only driver, P4 now, that's the only driver that's semi out of position. 1.1 seconds back from the leader, and Frigg sets the fastest lap. Oh my god, it's almost, I cannot believe my foresight has been really working today, to be honest. I'm shocked at myself. We've got 3 carts off at turns 3 and 4, and one of them looking more disappointed than the other 2. Unbelievable. In the background we've got one in the grass who's just going back onto the circuit. It's a strange place to see it at the back, as someone must have sent it down the inside. Turn 3 or 4 then. Down at the beginning of the track. And now we've got some more swapping positions here. Elbows out, down towards the final sector. And Frigg sets the another fastest lap. The gap now 9/10 of a second instead of 1.1. Oh, fighting, jostling, moving left and right. 4.55. Is that 4.55? It is 4.55, saying let's focus on going forward. That's Miguel Sarmiento. Pushing, but didn't keep the position. 4.49 gained the place. That's O'Connor. Moving up to P12 then, as they charge forward. Pavagna 3/10 away from Granada, Sainz 6/10 away, Frigg 9/10 away, but that's going to close to about 8 or 7/10 on this lap, because Frigg is flying. And your top 4 now pretty close together. Has Granada used all of the tyres earlier on in the day? 4.53 and 4.55 swapping over. Alcata moving up, I think, yeah, moving up to 14th as a result. But the gap between Granada and Pavagna, 1/10 of a second. Sainz 4/10 back, 6/10 to Frigg. Insane stuff. Alcata moves up, definitely, for sure now past Sarmiento. 4.53, the 14th place driver. That's the Qatari driver I was talking about earlier. Campello just up the road. Look at O'Connor. 15 places gained in one race already. We've got 7 minutes remaining. Add 15 to 12. What's that? 27th. He started this race in last. He's up into P12. O'Connor is flying, not hanging around. And there's a yellow flag as one of the drivers off in the grass and shakes his head. Granada sets the fastest lap. I couldn't see the race number of that car that is out at turn 12, but we will see them go down the order when they all cross the line. The red and white helmet, orange steering wheel, out of this race by the looks of it, and we wait for all the drivers to come. The gaps have actually now started to extend in the front. Are we seeing a change? Was that the leader? That's not, no, it's not Granada, ignore me, because Granada's white. But I think we do have a change in lead. Let's have a look now. No, nearly. It's just getting closer. Sofia is not letting Granada get away here as they come down across the line. Here we go. And Frigg, once again, sets the fastest lap. There's the difference between each driver now. No longer the gap to the leader. Good to see. So 2/10 Pavagna. Sainz dropping back a little bit. Oh, there's a move. 4.35 up the inside. That's Prudnikova moving up through the order then. Passes Krzauskas again in the wars. Paulin is up next for Prudnikova as another position lost for Krzauskas. I think the tyres have been through it today for that young driver who's now down in P10. But your top 4 coming down the final straight again, down the main straight. 5 minutes remaining. The gap still 2/10, and Frigg still setting fastest lap after fastest lap. You can see Krzauskas in the distance there, holding his hand up like he doesn't understand why he's still dropping down the order. Only he could tell us, to be honest. And Pavagna, Sainz, Frigg, Gutierrez, Rangetti, Paulin, Prudnikova. Prudnikova's on a little bit of a charge. She might be passing Paulin anytime soon. But Frigg, keep an eye on Frigg in P4. I told you, he might have lost out a few positions, 2 positions at the start now, but he was further down earlier on. And now he's going to be chasing down Sainz and Pavagna. But actually, Granada is not pulling away as much as I expected based on the earlier pace. Maybe, just maybe, he's absolutely used the tyre up to this point, because Pavagna is on form. 4.54 and 4.18 fighting away. That's Frigg and Sainz. That is your top three for your top three spot. 4.54 still in P4 at the moment, and that little fight has actually given your top two a little bit of a breather. So again, Frigg will make an attempt to overtake because there's 4 minutes left and he needs to try and close the gap to the top two, but he is running out of time now. 3 minutes 50 seconds remaining, and the gap is probably more than a second at this point. Let's have a look. 1.3 seconds. That's going to be a tough deficit to fight back, but he has been setting fastest lap after fastest lap. And now, actually, as I say that, Granada has woken up the tyres because he's started to pull away. It's a 3/10 gap now from Pavajna. Sofia Pavajna, she's been strong all weekend. Oh, down the inside, is he going to make it stick? That looked like it was going to be a late send. That was great positioning from Sainz there in P3. Just couldn't do anything, could Frigg. Nicola Frigg trying to reclaim that third spot. Definitely got the pace to do so. He's all over the back of number 418. Martinez Sainz, Amador Martinez Sainz. Down in towards turn one. He's going to have to pick a different corner to send it. Is he going to pick turn three? Not this time. It looks like it was Chioccia that was out in that earlier incident, the one that we saw at turn 11. Now down towards turn 8. He thinks better of it this time. So in towards turn 8. He didn't go for the send this time. Sweeping through turn 9 and 10. Is he going to have a look in towards the hairpin of 11? Doesn't think about it. Didn't jink out to the left this time. Goes into the right-hander. There it is, into 12. Down the inside. Nicola Frigg back up into P3 then. In towards turn 12 through the fast right of 13, 14 and 15. And that's back into the podium spot. Expect to see Frigg set a couple of fastest laps now with only 2 minutes remaining. There'll be a couple of laps left. Granado has extended his lead from Pavajna to half a second now, so maybe he was just teasing that victory in the early phase of the race, but the tyres coming alive. 2 minutes left of round 4 at Cremona circuit for the Iame Series Italy Racing Formula. In towards the back section they go. We've got a couple of fights. Sainz is still right there with Frigg, so that could still change. Rangetti just behind Gutierrez. Paulin just behind Maya. We've got fights all over the place. In fact, Maya is being followed by Paulin, Prudnikova and Tegon, all within a second. Then it's Campello a little bit further back. Krasauskas has had an absolute nightmare. 8 places down in P12 at 12 at the moment. 2 tenths behind Campello. 6,000. Look at O'Connor. He's going up to P11. That's 16 positions gain now for O'Connor. 4.49. He's been on a charge. He started the race in 27th place. 6 tenths back from Campello. He might be getting into the top 10 here and would be probably over the moon with that. I would be. 27th up to P10. Pretty impressive stuff, but he's got to get one more position to make that happen. 40 seconds remaining on the clock, which means we have 2 laps remaining after they cross the line. Here they come. There's your leaders. That's Granada and Pavajna. Crossing the line with 30 seconds remaining. They won't make it back to the line before 0. So the next lap is when they'll show the last lap board, I'm sure. 2 seconds back for Frigg after the fight, and he's extended to half a second from Sainz. Rangetti in P6, not far behind Gutierrez, and there is your leader on the screen. We're watching Granada try and get a clean sweep here. Marc Granada from Spain in number 401. Mol Racing. Teammate having a bit of a worse day. Krasauskas from Lithuania, same team, down. He's actually pit. He's down in 24th now. I didn't even know that when I started that sentence. So he's out of the race. Visway also out of this race. O'Connor is actually back down into P12, so he's made a mistake somewhere. even though we are on the last lap. So O'Connor was on for a P10 charge. Now he's dropping down the order. He's back down to P13. So what's happened to O'Connor? He could have made an absolute blinding headline by making it into the top 10. 27th to 10th. But he's dropping back down now to 13th. But we're watching Granada 4:01 for the final race of the day, the finale for your seniors, S125. He's going to make it a clean sweep. He won in Manche 1, he won in Manche 2, and right now he's 1.1 seconds clear of Sofia Pravajna down across the line. It's Granada taking P1 yet again for the senior class. Pravajna, amazing drive, 1.1 seconds back for number 4, 3-1 in second place, and Frigg, who did close in at the end, 1.4 seconds back for P3. A solid drive from Fig, really, who had to fight his way back through the order to get that podium spot. Frigg did finish second in both earlier races, and that completes a 100% podium. And look at the weaving from number 401, and deservedly so, celebrating his race victory. Good? My name is Jack.
Mean for you?
È una gara, sono molto felice per questa gara perché è l'ultima gara per me questa stagione, perché...
Thank you. Mark Granada. Mark Granada, 4 out of 4. Mark Granada. Mark Granada, 4 out of 4. That's insane.
Thank you.
That's insane.
Thank you.
But just few more seconds, just few more minutes. I think they're showcasing something else on the track.
Okay.
So we just wait. Now we are live with Mark Granada, the P1 of the senior category. How do you feel about that?
Good, I feel great. Mostly I feel tired. Today has been a very hot, very exhausting day, and each race kept getting longer and longer, hotter and hotter, but we managed to get through it.
But you didn't slow track.
First I drink some water, very important to stay hydrated, but now I just have to debrief with the team. We talk about how things went, how the car felt, things we did well, things we can improve, and just on to the next one.
So this is the off the track. I know you have a lot of team brief. Lady classification just to promote women in motorsports is something I like to see, Sophia. That was great. You don't look too happy. How are you feeling inside? What emotions are going through in your head?
I mean, I definitely wanted to win, but then I missed the podium as well, so I don't know.
Sophia, it's all about, like, you've been consistent throughout the day. You've been top positions all day, and I think you did a great job. And it's all about redirection, you know? This is just one of many rounds. I'm going to see you next round, yeah? And I'm going to be rooting for you because I was really happy to see you. And to see your performance, I genuinely am so impressed by you, and I know you're inspiring so many young girls out there. So any advice or any words of wisdom you want to pass on to them?
I mean, for me, karting is the best sport because you don't have like the division into girls and boys, and like the physical thing doesn't really matter here. It's just the skill, perfection, the talent, and the hard work that goes behind it. So never give up, and you will achieve everything that you want.
That is so well, like, I don't know, it was really from the heart what you said. Well done. Congratulations. You know, to your team, to motivating other women in sports. Well done. Thank you so much, Sophia. So that was a very long day. We've had so many interviews, and there's still more interviews coming. Gamoto, please introduce yourself.
I am Mauro Martinez, and I'm a senior driver.
Martinez, I saw you on the track. I had a few words with you. So how does it feel that throughout the day you've done so many races, you finished the final race? How do you feel? Does that pressure still feel on your shoulders for the next race, or are you disconnecting with everything?
Well, this race was most of a test, you know, for the next week. I did a bad quali, to be honest. I qualified 15. It's not that good, but with the manche 1 and the 2, I managed to gain some positions. I started 5 to the final. We were constant. We had a good speed. We tried every session to get better with the chassis, with the driver, every time to be a bit better, no? And well, the work has give his results, no? And I'm very happy with the results. It's a P3. It's very important. It's also my first time in this track, so yeah, that adds a little bit of recognition.
Are you joining us for next race?
Oh well, I hope so, but I cannot say I will or no. So,
okay.
But I will. I want to thank Gamoto, my mom, my dad, God, my mechanic, everyone who has supported me these past months. Has been incredible.
Congratulations, well done. P5 is still great news, and you've ranked. You really went up the ranks.
Yeah.
So.
It was a fun race. It's a fun race.
Fun race for sure. Hot race. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. And Giovanni that's it from our side. Now we're going to go straight to the podium. I was your pit lane reporter, Zara Faruqi. Thanks for having me, Iame, Italy.
Thank you, Zara. What a cute outro. Oh, hello. I'm surrounded by drivers. Is the podium out there? Is that why? You're on the podium? Yes, well done. You can just about see some drivers outside. We can see a podium is being finished. And actually, I was hoping I was going to see this bubbly champagne appear. It looks like some of the drivers have been given it, as well as their top 3 trophies. That looks like the Mini Under 10 podium. Jack Wolf collecting his first win. He came in earlier and had a little chat to me whilst the results were being shown for the seniors category at the end. So sorry to those that were waiting for me to read that out. He was in here having a little chat. He said, his first win. He's had many podiums. Also mentioned that he didn't actually know that the penalty was applied during the race. We were wondering that earlier during the stream. Did he know that P1 had a penalty so that he could just sit there? He had no idea. Only when he crossed the line and a team member said P1. He said like this. Someone said like this, and then I knew I won. I was like, okay, yeah, well done. But surprising. Obviously super focused. They couldn't quite see the timing screen to show the penalty. And it makes me actually wonder if Timotin knew that he had a penalty as well. If they were both racing like that and they both didn't see, it would have been a shock to the system for sure. Penalties are never a nice way to lose that race. We've got more podium action coming up underway. This was the drink that I was talking about. I said it, just showed you earlier during the stream. Look, here we go. Robbie Bubble. I haven't tried it. Oh, look at the director zooming in. I haven't tried it yet, and I don't know if I want to. I'm not going to open it in here because it does, from experience before the live stream started, it does really pop open. You don't even need to shake it. I was taking the cork off for some of the younger ones, and I was just leaving it there, like the twisty bit, and I just left it there for them to just pop. But nope, it popped itself in the heat. So it went everywhere. Anyway. Podium ceremony next up. Who do we have here? Obviously, Cremona Circuit GM, who we heard from in some of the interviews earlier, is going to be handing over your top trophies to the drivers. Going up to the podium, that looks like Guido Evgeny. He sticks his tongue out in celebration. A driver who I can tell who it is from the looks, because Guido also races in the UAE series, of which I also commentate on. So we see Guido a few times for sure. Then going up. Okay, this is mini category. So now I can't tell the difference because they're both going to be Baby Race Driver Academies. I think that is Max Svaric in P2 collecting his trophy, which means essentially your P1 finale winner. It is indeed Marco Pedro Cueto. Amazing. Really good job for the weekend. Super, super impressive drive from Cueto. And I would love to actually, I'm not going to get a chance to in here as they wave down to the podium. That's a shot. Yes! Look how happy he is. Elated with a P1. And there's some prizes there. And I'm not biased because he's got a similar helmet design to me. I'm not biased at all. It's just a great job. And I would love to catch up with that driver. Basically, just to ask him the sort of, I mean, it's already a physical enough sport. So I want to know about if he's running hand controls and how it feels on a track with these huge curbs. Really, it's an amazing story. It really is. So there's your podium for your minis. Give them a round of applause. If you're watching at home, don't forget to comment, like, subscribe. You can follow Media Friends TV. You can, of course, follow Iame Series Italy, Formula Racing. It's the full Instagram handle. If you've enjoyed any of the racing commentary or the back and forth on the YouTube chat, you can follow me at JackJohns __ or something like that. I think it's just 2 underscores. I don't know. Too old for Instagram, really. And of course, my co-host, who's been doing a fantastic job down there interviewing many drivers, many different nationalities. Oh, look at the teddy bear on the podium there. Is that a mascot? A good luck charm, maybe. What was I doing? Oh, I was shouting out Zara Faruqi, my co-host down in the pit lane. You can also go and follow her. We will both be back, all of us, the whole team. Shout out the director and the technical team behind Media Friends TV, and of course, all the sponsors that have joined us along the way. That includes, of course, people like Comet, who are involved very much so in Iame, providing all the tyres. Valm Racing runs the Iame Series Italy.
Mike for what?
And then you've got, of course,
no, man, they told me no.
A long list of the other. I can hear Giovanni there in the background. Who's he speaking to? Anyway, very happy drivers on the podium.
Poi scusa, puoi parlare con questo? Così stiamo nel sistema.
Sì.
Lui ce l'ha adesso, prova a fare un check.
Prova tecnica di trasmissione.
Lisa funziona?
Prova tecnica di trasmissione. Cremona Karting Circuit Prize Giving Ceremony.
Funziona?
Però ci mancano.
Give to Jack. Maybe you can do. Lo potete fare anche in due.
Oh sì.
Siete tutte e due nel. No, come si chiama lui? Federico, siete tutte e due live.
That's how we get
Are you gonna do champagne?
I know you. Yeah, a little bit. But hopefully.
Abbiamo detto il ritorno sul podio. No, adesso siamo. Va bene. Quando sei di ritorno sul podio. No, poi ho detto inizio.
I'll give you
Are you scared about that?
Siamo con il podio della S125J e chiamiamo il terzo classificato Max Funde from Germany. Egli Gandolfi per consegnare Max, un'ottima gara, un'ottima gara quella di Max Fender, terzo classificato. Andiamo dalla parte del podio, in pista lottato per il terzo gradino e poi la classifica lo premia con la medaglia d'argento Leonardo Londa, secondo, quindi sicuramente la sua classifica sarà ben rivitalizzata in questo quarto round e al centro andiamo a portare il vincitore quasi una relazione che avevamo visto per l'anno 6 Italy, quest'anno si chiama con Sweden Ludwig Lundqvist. Allora sentiamo la
up the front and you could capitalize, or maybe next time are you going to race in South Garda? You're going to try and challenge these guys?
Yeah, I will try.
Of course, good luck. Thank you very much. Congratulations. I'll come over. I'm going to skip you, Ludwig, just for now. I'm going to come over to this side. Mr. Lanza. Congratulations on P2. Now, earlier, I don't think you didn't get a podium in the earlier two races. Is that right?
No, in the early race I get P1.
Okay.
But in the last race I did P4.
In the finale?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a penalty applied, or it was on position?
So now there was a penalty. I finished P3, and with the penalty I ended P2.
What was the penalty for, and who for?
I don't know what the penalty.
But you don't. But it doesn't matter for you, right? Because you're up here.
Yeah, it was. I didn't know that I came here on the second place.
What can you do next time to try and stop Ludwig?
Go faster in the race.
That's a good answer. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, Ludwig Granqvist. We've met already in some of the sketches. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great.
Now, when you were speaking to Zara earlier on, she said you're a man of few words. You were giving a lot of yep. Come on, now that you're up here with the P1 trophy, tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, I feel great, and the pace was there the whole week, and yeah.
I mean, it was a great showing. You were second in both of the races earlier, and then obviously when it mattered, it just looked like you pulled away. Were you saving tyres at all, or was it just, it came alive at the end?
Yeah, I was just pushing the whole time.
Yeah, pushing the whole time, flat out. Very well done. Congratulations to the podium, guys. Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause, your top three.
All together on the first pass, yes.
Va bene. Sì, sono già qua.
No, che questo
Mi sarà lasciato qua il cavo, ha fatto un disastro, stava per scoppiare. Se fate così. Attenti ragazzi, non scivolare.
No, non puoi scivolare, attacca, zucchero. E poi inciampare, tu fai male.
No, voglio il video!
No, non è che puoi scivolare, poi ti attacca e esci.
Credo faccia meno male un bicchiere di champagne. No, non ci abbiamo.
Hey guys! J ed erano gare 2 e si sono fatte comunque onore anche della classifica assoluta. Seconda posizione per Camilla Amarotti.
Sono ragazze serie.
Ecco che va a consegnare i trofei nostro infaticabile Ennio. E sul gradino del podio, un podio che abbiamo già visto le altre volte, ma questo vuol dire che sono sicuramente delle protagoniste anche dell'assoluta. Camilla Marotti è già su, Emma Boschetto, che oggi non è riuscita a piazzarsi nel podio dell'assoluta, sarà per la prossima volta. Ecco le nostre lady della S125 J, che stanno comunque facendo tendenza, chissà che non aumenteranno nelle prossime gare. Okay, sorry.
Okay, before you spray the champagne, girls, let's have a quick chat. Camilla, where are you going? Amarotti, you're running away. Camilla, run away. Emma, come back. Moschetto. She ran. That's it, don't be shy. Come on, we've done this already yesterday, you two. So, we did some sketches yesterday, we already met. We didn't get time to play them today, but maybe we get to see them next time. Now, Camilla, just tell me, give us a rundown, everyone that's listening downstairs and on the live stream, just tell us about your day so far. Did you have any good battles, anything that you really remember from today?
Yes, I have a good day. It's fun.
It was good fun, but why? What did you enjoy the most? Was there one overtake in particular that you really enjoyed? Was you defending from somebody and you ended up keeping the position? What made it really fun for you?
I don't know. There are many times. Many times.
You overtook loads of people? You overtook loads of people?
Yeah.
So you had fun. Congratulations. Good to see you up here. Emma Boschetto. You can answer in Italian if you want. It's okay. You're allowed to. So, same question to you. Congratulations on the win. Anything today that you really enjoyed? What's your most memorable moment? Your favorite moment of today?
Allora, i miei momenti migliori di oggi sono stati soprattutto gli inizi delle gare, perché avevo un buon passo, però poi purtroppo verso metà gara perdevo un po' di velocità.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations, girls. Thank you. We'll see you soon. Grazie.
Next time, you should interview nearby the Partiamo? Ok.
Bene, prossimo giro di podio, sarà un podio tutto italiano, quello della S125 Master. Cominciamo a chiamare sul gradino di bronzo un gradito ritorno dalla Iame Series Italy. Gianni Zeni rientra nella serie e va subito a podio con la terza posizione. Chissà che questo non sia un buon viatico per il resto della stagione e vedremo ancora in pista. Dall'altra parte, seconda posizione della gara di casa, non poteva mancare Matteo Rotta. Ha portato bene il cambio di colori, solo quelle, il TV Kart è rimasto per il lodigiano e quindi il podio lo va a premiare in vista del rush finale nella classifica, nella quale è messo molto bene. E intanto per la deuxième fois, per la seconda volta, Veni, vidi, vici. Dopo essersi affezionato a un altro grande tracciato lombardo, Franciacorta Kart in Track, arriva a Cremona e spazza via tutto Monsieur Nicolas Pisardot, che si rilancia così per la classifica finale, terza gara per lui quest'anno e un bottino di punti pieno a questo punto. Anche lui è uno degli attesi protagonisti per il rush finale. Master.
We're going to come over and have a quick chat, guys, but we're going to need to come over here for the cameraman. So Zani, can you come and join me? Thank you, sir. Grazie. Congratulations. Did you expect to be third place today? Yes or no? Yes. You wanted third or second or first? Which do you prefer? How can you beat this guy? You need to win next time.
Meritato, giustamente.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Zani. Rotta, if you can come over. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So it was pretty good racing out there today. I was noting that Mr. Pizzardo would kind of switch the tires on in the second half of the race, but the first half everybody was right with him. So what is that difference, do you think? How can you fix that for the next one?
I think there were some difference in the setup. My setup was very fast to be ready, and his setup was very slow to be ready, and they was faster in the second part of the race.
Okay, I mean, you're happy with P2, and you're going to challenge. Are you going to South Garda for the next round?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good. So we'll see you there. Congratulations. And Pizzardo, sir, please come down. Congratulations, your winner for today. All day. Congratulations, sir. I've been watching your interviews with Zara, speaking Italiano. You can answer in Italian, but you answered questions about the track, pista, curbs being difficult. You answered about setup. Your tires were starting to warm up towards the end. But did it not feel... The drivers behind you were close for the first half of the race every time. Were you not worried one would just overtake at the start?
Yeah, it's meglio in italiano perché si parlano inglese. Sì, una bella gara per la partenza. Io voglio andare molto forte i 3 primi giri perché avete il terreno un po' difficile i 3 primi giri e dopo si mette un poco meglio, il terreno comincia a venire, il motore, tutto e dopo si può partire, ma i 3 primi giri veramente difficili per me, scivola il telaio di dietro e per quello che sì, avete una velocità più importante ai 4 giri della gara.
Well, bene. Grazie, congratulations. Now you can spray each other with champagne if you want. Thank you. Give them a round of applause. Your master's podium.
This is the very excellent podium of the S125.
Ciao guys, I'll come for a quick interview and then you can start spraying each other. Martinez, let's talk to you first. You come down here. Congratulations, well done. Now, tell us, I've been asking people about their experiences on track today. Of course, Cremona is a beautiful circuit. The weather has been extremely hot. I want to talk to you about that. The heat, especially around 12 to 1, was insane. And that was just me sat in a room doing nothing. You guys are out there fighting these carts around, trying to drive as fast as you can. How do you prepare yourself for something like this?
Well, you have to be prepared now. You have to do some cardio. You have to be strong also to manage what's 12 minutes of laps. That's like almost 16 laps. So it's really intense. It's really intense. You get used to it, but a long race, always you feel it, a long race.
Is there a certain point throughout the day where you start to feel, I don't want to use the word tired, but where fatigue kicks in, maybe you start making a bit more mistakes?
Well, yeah, especially on those races though, where the pressure is much on and you have to like put the result on, you start to feel the fatigue, you start feeling a little bit tired and you want to sleep. Yeah, but it's definitely happened, yeah.
Congratulations on P3 again, you fought for it, you deserve it. Let's talk to Mr. Frigg, if you want to come on down. The Swiss driver, I saw this name up on the podium pretty much throughout the whole day. It was a good day?
Yeah, definitely good.
You had to really fight back through the finale though, huh? You dropped back maybe 4 or 5 positions and then made your way back up.
Yeah, the start's definitely hard on the outside. Yeah, we're a bit unlucky, but we managed to come back well.
You did come back well. I said at the start of the race, I saw you drop down and I said to keep an eye on you, and then you were just fastest lap, fastest lap, fastest lap, and one position at a time.
Yeah, the pace was great. Yeah, I think we could have fighted for the win, but yeah, unlucky start.
Unlucky, but maybe next time. Congratulations. Well done. And Mr. Granada, please come on down. Another name on top all day. Bene?
Yeah, all good.
You feel good. Now, for you, Frigg was saying he thinks the pace was there for the win. And it looked like at the end of the day that you were under more pressure in the finale, but then all of a sudden 2 laps left and you just pulled away.
Well, yeah, we were in that position thanks to the heats. We managed to save the tires as good as possible, and just that gave us the ability to, at the end of the race, still be able to push 100%.
How do you balance saving the tires and pushing? Because for most of that race,
Exploded!
for most of that race, he's already celebrating. Look behind you. He's going to get us maybe. Yeah, there you go. For most of that race, you were under pressure from behind in the third race. So how do you decide whether to try and pull away or just sit where you are?
Well, no, in the final I was always pushing, but in the end, as the laps went on and the sun went down and it started to get a bit cooler, we managed to get a bit faster towards the end, and that's what sealed it.
Okay, that's a great answer. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the win. I'm going to let you celebrate with your cohorts. Give them a round of applause. Your podium.
È un investimento perché...
di podio, quello della categoria Lady della S125S. Terzo gradino del podio, ha fatto un'ottima gara, lo abbiamo notato nel corso proprio della cronaca, Viola Germano. Vieni Viola, il suo miglior risultato stagionale. Qua Viola, qua. Third place è il suo primo podio da Lady, ci voleva al quarto round al Cremona Karting Circuit. Second place, we know very well. Perché? Sei scherzo? Malta, Daria Prudnikova, second place for Prudnikova. Clever in the top 10 of the official ranking. Ultima fatica per il nostro 3 volte campione del mondo. Ed ora pensavamo di averla sul podio, un musetto ce l'ha tolta per questa volta, ma non dal podio della femminile. Sofia Povasnaya, seconda nella classifica di campionato, unica vera alternativa a Mark Granata che abbiamo visto poco fa e che rappresenta al meglio l'Italia nella top 10. Vince quindi la femminile Sofia. Jack, last podium.
Thank you, grazie. Okay, let's talk to you one by one. We'll come, if you want to come on down here. There's a hidden camera down there somewhere, so come and stand by the fence. And we've got our audience. So first of all, congratulations, P3. Thanks. Well done. Can you talk me through a bit of your day? What stood out as a highlight for you today?
We had a lot of problems with the wheels because the axle moves, but in the final we have resolved the problem.
Okay, so the axle moving, is that, do you think, because of the curbs here? The curbs are quite aggressive on the exits of most of the corners?
Yes, a little.
A little bit. Well, P3 in the end, congratulations. Come on down. P2. How are you feeling? Prudnikova?
Quite good. I mean, it's quite a good position. I mean, overall, we could have done better, but it's good for now.
It was top 10 overall in the end, no?
Yeah, P9.
P9. I was going to say, I think I remember second phase of that finale, you were making some good moves up the order. Do you have a favourite overtake from this weekend?
There was one in the first heat. On the straight at the last corner, the last minute.
On the last corner, on the last lap?
No, on the first corner, on the last move.
Oh, so super high speed into the right-hander. And you got the move done before the braking zone?
Yeah.
Amazing. Congratulations on the P2, well done. And Sophia, come on down. Congratulations on the win. Well done. Tell us a bit about your weekend. It was, I know, talking in there, you're not disappointed. Of course you're happy with P1, but it was, you missed out on the podium overall, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely get the podium, in my opinion. I could fight for the win, but Mark was just too fast and I couldn't catch him, but...
Yeah, it looked very close at the end. You stayed within 2-3 tenths for a long time, and then just last 2 laps he started to pull away. Is that frustrating to be right there and then at the end sort of lose it?
Well, yeah, I understood it like when he started to go fast. Then I understand like, okay, I missed the opportunity to overtake him. And also on the start I missed it, so... But yeah.
Were you waiting for later in the race to pounce towards the end?
No, I was just waiting for the moment that could be close, and it just never happened to be.
But you said South Garda next, and you're faster there, is that right?
Yeah, I'm very fast.
Okay, so everyone needs to watch out.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations on the win again. Now you can spray each other with Robbie Bubble.
of expanding your business beyond Italy? At Kairos & Associates, we help Italian companies enter and scale across the UAE with confidence. From market entry strategy and corporate structuring to compliance and local partnerships, we handle the complexity so you can focus on growth. No uncertainty, no wasted time, just a clear path to global expansion. Kairos & Associates, your legal partner for international growth.